Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was the heir of demonic Dante bloodline? Harry Potter x Sword Art Online x Devil May Cry. This is part 1. Join Patreon for early access of all parts at once. Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The confusion comes first as she feels like a fog slowly lifts from her mind as she tries to work out what's going on. She was in America on a last-minute bachelorette vacation before she married James next week. Her brows furrow further. James? Since when was Potter James? She hates him. Hates him with the passion of 1,000 sons, in fact. More to the point, why on earth would she be marrying him off all people? She slowly goes back through her memories, trying to figure out when the hell that had occurred, and why the hell she'd agreed to marry him. The fury comes next as flipping back through her memories faster and faster reveals the truth. She's been under enchantment since she was 16. And now she was not only in the midst of a years-long relationship with James fucking Potter, but she was supposed to marry him in a week. For a few moments, the fury pulses through her. Then gratitude sweeps through her when she lifts her head and finds Severus, waiting patiently, as he knows full well how waking up from a particularly long stint under enchantments can be jarring and take some time to process. He tricked her into swallowing a bezoar. Not that she was complaining now that she was free. She can't help but feel incredibly grateful that they'd privately made up after their fight in 5th year. Even in the moment, she'd known that he'd been at the end of his rope due to the other Slytherins pressuring him to join Voldemort, and that Potter and Sirius had just made him snap, which had resulted in her calling her a mudblood on that day, oh so long ago. He'd apologized profusely later, and though initially angry, she'd eventually forgiven him. Not that she was particularly capable of staying mad at him for long. Not at the man that was her older brother in all but blood. A sibling sentiment that has been returned ever since he got over his childhood crush on her. She smiles tiredly at him. Severus. It's been a long time. Relief washes over his face before he nods. That it has Lily. It's good to see you as yourself for the first time in a long time. She nods. It's good to be myself. Thank you. He nods, but then she sighs, though it's a bit late now. Severus' nearly serene joy disappears in an instant as concern takes over. How do you mean? She shakes her head. In my muddled state, I didn't bother to even attempt to put the clues together. But from what I gathered while under the enchantment's thrall, it's Dumbledore that's been supplying Potter with the Amortentia for me. Her lips twist in a snarl of rage at essentially being treated like a bartered good as she continues, undoubtedly in return for his loyalty. She shakes her head. They won't let me go now. Not that it's only a mere week until I'm bound to Potter. She purses her lips tightly. Ours isn't a wedding in the traditional sense in the slightest. It's a magically binding wedding that has been set up while I was under the potion and not inclined to argue with Potter. I won't be able to leave him unless a miracle happens. She tilts her head. At least, not without losing my magic and possibly my life anyway. Severus' expression twists with heartbreak, and his eyes get wet. I'm so sorry, Lily. I am. I tried to get to you earlier, but Potter and Dumbledore kept getting in the way, and in dash. He cuts off, and she smiles sadly as she reaches out to squeeze his hand. I know, Severus. I know you tried. And if anything, I'm incredibly grateful that you never gave up on me, even after I started treating you so horribly under the potion. He smiles wanly. Well, it was obvious from the get-go that you weren't exactly yourself, and I probably shouldn't take anything you said seriously, given that you seemed to completely forget about any conversation between us later, including my apology, and that you'd eventually seen in yourself to forgive me for that. That slur I said in the heat of the moment. She chuckles lightly. Yes, I suppose that would be a giant red flag. Then she sighs again as she looks down morsely. Unfortunately, even if I try to prepare countermeasures, chances are I'll be back under the thrall of that potion by the time I'm forced to marry that sick bastard. She shakes her head as she lifts it. This will probably be the last time I'm me for a long while. She snorts. I suppose if there's one good thing about Potter's obsession with me is that he'd never allow me to be kept under forever. Not with the way continually being subjected to enchantment will poison and eventually kill someone. She sighs once more. By then, though, he'll have made me marry him and give him at least one child, which will tighten the stranglehold that noose of a marriage contract will have on me. He says nothing in return. There really isn't anything to say to something like that. After a few beats, she shakes off the mood that has descended on them. So, how have you been, Severus? He smiles wanly as he slowly fills her in on what's been happening with him. From there, they flit from topic to topic, discussing practically anything and everything for hours, both enjoying her temporary freedom to the fullest and spending time together while they still can. Eventually, however, Severus had to leave. Much as he'd resisted, he'd eventually been forced to join Voldemort, and there was a meeting he was required to attend soon. Required as long as he wanted to keep his life anyway. So they say their teary goodbyes, both painfully aware it would be the last time the real Lily got to see Severus for a long time to come. For a while after Severus heads out, she sits there contemplating her life. She'd had a whole life plan, intentions to make a good career for herself, and build a life before eventually having a child, which has been something she's wanted for quite a while with the distant, vague longing of something shrouded in the mists of the future. And now Potter was looking to essentially turn her into his personal housewife. While she had nothing against housewives in general, in fact, given the nonsense some of them put up with and what most of them go through on the daily to keep their homes clean and running, she respects the majority of them in a vague sense. But it was not what she'd been wanting for herself. Maybe eventually when she had kids, she would have pulled back on her career and traded off which parent was home with whoever would have been her husband. But even then, she'd had no intention of just dropping her career and the like to become a full-time stay-at-home housewife and eventually mom. Roughly half an hour after Severus has left her to her thoughts, they crystallize firmly into a decision. It wasn't the order she'd intended for things to happen, but that had already been shot all to hell by Potter. So this may be her last real chance for years. She wants a child of her own, one that has nothing to do with Potter. Even without her own wants, there are a plethora of purposes it can serve. First of all, it would spite both Potter and Dumbledore, which while she'd normally never subject a child to their oh-so-tender mercies, she doubts very seriously either of them would bother the child much, given that they were going out of their way to respectively present a grown-up from his bratty younger self and a benevolent and wise old man image to her despite her being under the potion. Second of all, it would constantly serve as a reminder to Potter that she would never truly be his. Third, she wants to do something. One last choice that is completely and utterly her decision. A decision that would last. And finally, unlikely though it may be, she was hoping that the child might serve as a reminder to the Lily under enchantment that the woman she was isn't Lily Evans. She wants, desperately, for someone to love that has nothing to do with Potter. Decision made. She heads over to a local magical shopping center, heads into a potion shop without hesitation, and buys herself a magic elixir. Prize in hand, she goes back to her hotel room, taking said potion when she gets back. She has a couple hours before it kicks in, and it would only last a few days, but if she sleeps with anyone in that time frame, it's practically guaranteed she'll become expecting. She would just need to do a wandless nonverbal spell to break the protection spell that a non-magical man, which is what she's aiming for as she had zero desire to be accused of line theft, will undoubtedly use. There actually are spells to terminate a pregnancy, but there are also counterspells to prevent abortion, and she actually knows them due to her enchantment mind being terrified of falling expecting and being made to give it up because Potter isn't ready for children. Of course, those counterspells do nothing to prevent non-magical abortion, but with Potter and Dumbledore being purebloods through and through, she sincerely doubts they would think to even check if such methods exist, much less make use of them. Since she has a couple hours before the potion kicks in anyway, she starts getting ready for a night out. Slightly careless personish though it may be, she wasn't going to be overly picky about who she slept with. As long as they were attractive and charming enough that she didn't feel like a careless person, anyone would do. She runs her fingers through the condensation on her glass in idle thought. She's been at the bar for hours, and yet, though there were more than a few candidates around for what she was looking for, she was gripped by the strangest urge to wait. It was identical to the urge that had driven her into this particular bar. even though it was far from her usual preference. Now it's nearly 1 in the morning, and though she's actually been hit on by more than a couple guys who were both attractive and charming enough to be suitable, those same urges had seen her turning them down. Now it was nearly 1 in the morning, and whatever it is she's waiting for still hasn't shown itself. Whatever it was that was stopping her tonight, if she doesn't find someone by the end of the night, she'll just try again tomorrow. The vague decision is made a moot point a few minutes later, however, when the urge to wait suddenly twists into a powerful urge to turn around. Giving in without hesitation, she finds herself watching a man with strange silver hair wearing a red trench coat walk into the bar. She turns away, watching him from the corner of her eyes as he walks up to the bar and orders a bottle of Jack Daniels. Then a moment later pays for it and thanks the bartender when he receives it in an accompanying glass. For a few minutes, the man just pours himself drinks as he stares down at the bar in contemplation with occasional sweeps of his gaze over the room. Finally, he seems to notice her. Grabbing his bottle and glass, he walks up to her with a grin. Absently, she notes that now that he was closer, she can see his beautifully soulful blue eyes. She refocuses when he starts talking to her. Now, I know it sounds cliched, but I'm being utterly serious when I ask. So please, would you be so kind as to enlighten me to what a gorgeous woman like you is doing in a rundown, shady, hole-in-the-wall bar like this? She wasn't here to banter or anything of the sort, but something about him makes it impossible to stop herself from playfully teasing. Oh, you're being serious, huh? Well, you're certainly right about it being cliched, but to answer it anyway, I have no particular reason for being here. Though I might just have to leave if you continue being cliched. He grins even wider in delight at her playfulness, then jokingly places a wounded hand to his heart. Oh, well, that's a complete shame. I'd hate to lose the company of such a lovely woman. But sadly, I'm cliched most of the time. She couldn't stop the smile from forming if she tried, but really she doesn't even feel like attempting to stop it. It's been far too long since she felt this young and playful, but there was just something about this man that was utterly charming, and he was rather attractive to boot. So, still smiling, she continues playfully teasing him by saying, "Oh, well, I better just head for the door while I still can then, The man laughs, then holds out a hand. "I suppose so. I'm Dante, by the way. Dante'S Sparda. I hope you have a name befitting your loveliness. Otherwise, it would be an utter shame." She laughs too, Lily. Lily Evans. When she goes to shake his hand, though, Dante flips it over and presses a gesture to the back of it, then grins up at her. She can't help but laugh again. He really is something else, this Dante. Hours later, after Lily had discovered Dante was rather amazing in resting place and enjoyed curling up against his incredibly fit body afterwards, she wakes up. She lifts her head to gaze at her resting placemate, only to find Dante was still asleep. She sighs heavily in disappointment. Some impulsive part of her that's been completely and utterly charmed by Dante wanted to just say fuck the consequences. Wanted to stay with the incredible man she'd met and run away from her inevitable future with Potter. And maybe if Dante was agreeable, raise the child she now undoubtedly had growing within her with him. But no matter how much she'd like to stay with Dante, even just till the morning, she has to get going. The thought is strangely painful considering she's only known him for a few hours. Still, she ignores the feeling and slowly sits up, cautious of waking him, because something tells her he'll ask her to stay. And she knows she wouldn't be able to say no. However, when she moves her hand so she can climb out of the resting place, she feels something incredibly soft beneath her fingers. Picking it up and looking at it, she sees it's a beautiful white and black feather. That same urge from earlier, the one that told her wait, and then turn around comes back and she feels like this feather is incredibly important and precious. Setting the feather carefully on the nightstand, she gets out of resting place and gets dressed, being careful not to wake Dante the entire time. She even goes so far as to use a wandless, nonverbal silencing spell on herself. Afterwards, she carefully picks the feather back up, magically drills a hole through the shaft of the feather, conjures a chain, and slips it through the hole in the feather. Then she promptly puts the new necklace on. At the door, she throws one last regretful glance at the incredible man still sleeping in resting place, as well as the incredible future that might have been, then slips out the door, mentally berating herself for the tears that well up that she refuses to let fall. She's been through much tougher ordeals than walking away from a resting place partner she's known for less than 6 hours. It does nothing to stop her heart from feeling like it's being crushed by a mortar and pestle. Dumbledore was quickly gaining a headache. Somehow, despite the enchantments Lily had gotten expecting during her little bachelorette vacation a month prior, it threw a wrench in his plans. And even worse, now James was complaining to him furiously. How could she even think about sleeping with anyone? You guaranteed me that the potions would make her completely loyal to me. The plan was for her to get expecting, to make the contract more binding. She's supposed to already be expecting with an heir to the Potter family. So why haven't you already aborted the bastard she's carrying now? He sighs as he looks down at Lily, who is currently under the effects of a sleeping potion. It would seem Lily was at some point unaffected by the enchantment and got expecting on purpose. Seeing James look utterly confused, he explains. She cast multiple spells on herself to prevent abortion. Even with magic, she couldn't possibly have known before the wedding. And I know she was under the enchantment's thrall then. Ergo, she knew even before it would show up on a scan, and hence she did it on purpose. However, back to the anti-abortion spells. Even I can't remove them, as these spells are extremely powerful and rather tricky. I do, however, know a way around this predicament. James doesn't look happy at his explanation, but perks up slightly at the last sentence. You do? What is it? He feels slightly annoyed that James doubted him, but ignores it. Yes, James, I do. We can't do anything about the child, but I know of a rather unique spell that allows a woman already expecting to conceive another child. The spell will allow her to conceive for 3 days after I cast it. The first child will still be born, with no complications despite the other baby. And if their conception dates are less than 6 weeks apart, which will happen with these two, they will be born together as twins. While I know you don't care about the child, if Lily is going to carry it to term, we might as well keep it around in case it becomes useful. He thinks for a moment, then adds, also, I should probably modify her memory. It wouldn't be wise to allow her to know she's under the amortentia, even if most don't care when they're under its thrall. James just huffs. Very well, that doesn't mean I have to like it though. Cast the spells, I'm sure you're needed elsewhere. Your attention is always in high demand. Marzanna Evans, bastard child of Lily Potter, was inarguably a rather brilliant child, though one with a far from ideal life. By 6, she had grown entirely used to her stepfather, James, continually informing her she only held his name, so no one would know she wasn't his. Given that James was an abusive asshole, however, she was honestly glad he wasn't her father, and she didn't want to have his name either, even if he only hits her because she wasn't his, which is why she makes a point to think of herself as an Evans. Currently, she was searching the Potter library for information on an enchantment called amortentia. Her mother had abruptly handed her a journal the other day, saying that she was supposed to give it to her, but admitted to not knowing why when she asked. To her surprise, when she opened it, she found it was in her mother's. Inside, her mother had explained about being under her enchantment, and that she knew she'd be under its thrall again. She'd gone on to say that she had cast a compulsion charm on herself to give the journal to her when she was old enough to understand its contents, and that it had runes on it that made it impossible for anyone else to read it. The journal, which had so much written in it, quickly became her prized treasure. Things such as what her mother was really like, and her view of the wizarding world and its laws. Her relationships, mostly how much she hated Potter, and how she loved her pseudo-brother Severus Snape. What Marzanna found most important, though, were the letters from her mother, and what little she knew about Marzanna's father, Dante'S Sparda. She'd even gotten hold of a special type of pensive that let someone make a photo from a memory, and included a picture of Dante in the journal. She'd gone on to say that the pensive and everything else she treasured was inside a trunk hidden in the attic, as she didn't want Potter or Dumbledore to get their hands on any of it. The trunk was capable of shrinking and had feather light charms of it. It was also expanded on the inside and had multiple compartments. Which compartment you accessed was determined by the numbers you turned the combination lock to. Her mother had told her to get the trunk and keep it with her at all times. So she dutifully collected the trunk, which was currently stored inside her. It was a strange ability she had obtained a while ago, A particularly bad beating from Potter had resulted in some sort of energy gathering there and changing it permanently. Rather than skin, it was now covered in some sort of rough plating, barring a crack going down the inside of her wrist to her elbow and expanding to cover the entirety of the inside of her hand. From within the crack, a deep red glow emanated. The first time she'd seen it, a name had popped into her head: Devilbringer. She had soon found out from a surge of instinct, entirely by accident when she had been trying to hide the journal from Potter, that it had a second ability separate from the one she'd instinctively known of and known how to use from the get-go, that if she was holding something in that hand and had a strong desire to put it away, it would turn into energy and be absorbed in place by her arm. Anyway, after she got her hands on the trunk, she did some careful experimentation and was relieved to find she can store magical items within without consequences, and promptly took to storing the trunk within her arm. Now she was looking for information on the potion that enslaves her mother. She learns that a person could be given amortentia for about 20 years before it begins to poison them, eventually leading to death if they continue to be given it. Her mother had explained in the journal that she'd been given amortentia since her 6th year at Hogwarts. And since her mother gave birth to her when she was 22, that meant she'd been under amortentia for 12 years by this point. The question, then, was whether or not James would take it far enough to kill her if she interferes. Her mother had always followed Potter's lead and commands, which was understandable if she was under amortentia's thrall. Though this revelation made the two exceptions to that rule even stranger than before. The first exception being that where James hated her with a passion, her mother had almost but not quite been loving towards her. Though this journal told her the real Lily loves her dearly. So with all this in mind, the predicament arose: should she attempt to stop the bastard Potter? Or should she wait a few years and see if he stopped on his own to prevent killing her? As she was contemplating this, she puts the book she'd found amortentia in away. After that, she begins absently browsing the section on the dark arts and the defenses designed to combat it for something to read. Though it was impossible to really tell until she got her wand, it appeared as though she had an affinity for those subjects along with a minor affinity for potions. A few minutes later, her mother comes into the library. Upon seeing her, Lily gave her a gentle smile, absently grabbing that feather necklace she always wore. "Reading again, Marzanna? You're starting to become a bookworm, you know." That feather necklace was the other exception that she refused to listen to Potter about. He was always demanding she take it off, but she refused every single time. Her mother had only spoken of it to her once. In quiet, longing whispers with a strange gleam in her eye, she confessed to Marzanna that she found it in their hotel room the morning after she met Dante, her father, which made her defying Potter's demands that she get rid of it incredibly confusing. She should be utterly devoted to him and willing to do whatever he told her to because of the amortentia, not clinging to a memento of her father. The entire situation baffles her. She shakes herself from her thoughts, then smiles at her mother. "You're one to talk. I get it from you, Mama." Lily laughs, then reaches out with one hand to tuck her bangs behind her ear while smiling. "Too true, my little Marzanna." Marzanna smiles absently in return, but inwardly was beginning to plan. She'd made her decision. She'd never be able to forgive herself if she didn't try to help her mother. Lily was confused. Her mind had slowly begun to clear the day before, and now she was once again herself. With her mind clear, she had soon realized she'd been under enchantment. As soon as she realizes what had happened, she feels something shatter in her mind, and memories rush back to her. Immediately, her hand shoots to her feather necklace, her grip lovingly careful, even though she wants to clutch at it desperately. Her confusion increases as she realizes she's only been under the amortentia for a dozen years in total. She thought it would be longer till Potter stopped using it. She wasn't complaining, though. She might not be able to divorce or leave him, but that didn't stop her from hexing him. Though she was considerably worried, she hasn't been enough of herself to care for or go looking for her daughter, but she hasn't seen her baby girl in a few days. She sets out to look for her beloved daughter as soon as she realizes. Not finding her anywhere, her concern skyrockets, and she sets out on a warpath to rip the fucking answers out of Potter. However, when she gets near Potter's study, she hears Dumbledore's voice. Realizing she might be able to get her answers without revealing herself, she shamelessly eavesdrops as Dumbledore asks, "How could you have possibly run out of amortentia? I just delivered that batch 3 weeks ago. You should have 2 months' worth." Potter growls furiously. "It was that little bitch Marzanna. She ruined my entire stock. I knew she'd be nothing but trouble." She can't help but smirk, even though that tidbit only makes her worry even more. Dumbledore was not the sort of man who allows for other people's meddling, and sure enough, he barely lets Potter finish before exploding. "She what? Does she have any idea how much some of its ingredients cost?" Reining in his temper a bit, he stops shouting but continues in an angry tone, "I've never minded the cost, but I do mind when my money is practically thrown away. Where is the brat? I'd like to have a word with her about destroying valuables." Potter snorts, "She's not here anymore, good riddance. Since she feels inclined to ruin my stuff and my life despite my generosity, I took her back to where she came from. I port-keyed over to America with her and left her there 4 days ago. After punishing her, of course." Dumbledore sighs. "I wish you hadn't done that. Despite what she did, it doesn't change the fact she might have been useful later." "Oh well, what's done is done. I'll refill your stock as soon as I can." She barely hears Dumbledore. She'd stiffened, her mind blanking for a moment before she furiously thought, "What? He abandoned my little girl? She could be dead now, because of him." With that thought, her fury overrules her common sense. Drawing her wand, she barges into the room, pointing her wand at the startled Potter, all but shrieking, "How dare you? How dare you do that to my baby?" Crucio! Potter falls to the ground screaming. It was over in a few seconds, though, as Dumbledore was quick to disarm her with a simple Expelliarmus. My Lily, I didn't know you had it in you." She just ignores him, glaring at the slowly standing, wide-eyed Potter, and says with cold fury, "My precious baby girl is probably dead now because of you. You better watch your back, Potter, because someday you'll die a slow, agonizing death, and it will be by my hand. Until then, I'll just have to settle for loathing you with every fiber of my being." Dumbledore returns the favor of being ignored. "Until I get you more amortentia, it would be best if we keep her asleep, either with a potion or a spell." Potter just nods, still staring at her with wide eyes. Nero was currently raiding one of Agnes' bases with Dante and Cat. He'd been furious when he learned the asshole who held Kyrie hostage was still alive. The fact that Agnes hadn't stopped his foul experiments and was in fact working for actual demons now hadn't helped his mood. Originally, Dante had just wanted to blow the place up and be done with it, but Cat wouldn't let him, explaining that they should raid the place for information or anything useful before destroying it. He had at first agreed with Dante, then switched to Cat's approach. He'd really only wanted to destroy Agnes' lab as minor payback to spite the cowardly bastard, but Cat said they could blow the place up when they were done. He figures stealing the bastard's research and stuff, possibly using it against him, and destroying one of his labs was better payback than just blowing the place up. He has just finished combing one of the storage rooms when Cat contacts them over the headset. "Dante, Nero, I found Agnes' lab, and I've already managed to access the computer. There's 2 audio files you guys might want to come listen to." Once at the lab, Dante doesn't hesitate to ask, "What's so important that you couldn't just copy the files and show us later?" Cat glances at Dante before answering. A combination of Agnes and his demon master's plans, research, and something Agnes found. Instead of saying anything more when they give her confused looks, Cat just starts the first recording. Immediately, Agnes' annoying voice fills the room. August 17th, 2014. "The demons have tasked me with creating a true hellgate, rather than one of the second-rate ones I made on Fortuna Island. The biggest reason being that my Fortuna hell gates were barely stable enough to let a single great demon in, while the real one would let them come through in swarms. Herein lies the problem, though. Sparda Seal prevents the real gate from being created. The only reason mine worked was because it was so unstable and weak. With the seal in place, only weak demons can access the human world. Creating a hell gate is easy if you know what you're doing. That damn seal is the hard part. The seal cannot be broken without the blood of Sparda or close kin, and quite a bit of blood to boot. Easily enough to kill a human. Previously, the only known kin were Dante and the assumed dead Virgil, hence the difficulty of acquiring the necessary blood. However, some investigation revealed evidence that Nero, formerly of Fortuna's Order of the Sword, is in fact Virgil's son. I had a small bit of blood from both Nero and Dante from their fight when Dante made his first attempt to kill Sanctus. And though Dante certainly isn't Virgil, as his twin, his blood is close enough that I was able to confirm the relation. That being said, I can't use Nero either. Like Dante, he's simply too powerful to even attempt to capture and detain. In the meantime, I've created a few of my bastardized hellgates for the demons I'm working for to use. Here, Cat pauses the recording to let them process the bombshell they just heard. He was in utter shock. However, he swiftly notices that Dante doesn't seem surprised at all, when instead he just asks him, "You okay, kid?" He turns to the man he's seen as a mentor practically since he joined Devil May Cry, feeling shocked and slightly betrayed. "You knew? Why didn't you tell me?" However, the older man shakes his head. "I didn't know. I suspected. There's a difference, and I didn't say anything in case I was wrong." Though that dispels the feeling of betrayal, he can't find any other response than a quiet, "Oh." Dante smiles faintly in understanding, then turns back to Kat and gestures for her to continue. She doesn't hesitate to continue the recording. However, Nero being Virgil's son got me thinking, and that led to another investigation-fueled discovery. A little girl by the name of Marzanna, who just so happens to be Dante's daughter. She's already been tracked down and acquired as I'm recording this. I'll have to be extremely careful not to accidentally kill her with my experimentation, but I cannot allow the opportunity to study a Nephilim to slip through my fingers. Not only a Nephilim, but a demon from the devil species, which Mundus wiped out completely, with the only exception to the massacre being Sparda. The recording stops there, and Kat explains, "That's the end of that one." Nero sees her turn to them out of the corner of his eye, but his attention is focused on Dante. The older man is swaying with an expression of utter shock. Reaching out, he grabs on his shoulder, both to steady and ground him. Even though he's rather surprised as well, his shock likely wasn't anywhere near Dante's, who just learned that he was a father. After a minute, completely out of character for the older man, though it's understandable given the circumstances, he uncharacteristically squeaks out, "Daughter. I have a daughter. Oh dear fuck, I'm a father." He gives his uncle, apparently, a sympathetic look before lightly reminding him, "It's to be expected, given your playboy tendencies. You can only get lucky with protection spells so many times, Dante." His concern wells up, and he adds, "I'm more concerned about what the asshole Agnes will do to that poor little girl. Experimenting on her is bad enough, but he's going to use her to make a true hellgate, which might just kill her. Fucking bastard." Dante's expression darkens dangerously, and with a growl, he nods in agreement. Considering the bombshells in that recording, I'm hesitant to say this, but go ahead and play the next recording, Kat. She turns back to the computer nodding. Then a moment later, Agnes' voice once again echoes through the lab. Subject: Marzanna. Basic pre-experimentation information. Name: Marzanna Evans. Date of birth: July 31st, 2008. Age: 6. Height: 3 feet 4 inches. Weight: 47 pounds. Eye color: green. Hair color: strangely and surprisingly, naturally 3 colors. Bangs are red. The rest is primarily black, with 2 streaks of the silverish white that Dante and Nero have near her ears. Initial observations. Originally, one of my machines detected a strange energy around her left arm. Disrupting it leads me to believe it was an illusion of some sort, as her left arm is almost exactly like Nero's Devilbringer. Marzanna's Devilbringer is the only visible thing of interest about her. Notes: I'll have to find a way to contain that arm's power. Subject has already shown she knows how to use it, which makes me wonder if perhaps the Devilbringer comes with instinctive knowledge on using it, as I recall Nero being incredibly proficient with his as well. Date: August 20th, 2014. My experiments have finally begun giving me useful data about the Devilbringer. I believe that rather than being born with it, the Devilbringer forms when a devil is in danger. I've read about and spoken to other demons about devils before. From what I learned, when a devil is in life-threatening danger, that is when their true power begins to awaken. What my study of Marzanna's Devilbringer has shown me, it's that a Devilbringer forms when a devil with impure blood is in danger, but not enough danger to awaken the infamous devil trigger. The blood needs to be impure, though it seems angel blood won't work. The reason for this is that all devils instinctively know their limits, and part devils do too, but for a devil of impure blood, that instinctive knowledge is just the slightest bit hazy. When they feel threatened, their demonic energy will surge forth, but they don't properly control it. Since even demons are prone to instinctively bringing their arms up to defend themselves, the arm that will take the brunt of the attack receives the most demonic energy. That arm becomes overcharged with more energy than its human form can handle, causing it to permanently devil trigger. Unless the Devilbringer's abilities of creating a phantom arm and absorption are somehow brought about by the demonic overload, then this means that any devil should be capable of using these abilities, so long as they either possess a Devilbringer or are in devil-triggered. A bit strange a 6-year-old awakened it, considering the danger she'd have to be in. Though this is easily explained by my examination of her. Her body was littered with scars, making it obvious she's lived a life of constant mistreatment. Considering how injured she'd have to be for the healing abilities that all devils and angels have to be incapable of healing her well enough to not leave scars, I would have been surprised if she didn't awaken her Devilbringer. Date: August 26, 2014. The girl is definitely related to Dante and Nero. She has that same defiant, sarcastic, and sardonic attitude. Correction, she's worse. At least I could put up with them. If she isn't insulting me or telling me to do some rather unspeakable acts to myself, she's attempting to escape, killing my new Bianco and Alto Angelos, destroying my precious research, and just generally causing pure chaos in the process. I'm understandably finding my tolerance for her waning. To be blunt, she's driving me insane. On more than one occasion, I've found myself having to have her removed from my presence purely so I don't strangle her. The last part draws amused grins from all three, not the strangling, but Marzanna driving Agnes nuts. It dispels some of the fury that had set in upon hearing of Marzanna's mistreatment. The recording picks back up after a brief pause with Agnes muttering angrily in the background. Date: August 28th. I spoke to one of the demons I'm working for a few days ago. Upon informing her of Marzanna's continued escape attempts, she informed me that there were humans capable of magic. Actualmatic. There are so many things His voice becomes an indistinct mutter for a few moments, before he speaks up again. Anyhow, she suggested that since the ability to use magic is hereditary, it was a distinct possibility that Marzanna's mother, and Marzanna herself, were magic users. It took a bit, and I only managed to confirm her suggestion a few hours ago, but Marzanna is indeed a witch. It explains how time after time she manages to escape her bindings, so I'm going to have to invent something that prevents the use of magic. That should hopefully stem the flow of the little brat's escape attempts. Date: September 7th. It took a bit of effort and a stroke of genius, but I managed to create an armband that stopped Marzanna from using not only her magic but her Devilbringer as well. The device was finished on September 2nd, and so far there have been no more escape attempts. Though I'm not holding my breath that this trend will stick around, Marzanna has proven to be incredibly adaptive. Also, it's been decided Marzanna will be transferred to the base we plan to create the Hellgate in on September 30th. Here Cat shuts off with the recording, turning to them with a worried look. It takes a bit for him to regain his wits, but as soon as he does, he can't help but explode. The 30th? That was 3 days ago. They've probably already made the Real Hellgate. However, Dante is quick to shake his head. No, they would have to build the gate's physical anchor after they broke my father's seal, so it wouldn't hold remnants of it. They probably prepared the ritual to break the seal in advance, but the ritual takes 2 days to complete. If she arrived at where they were making the gate on the 30th, then they've only had a day to begin construction. If not, the ritual might not even be complete as we speak. We shouldn't linger any longer. Cat, transfer the computer files. We need to finish raiding and destroying this place now. With that, they get back to work, all three distracted by the worry for Marzanna's fate. Chapter in notes. Semi-important note. Because I've had some reviews about it, allow me to clarify ahead of time for anyone new. Marzanna is actually weak compared to Dante and others of his bloodline. Not because she herself is weak, but because she's more of a scholar and does not measure up to canonical feats of ability, like stopping a 1,000+ ton statue's swing dead in its tracks with nothing but a basic sword block, throwing a sword ahead of herself down a tower fast enough that it catches fire like a meteor, and then running down the side of said tower fast enough to catch up to it and grab it without any ill effects to himself, firing multiple bullets and hitting every single one on the end of the preceding one, catching bullets with the flat of blade and then lining them up on the ground and hitting them back at the same speed, or hitting every raindrop in a 12-foot radius, making a brief dry spot in the middle of a rainstorm. Just to name a few. And while she also has the same healing factor, since I'm attributing that to devil blood period, Dante has also survived being shot in the head and impaled by a massive two-handed sword. The former example of which he caught the second bullet between his teeth, then walked away with a scoff, and the latter, he literally pulled himself up the sword, and through even thicker parts of it rather than trying to just pull it out normally. And I've also blended this with the DMC reboot to a certain extent, in which it's stated that Rebellion, Dante's sword, has the ability to hinder the healing of demons, and in non-reboot games he's been impaled in the chest with it and been perfectly fine. So, if you aren't for OP stuff, this isn't for you. My point being, though, that Marzanna is neither super weak despite me saying repeatedly in the FIC that she's the weakest in her family. Her family is just ridiculous. And nor is she an OP Mary Sue or whatever. That's just how Devil May Cry in general is. And one of the two familiars I gave her later, while super dangerous, is only meant for companionship, not OP nonsense. Since Marzanna is a complete outcast because of her heritage, it's meant to be companionship born from mutual understanding with the abomination that it is. Also, soulmates, as they're depicted in the FIC, are not forced to have feelings for each other. I only had 1 or 2 reviews about it, and I have no idea where they got the notion, but that is not the case. By and large, soulmates just click very quickly, though if one of them has gone through some sort of drastic change that makes them no longer suitable for each other, they can totally reject their soulmate. And while it never crops up with the way I imagine them in the FIC, there are totally platonic soulmates out there where either both of them are aconnectional, or only one is, and the other can possibly get their connectional needs seen to by other partners depending on whatever the understanding they have with their soulmate is. So it doesn't force feelings in the slightest, which is actually explored more in depth after the Aincrad bit for SAO. And while it was just one reviewer, I wanted to say it anyway given how hilariously ridiculous the accusation was, but this isn't me gender-bending a character to self-insert without admitting it, given that I'm Arrow Ace and one of the focuses of this FIC revolves around Marzanna not being so. Marzanna has a lot of issues later after Laughing Coffin, which is in direct opposition of my own beliefs that if you die while I'm defending myself or other people, that's on you, bro. And C, I'm not really a fan of children in general, so I wouldn't likely to bond with Yui in general like she and Kirito do. The biggest similarity between us I can think of is that we both curse rather freely. But even that was a specific choice because she's Dante's daughter. So, make of that what you will, but if you're going to attempt to insult me by accusing me of such, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to end up laughing at you with my beta. And so fate begins. Chapter notes. Edit. Change the spell Marzanna uses. I honestly can't remember where I got it from or my thought process about it at the time, but I must have changed what the spell should mean in my head at some point because double-checking it kind of made sense in that situation, but didn't mean what it was supposed to. Hence why I'm pretty sure I changed what it was supposed to mean in my head at some point rather than a mistranslation. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Virgil swallows reflexively, then winces. Mundus very much liked to only give them the absolute bare minimum to survive. Every day was full of achingly empty stomachs and painfully dry throats. He supposes he should at least be grateful that Mundus' confidence in the cells and shackles left them with long enough chains to move around and stretch. He shifts his head, trying to find a more comfortable way to lean against the bars. All thoughts of comfort fly out of his head as panic descends at the sound of the door beginning to be unlocked. It was far too soon to be for the little attention their physical needs get, and other than the rare visits from Mundus himself, there should be no other reason for that door to open. Unless they finally got Dante or Nero. Despite what his brother may believe, he wasn't as cruel and heartless as his past actions would indicate. The truth was, in the years between their home being attacked when they were children, and consequently, he was separated from Dante, and when they met as young adults, he was blessed enough to meet his soulmate, a beautiful young marine biologist named Dana he'd saved from demons. In the years prior, He dedicated himself to eradicating demons in a foolish quest for vengeance for his family. But he'd been happy with her, and he had eventually put aside his sword and his desire for revenge to settle down with her. The happiest day of his life was when Nero was born. But their peaceful life didn't last. A group of humans who had learned of demons through various personal losses and ended up coming together found them, and more importantly, found out about their demonic blood. So convinced they'd been that all demons were inherently evil that they killed his wife in cold blood and nearly succeeded in slaughtering his son in his cradle were it not for the fact he came home just in time. And just like that, he found himself grieving his soulmate while trying to care for his son as a single parent. It was only for his son's sake that he had managed to fight the urge to commit suicide in the wake of her loss. But even his son wasn't enough to keep his grip on his sanity. He had realized it 2 months later, when Nero was only 9 months old. To keep his son safe from his own father and his rapidly growing insanity, he left him at an orphanage on the magically hidden island of Fortuna in the hopes that even if his son's inhuman blood was discovered that he would remain safe. Though he had carefully checked that the orphanage wasn't run by demons, something he knew was a popular hobby with them, since it gave them access to an endless supply of fresh humans that usually couldn't fight back. It was his grief-induced madness that led to him doing such despicable acts like the opening of Temen and Igru, one of the oldest hell gates still in existence. Contrary to the impression he had undoubtedly left his brother at the time, he loved both him and his son ferociously, though Dante undoubtedly wasn't aware of Nero's existence. He was also proud of his brother. Despite how hard it had to have been on him to fight him so earnestly, he stood firm to his morals and stopped him. When he'd stayed behind when the Hell Gate began to destabilize, Mundus had captured him. Needless to say, he'd been more than just surprised that his parents were still alive, that Mundus had only captured them on that fateful night. It had taken quite a lot of patience and faith on his parents' part, but in time they had managed to coax him back to a more sane state of mind. That wasn't to say he was suddenly a saint. He was still, as his brother would put it, a cold asshole, but he no longer wanted to rule or destroy the world, and his grieving insanity no longer overwrites his love for his family, even if he still tends not to show it overtly. That was why hearing the door be unlocked sends his heart straight to his throat. Mundus couldn't have caught Dante. He's too much of a stubborn bastard, surely. Surely that must be true. Please let it be true. And I left Nero on Fortuna. Devils are fighters, so he probably ended up with the Order of the Sword. And given how they worship Dad, they probably would have seen his demonic powers as a blessing. So surely he'd be too well trained and protected? Please, if there is a God, I'm begging you, let the rest of my family still be safe. When the door opens on Mundus, he feels a surge of hope that maybe this was just another one of his power trips, just another visit to threaten and gloat to his dad. But then he sees the demon behind him dragging someone by the hair. To his confusion, it was neither Dante or Nero but a little girl. His father stands with a sour expression. And just what has this poor little girl done to you, that you feel the urge to lock her up down here, Mundus? I thought you had reserved this high-security area for me and my family. Mundus snorts then smirks. She was born, and I did. I suppose I should induce you. Traitorous Sparda, meet Marzanna, your granddaughter, Dante's daughter. Virgil's mind goes completely blank, and he only vaguely hears his mother gasp as his father immediately calls Mundus a bastard, and without any input from his brain, his mouth murmurs in shock. Dante dash? She's Dante's dash. It's only because he's staring right at her that he sees her carefully peek at the demon holding her before with equal cat-eye slowly lifts her arm to hook some sort of metal band wrapped around it to the belt of the demon. His heart leaps back up to his throat in concern for her being caught. He doesn't know what she's doing, but given that she's going out of her way to be stealthy, he doubts Mundus would be pleased. He flicks his gaze towards the Demon King and is relieved to find him distracted by rubbing it into his father's face that he's caught yet another member of his family. He then carefully looks to his mother, and from the look they exchange, he knows she'd seen it too and that they were on the same page. Whatever she was trying to do, they couldn't let her be discovered. Marzanna resists the urge to sigh in relief when she's finally done hooking the stupid armband that blocked most of her powers that the asshole Agnes put on her on the spikes running up and down the demon's body from the strange piece of armor around its hips. She'd been careful to hook it in such a manner that it was now stuck, and the demon would either have to break it or remove her arm to drop her in her cell. Given that she had overheard him tell Agnes that he wanted to capture her whole family, then execute them all together in a public event, and given how close to death the ritual he had forced her to participate in had left her, she knew he wouldn't allow for the latter. Sure enough, when they get the cell door open and the demon tries to deposit her inside, it immediately finds the armband, locking her to it. With a snarl, it reaches out and snatches at her arm. But before it can do anything, Mundus calls out, "Don't." It's amazing she survived the ritual to break the seal, but since she'll be executed when I get my hands on the last two of her family. I won't have you killing her now. Just break the armband. It was just so her pathetic human watchers could control her demonic powers. The demon grabs the band with both hands and tears it apart as easily as plucked grass, dropping her to the floor hard once she no longer has the way it's stuck to the demon unintentionally holding her up. Even after everything Potter and Agnes put her through, it's still a test of will not to react to the hard impact against her many wounds, but she manages to hold back everything but the quiet, unseen tears that well in her eyes. The pain and her concentration to not react is so great that for a few moments her awareness of the rest of the prison and what's happening fades. But after a few minutes of carefully controlled breathing, the pain ebbs back to a more manageable level, and she hears the tail end of one of the men growling. "A monster like you has no qualms doing something like that to a child." Mundus makes a divisive noise. Why should I care how old she is? If anything, her age was only a benefit. She hasn't had time to grow into the might of her devil blood. It certainly made keeping her under control much easier. And besides, you really only have yourself to blame for what happened to her. You are the one who refuses to shift yourself to the human world. I had to get creative about getting your blood there, seeing as it needs to be straight from the vein for the ritual. Everything that has happened to her, and will happen to her from here out, is your fault. Given that I would have had no reason to go looking and found her if it wasn't for your stubborn refusal. She might have lived her whole life in obscurity if it wasn't for you. Think on that, traitorous Sparda. She hears the clatter of chains and something impacting metal before the previous male voice hisses furiously. "Son of a bitch. Your sins are your own, Mundus. Do not put them on my head." Mundus snorts. "You keep telling yourself that, Sparda. I wonder, though, how long that resolve will last." Then there's a brief pause before the door to the small prison opens again, and the footsteps of both Mundus and the demon that brought her down leave, swiftly followed by the door reclusing and the heavy sound of the lock. There's a brief pause filled only by the faint drag of chain over ground before the other male voice, the one that had only muttered something about her father when Mundus introduced her, speaks up gently. "Little one, how hurt are you?" There's a brief pause, then he goes on. "I know you're awake, little one. I saw you hook that armband on purpose. They're gone, I promise. Honestly, though, what were you thinking? Even if Mundus doesn't think it's necessary anymore, he would have been enraged by you being underhanded. His rage would have been painful, I assure you." She slowly pushes herself up, mindful of her injuries. If he saw, there wasn't a point in continuing to fake unconsciousness. She eyes the three when she's up, then takes a quick look around. No demons posted inside. The door to the little prison was completely solid, and it was just the four of them. Looking back towards the three, suspicion wells up. In her mother's journal, she told her all that she knew about her father's family from the man himself. Namely that he'd had an identical twin, but that both him and his parents were dead. But the man in front of her looked just like the picture of her dad. And Mundus had not only called the other man Sparda, which she had learned from Agnes was actually her grandfather's name instead of being her father's last name, but the two had made it clear with their little chat that the only people here were her father's family. She supposes she could understand the mix-up if they'd been prisoners in hell this whole time, but it feels like a trick. If there was one thing Agnes had unintentionally taught her, though, it was that no method of blocking abilities did anything against ones that worked entirely internally. So taking a risk in revealing one of the cards up her sleeves, she uses one of the two things she'd gotten from the great demon she'd slain in Agnes' lab, an ocular ability that, amongst other such things as thermal and night vision, also allows her to see certain energies and how they flow. But it does cause her eyes to glow, so until now she'd been very careful about using it. There's no misty shroud over their skin that would indicate an illusion, nor are their internal energies twisted into their outward appearance like a doppelganger demon's would when they're shifted into someone's form. She closes her eyes and turns her attention to purifying the foul, twisted energy the ritual had left in her wounds that was blocking her angelic healing from automatically taking care of them. Well, I guess you really are who you appear to be. And here I was half convinced you were using illusions or yet another fucking doppelganger demon. It felt weird to be talking to people her father firmly believed were dead, even if she hadn't ever met the man, but again it was an easy mistake to make, even for a demon-hunting Nephilim like her father. And hadn't that been a shock to learn, during one of her escape attempts, when she had realized they'd found out she was gone too quickly and diverted manpower to blocking the exits completely, and she'd instead found herself hiding in Agnes' library, hoping that if she could evade them long enough, that they'd think she was already gone. She had poked through some of Agnes' papers in there and found the surprising truth of her heritage, and combined with the various important notes she'd come across, had decided to write that attempt off as a bad job and just do as much damage to Agnes' research as possible. To that extent, she had rather gleefully stolen everything that wasn't nailed down, and a couple things that were to boot, and shoved the whole lot inside the trunk Agnes still didn't know she had, then razed the place to the ground so the fire would hide her theft. Agnes had been furious, which had led to quite a lot of pain, but in her opinion, it had been wholly worth it. Sighing with relief as her injuries finally begin to close and the pain starts to fade, she opens her eyes and begins examining the shackles. The woman, her grandmother apparently, gently remarks, "I'm glad to see you're starting to heal, little one, but I wouldn't bother with the shackles or chains. Sparda, Virgil, and I have tried for years. Those seals are thorough. It's impossible to use demonic abilities in general or destructive angelic abilities." She flicks a glance at the sad look on her grandmother's face, then returns to the shackles. They weren't really designed to reopen once they'd been put on, nor were the chains in any way detachable from where they bolted into the middle of the cell. How Mundus intended to transport them to a public execution given that she had no idea, but even if her father and cousin were captured tomorrow, she had no intention of sticking around to find out. Her grandmother was also entirely correct about the ability blocking. But there was nothing there to stop her human magic. Her mouth twists into a sly, pleased grin. "Mundus, you really are arrogant in your disregard for humans. Too bad for you. I'm not about to pass up the opportunity your arrogance left." Then she briefly concentrates on gathering her magic and wrapping it around the shackles before sharply commanding out, "Illido." The shackles disintegrate under her magic, and she rubs her wrists as she stands and turns to her surprised family. After a split second, Virgil's head drops as he shakes his head with an amused expression and a chuckle. Of course. Of course Dante's luck as a playboy gives out right as he's with a witch. That's just his luck. Not mentioning that it was because her mother had been looking to get expecting that night, and Dante had just been the man who ended up as the father. She moves over to the door and places her hand on it as she gathers her magic again and sends it into the metal Alohomora. The lock clicks and the door swings open with silent ease. She steps out and moves over to her uncle's cell, giving him a glance before turning to her grandmother and planting her hands on her hips. Finally replies to her, "I don't know about you, lady, but I have absolutely no intention of sticking around, so I'm getting the fuck out of this hellhole. No pun intended." Her grandmother stares in wide-eyed surprise, and it's her uncle who responds, "Well, you're certainly Dante's kid. You may use more intelligent language, but that foul mouth is a damn good match to his own, and that you can't fucking stop me attitude is remarkably similar." She shrugs, "Wouldn't know. To my knowledge, it was a one-night stand, so I've never met the guy. Now, unless you guys have been here so long you've come to like being imprisoned, I'm going to assume you're coming with me." Then she narrows her eyes at her uncle as she stares him down through the bars with hardened wariness. "But let me make one thing perfectly fucking clear. I don't know you, and I certainly don't fucking trust any of you. That being said, I'm not the sort of person to leave people behind, so I'm going to say this once. You may apparently be related to me. You may be angels and demons and older than me, but I will not hesitate to fucking end you if you betray me." She looks her surprised uncle up and down, and given how long you guys have been here, I'm fairly confident I could take you. Her uncle's brows furrow, and he shares a look with his parents before turning back to her. I suppose any reassurances that we wouldn't hurt you would mean nothing, so I suppose I'll just say that we're clear and leave it at that. She nods sharply, then lifts her hand to the lock. Dante was in limbo, the first layer of hell. When he, Nero, and Kat had finally made it to the facility the hellgate was being created in, they found the gate finished but not powered up yet. Though it was obvious it had only been completed sometime in the past couple hours. A plan had quickly been thrown together based on what they knew. Real hell gates had two physical anchors, one in hell, the other in the human world. All the energy that flowed through the gates really did was just connect the two anchors like a bridge. So here he was in hell to destroy the anchor on this side, while Nero would simultaneously destroy the anchor in the human world. If he wasn't a devil, this would leave him trapped in hell, but devils had a unique ability to cross between the two dimensions at will. The only reason he and Virgil hadn't done this when they were younger was because neither of them knew how to use that ability back then, though he had figured out how to do it in the time since Virgil's death. He was currently looking for the anchor for the gate that resided in hell. Just as he found it, though, he hears an achingly familiar voice exclaiming from behind him, "Dante?" He knew that voice, would recognize it anywhere, but that was impossible. He was dead. Turning sharply on his heel, he stares at the source for almost a full minute trying to find his own voice, which seems to have uncharacteristically disappeared as soon as he laid eyes on the man before him. Eventually, though, he manages to force words out. "Virgil? How? I thought you were dead." Then rage fills him as it occurs to him that it might not really be his brother. Prove it's really you, that you aren't a doppelganger demon. If you are a fake, I swear I'll fucking kill you for such trespass. The being with his brother's face smiles faintly. "I'm surprised you'd react so violently towards a doppelganger, purely for taking on my form." Then his smile gains a mischievous edge. "Anyway, proof, huh? Do you remember that time in Egypt when your playboy tendencies dash?" He doesn't get to finish, as Dante, absolutely embarrassed, quickly cuts him off. "Okay, it's really you. I get it, though I thought we agreed never to mention that." Virgil chuckles, amusement clear in his eyes. "No, you said we'd never speak of it again." I never responded. "So I never agreed to anything." Dante stares at him for a few moments. "If you hadn't just given me proof you were really you, I would think you were a fake right now. Since when are you so easily amused, and not in a dark, morbid way?" His brother turns to look at something behind him. It was only then that Dante noticed that there was a bit of a cliff. Well, it was more like it was incredibly steep steps than a cliff, but still. His twin shakes him from his observations when he bends to look down the cliff/steps and absently adds over his shoulder to him, "I'll explain later." Then, clearly speaking to someone else, "Is she okay? Or do you need help? I know being in those cells for so long weakened you both." A low male voice replies, too quiet for Dante to properly make out either the words or the man's voice itself. There was a brief pause before the male said something else, and Virgil nods before he reaches down and carefully grabs something. "Come on, little one, up you get, and no protesting, you still haven't fully healed." Then, obviously speaking to the male again, "Are you sure you don't need help with her?" The male huffs and says something else, causing Virgil to nod and straighten. This reveals who he'd picked up, and though Dante had never seen her, he instantly recognizes the tricolored hair that Agnes had described resting place. He stiffens a bit, his mind racing, focused on one thing only: Marzanna. "My daughter. That's my daughter Marzanna. The daughter I only just learned of. Oh dear God." Though he's not usually one for being shaken up or going down so easily, Dante feels seconds away from fainting. First, Virgil was alive. Now he was meeting the daughter he only just found out he had. What curveball was the universe going to throw him next? For the rest of his life, afterwards, Dante never could figure out how he stayed conscious when abruptly Virgil leans down with his hand extended, and a moment later another hand grabs his. Then, without further ado, his supposedly dead mother climbs up the steps with Virgil's help. Even more shocking, after she takes Marzanna, Virgil promptly helps their father up. His parents. But they were dead. They'd been dead since he and Virgil were 7. How? He wasn't complaining by any definition of the word, but still how? Eva, his precious, dear mother, turns to him once his father is safely up. Smiling, she walks over to him and says in a quiet, obviously tired voice, "Dante, it's so good to see you. Though I must confess, I'd given up hope that we'd escape a while ago. So for a while I didn't want to see you or Virgil, since it meant Mundus had captured you. Still, I missed you so much." He stares at her in wide-eyed silence for a while, then desperately looks at Virgil over her shoulder, who nods with an understanding smile at the unasked question. Dante immediately turns his gaze back to Eva, tears appearing in his eyes. He only manages to hold that small bit of composure he had left for a moment. Then he casts it aside and engulfs his mother in a hug, burrowing his face in the juncture between her neck and shoulder, just like he used to when he was a kid. Though he was careful to regulate his strength now, something he'd never done as a child. After all, his mother had been imprisoned for years, so she was undoubtedly incredibly weakened, and he didn't want to hurt her. Besides, she was still holding Marzanna, and he doesn't want to aggravate the injuries that were littering her body, nor did he wish to crush her. Eva reaches up with one hand and cards her fingers through his hair, comforting him like she used to. After a moment, she leans away a little and gives him a gentle look. "While I normally wouldn't mind. We need to get going, Dante." He collects himself and steps back a moment later, roughly swiping at his eyes with his sleeve. "I'm assuming you guys can't cross to the human world on your own, or you wouldn't have come this far from wherever Mundus was holding you." Virgil nods in agreement. "I still don't know how, neither does the little one, and Mom isn't a devil, so she can't cross the barrier without a gate at all. Though it was very unlikely we would succeed, since Mundus no doubt has it under ridiculously tight security, we knew he'd broken Dad's seal and figured making a hellgate would be the first thing on his priority list, so we were going to attempt to escape that way." Dante snorts, then points down the cliff he'd been looking down when Virgil had called out to him. "While I know you're skilled, Virgil, and I assume Mom and Dad are, you're all injured, not to mention unarmed. So, damn straight you would have failed. See for yourself." The others walk up to the cliff and look down, Virgil immediately cursing violently. The area was swarming with demons. It would be impossible with their current conditions. He turns back to Dante with a sour expression. "I might have been able to put up enough of a fight for them to get through if I had Yamato, but it was broken." Then after a pause, he sarcastically continues. "So unless you know a conveniently unguarded back door, what's the plan?" He grins at his brother. "Matter of fact, I do." Seeing Virgil jerk in surprise, and the other three gape at him, he can't help but grin before adding to Virgil, "In fact, you know it too." "Oh, and Yamato was repaired a while ago. I'm sure the kid wouldn't mind giving it back to its owner since you're alive, and he doesn't need it anymore." Ignoring Virgil's confused look, he pushes his hair out of the way and presses a button on his headset. "Hey Cat, you there?" The reply comes swiftly. "Yeah, I'm here." "Good. Listen, I got some people here, Dash." She cuts him off. "People? I thought this was a base-destroying run, not a rescue mission." "What Dash?" "No, I'll explain later. Just trust me, okay?" "So then, can you Dash?" She cuts him off again. "Know of a rift nearby and can open it?" "Duh. Are you calling me incapable as a medium or something?" "No, I wasn't insinuating you're incapable. I just didn't want to assume you knew of a rift nearby. Preferable not anywhere near the gate." "Yeah, I can sense one that should be suitable. I'll send you the coordinates based on how far away I'm sensing it to be." "Gotcha. Nero, can you head over with Cat and guard it so no demons get through?" This time it's his nephew's voice that responds. "Sure thing, Dante." "Thanks, kid. Be there soon." With that, he pulls his modified phone out of his pocket, opening the text Cat had sent him with the coordinates. As soon as he knows where he's going, he motions for his family to follow him and sets off. They follow his brother to the rift Cat had opened for them. And wasn't that a thought? Cat had stayed with Dante all these years. Knowing how loyal she was firsthand, he has no doubt she's loyally stuck by his side through thick and thin. Once they go through the rift, the first thing that greets them is Cat gasping before shakily exclaiming, "Virgil, you're alive." Virgil stares at her for a moment, just taking her in. She's gotten older, and her expression as she stares at him is an odd mix of hope and fear. Eventually, he nods at Cat, glancing away before mustering himself and quietly saying, "Yeah, I am." Cat, I'm sorry about before. You deserve an explanation. See, I had met my soulmate a while before, but she died when our son was 7 months old. Some humans had found out about us, about the fact we weren't human, and they killed her. I managed to resist the usual suicide, but I went insane. That's why I tried to do what I did, and why I treated you how I did. I'm still not fine, but now I'm at least mostly sane. I know you probably can never forgive me, but I truly am sorry for my actions and behavior. And even if you can't forgive me, I still owe you an apology. Kat searches his face for a moment. Once she seems to find what she was looking for, tears appear in her eyes, and she hugs Virgil tightly while saying, "It's okay, Virgil. I may not have a soulmate, but I know people who do, and I know the madness that can come purely from them being in danger. For your mate to be dead dash." She cuts herself off briefly before continuing in a quieter voice. "I may never be able to truly understand the pain you were in, but I do understand your actions now. So I forgive you." He still feels guilty for everything he'd put her through, but he couldn't deny that he was relieved by her forgiveness. He doesn't deserve it, but it isn't his choice to make. It was Kat's. He resolves himself to do the best he can to deserve her absolution. Despite the issue of his sanity, they'd been friends once. He hopes to one day be worthy of her friendship and loyalty once more. He's broken from his thoughts by Dante's voice. "Oi, kid. Virgil's not really in any condition to fight, but you want to give him back Yamato, just in case." Virgil turns just in time to see the boy shift his gaze from himself to Dante, and immediately stiffens. Now that he thought about it, Dante had said the name Nero. Having been caught up in thoughts of seeing Kat again, and worrying about his family making it through hell, and keeping an eye out for demons. Even if he currently wasn't capable of putting up much of a fight, he hadn't put it together and realized what it meant until now. Now, though, his son was standing right in front of him, having been watching him with an odd expression before Dante, grab-resting, placed his attention. He was so much older than the 7-month-old Virgil last saw, but it doesn't matter. He recognizes his son anyway. Nero nods at Dante, then lifts his right arm. It was strange, much like Marzanna's arm. It looked like his arm was devil-triggered, but the rest of him was in human form. Then, out of the part of his arm that seems cracked open with a blue glow coming from inside, an energy of the same color begins to flow out, before it abruptly expands and solidifies, becoming the ever-familiar Yamato. He accepts his sword with a hesitant smile when Nero extends it to him, but he can't help but ask, how exactly was it restored? Powerful demonic weapons like this aren't exactly easy to make or fix. Though he seems equally unsure, it warms his heart that Nero returns his smile. I had my first partial devil trigger less than 10 feet from it. Dante figures, since I'm your son and Sparda's grandson, it recognized the signature of my demonic energy, resonated with it, and soaked it up. He figures I probably would have fully devil-triggered if Yamato hadn't been feeding off of me to repair itself, but I'm glad it did. I needed it to save someone I love. He glances at Kat, then, showing he'd heard his brief conversation with Kat, gives him a small, unsure smile. My own soulmate, funnily enough. He ducks his head and smiles a bit wider at the sword. I'm glad. I'm glad it could help you save your soulmate. And I'm glad that after all the terrible things I did with it, it's been used for good since I was separated from it. Though he says that, it means that he also can't help but wonder how it came to be wherever it was that Nero initially devil-triggered. Shouldn't it have been with Dante? Had Dante given it to him, and then he triggered? He supposes that with how Yamato had been passed from their father to them, if Yamato was rightfully anyone's when he'd been assumed dead, it was Nero. But how did Dante even find him? He thought he'd hidden him rather well. Well, he supposes he has pretty much all the time in the world to get the story from the two. Knowing Dante, it'll be interesting. Dante cuts into his thoughts again. Are they down? Nero nods at him. Yeah, the charges are set on the hellgate's anchor. We're just waiting on you, unless you managed to set the explosives before you found them. Dante shakes his head, but before he can reply, Sparda speaks up. Destroying the hellgate is all well and good, but unless we recreate my seal, they'll just make another one in a few days. Dante frowns at that, then sighs. Yeah, I know, but I don't know how your seal is done, and you're in no condition to do it. Especially since you had to leave a significant portion of your power on the other side last time, and in your condition, that could very well kill you. And what about the sacrifice priestesses? I don't feel comfortable sacrificing anyone. Surely there's another way. Sparda shakes his head immediately. First of all, when it comes to priestess, last time the angels found me a priestess pure of heart, but they made sure it was one that was old and didn't have much time left anyway. Partially because they were equally uncomfortable with the idea of sacrificing anyone, but partially because the sacrifice has to willingly give their life. Someone willingly dying creates powerful, lasting magic, Dante. And though it pained me to do that to her, Vita was willing to die to make the world a better place, as free from demons as possible. The magic of her sacrifice still lingers, and if the seal is done right, we should be able to utilize that and shouldn't have to sacrifice anyone else. He glances at Kat with a thoughtful look. As for my leaving power on the other side of the barrier, last time the only help I had was angels who naturally struggle to access hell. This time we have a medium who can open rifts and other devils who know how to travel back and forth between the planes of existence. So there shouldn't be any need to leave the majority of my power this time. It wouldn't matter even if I did. We can't afford to let them obtain a fully operational hellgate. It would be disastrous. Besides, the ritual only requires demonic energy and my blood. The blood isn't a problem. A few drops will do. It's the demonic energy that's the hard part. The ritual to make the seal requires a ridiculous amount. Before Dante can respond, Nero cuts in. Dante. He knows how to do the seal, and we can use his blood. I can supply the energy, so get going and set the charges. Dante studies him for a minute, then nods. I can see you're not going to budge, so I won't bother arguing. Just make sure you keep them safe, kid. You hear? Nero nods firmly, with a determined expression. Once the gate was destroyed and Sparta's seal back in place, they'd all gotten in Dante and Kat's cars and left. When he asks, Dante informs him that the only reason both cars were there was because Kat left before them to scout the area. But that's fortunate for them, seeing as it means there's enough room to load everyone up without having to wait for Lady or Trish to show up, whoever they are one. Once they arrive at Dante's shop and Virgil sees his brother move to get his daughter, he follows his parents inside. The first thing that greets him is two women bent over what looks like a map. Without looking back at them, the blonde says, "The sign says closed for a reason." His mother tilts her head in amusement. "We came with Dante. He's just grabbing some rather precious cargo from the car." The two look up, and he vaguely recognizes the brunette. He'd seen her at Temenageru, hadn't he? She was the descendant of the priestesses that was needed to temporarily open the portal and reach their father's power, wasn't she? Arkham's daughter? Though he only vaguely recognizes them, it's clear they recognize him and know of his past with Dante, as they both immediately draw guns and aim them at him. His parents' amusement dries up instantly, and they look seconds away from attacking the two women. He quickly places a hand on their shoulders, shaking his head when they glance back at him. This appears to confuse them enough to make them hesitate, which is all the opening Nero and Kat need to start trying to explain and reassure them. It doesn't seem to help much, as they continue to eye him warily with their guns pointed at him. But at least they aren't trying to shoot him yet. The tense standoff is broken by Dante growling in a low, quiet, commanding voice. "Lady Trish, that is enough. Put your weapons away now. Yes, my brother has done some horrible stuff in the past, but it's different now. I will explain, but only after I put Marzanna in the guest resting place room. So all of you, keep your fucking voices down. I won't have you waking her." He doesn't walk away, just yet though, giving the two a stern glare. He only lets up once they've put their guns away, and it's only then that he nods sharply and leaves, the sleeping Marzanna carefully cradled in his arms. He couldn't blame the kid for passing out in the car. She'd been exhausted by the time they'd run into Dante, though she'd made a valiant effort to hide it from them, likely because she still didn't trust them. It was nice to see that even though he clearly felt totally out of his depth with a child he only just found out about, something Nero had quietly filled them in on while they'd been setting up the new seal, he was still protective of her. He knew Dante could be serious when it was required, but he'd never seen his brother so commanding. Even more surprising was the fact the two listened, especially since Lady and Trish don't seem like the kind of women who follow anyone's commands. Though, thinking back to Temenageru, he thought the brunette's name was Mary? Yes, now that he thinks about it, he was sure he recalled Arkham calling her Mary. So, she'd change her name? He couldn't blame her for wanting to distance herself from her father. Nero grins at the blonde woman mischievously. Oh, someone's in trouble. With the boss to boot. The blonde glares at him. Not my boss. His grin widens. You're an employee of Devil May Cry, aren't you? Last I checked, Devil May Cry was Dante's business and his business alone. So unless he gave you partial ownership, he is, in fact, your boss. Her glare intensifies for a moment, then melts into a smirk as she tosses her hair over her shoulder. You sure you should be wasting time with me when your personal Armageddon has dawned? His smug teasing melts away into a look of wary confusion. But before he can reply, an overly sweet female voice drifts through the doorway, leading to what Virgil presumes is an attached house. Nero, is that you? Weren't you supposed to be home 2 days ago? Nero blanches, then heatedly hisses in a demanding tone at the blonde. What did you do? She only uses that tone when she's royally pissed. And she's always understanding of the fact that hunts can take longer than expected unless you say something to her. So don't try to act dumb or innocent. The blonde smirks evilly, before shrugging nonchalantly. I haven't the faintest clue what's wrong with Kyrie. The only thing I said to her about you being late was that she was lucky you two were soulmates since you were with Playboy Dante. After all, the chances of him dragging you to some strip club or some other place was quite high, so she was lucky that as your soulmate you only have eyes for her. Nero glares murderously at her. Then at Kyrie's sharp Nero quickly calls back to her, coming, before mumbling to Kat, if you'll excuse me, I've got some hardcore groveling/explaining to do. Kat snickers in her hand before quietly saying back a quick, good luck. You'll need it. Once he was gone, Virgil whirls towards Kat. Does Dante really take him to strip clubs and stuff? Kat rapidly shakes her head before explaining, no, he doesn't. However, Trish and Nero not only tease one another, but are constantly trying to get each other in trouble. So Trish implies all sorts of lies to Kyrie, who continues to listen to her since she never outright tells lies, just implies. Virgil sighs in relief. He really didn't want to have to murder his little brother after seeing him for the first time in years, especially since most of his sanity had finally returned. Chapter in notes. 1. Yes, Virgil met Lady in Devil May Cry 3, at least briefly, but it's not like he'd know she'd taken on the name Lady. Of fatalities and laughter. Chapter notes. Disclaimer. I don't own Mortal Kombat either. It's only mentioned, but still. With a sudden jerk, Marzanna wakes up in an extremely soft resting place, something that hasn't happened since Agnes caught her. For a moment, she just lays there, trying to figure out where she could be. When she realizes she doesn't remember the full car ride after escaping hell, she decides she must have fallen asleep on the way. She rolls on her back with a look of contemplation on her face. Yesterday, she met her father and his family. She wasn't sure what to think of that, to be perfectly honest. On one hand, they were family. On the other, she didn't know these people at all. Deciding she wouldn't reach any solid conclusions just laying there, and that her rumbling stomach needed attention, she gets up. She's in dire need of a shower since she was still covered in dried blood from the ritual to break the seal, but she doesn't know where it is. After a moment of mental debate, she leaves the room to find someone and ask. Luck was on her side momentarily, as hesitating for a moment, unsure which direction to go, led to her still being in the hallway when the younger guy from yesterday came out of another room down the hall. She's pretty sure the others had called him Nero? Well, maybe it was his name, maybe it wasn't, but she didn't want to embarrass herself by getting his name wrong, especially since he actually looks like he's related to her, unlike that Catwoman. She settles for calling out a generic, hey. He turns sharply in surprise and stares at her in shock for a moment before regaining his composure. You're awake. That's good, though we all expected you to sleep longer with your injuries and low magic and demonic energy. Then he shakes his head. Well, anyway, what did you need, kiddo? She shrugs. I'm sure you already know demonic energy regenerates rather quickly. Obviously, it's even faster when it's not being used. Magic is similar. So rather than use either, I healed myself with my angelic abilities and let the others regenerate. Anyway, I just wanted to know where a shower was. I'm still caked in dried blood from that foul ritual the bastard Agnes used me for. Her nose wrinkled at the last part, and he seems rather understanding of her plight if his expression was anything to go by. Sure, we haven't managed to get you clothes yet though, and unlike Virgil, Sparda, and Eva, you're nowhere near anyone else's size, so unfortunately no one can just lend you something either. She waves the concern away. That's okay. I've got clothes. He gives her a confused look, then shrugs his confusion away. If you say so. The bathroom's that second door on the right. When you're done, just go down the hall, down the stairs to the bottom, and hang a left. The kitchen is the third door on the left. You can grab something to eat there. She nods politely and gives him a faint smile, grateful but still unsure of these strangers. Thank you. She hesitates at the door to the bathroom, then decides he'd probably forgive her considering how hectic that day had been. Sorry, but I didn't catch your name the day we met. He grins at her. It's Nero. Then he rubs the back of his head thoughtfully before adding, Eva said you seemed to recognize Virgil despite the fact Dante didn't even know you existed a week ago. And with everything to sort out, it might not come up later, so I may as well just say it now. He drops his hand and shakes his head before giving her another grin. Anyway, I'm Virgil's son, so we're cousins. Go take a shower. There will be plenty of time to talk later. She nods and gives him another smile, still hesitant, but a little bolder now. Then goes into the bathroom, firmly shutting and locking the door behind her. She waits a few seconds, carefully listening to him walk away, then applies her limited skill with wandless magic that she'd forced herself to learn to deal with Potter to seal the door. She was pretty sure they could force their way in if they wanted to, but it would give her precious seconds to prepare herself. It was something she'd picked up when she lived with Potter. He'd never barged into the bathroom, but more than once he'd forced his way into her room to take his frustrations out on her. Sometimes he hadn't cared about actually doing damage and just hit her, but sometimes he would want to see her hurt. That always meant him using magic on her, given her natural durability, which now that she knew about her heritage, she figured was probably because she was a Nephilim. Her dad and his family didn't seem like the type to try to hurt her, but if you asked anyone in the British magical community other than her if James Potter was abusive, they would tell you no. So first impressions didn't mean much as far as she was concerned. After her shower, she removes her mother's trunk from her Devilbringer, then pulls a change of clothes out. She'd assumed she'd be out on her ass if she tried to help her mother, so she packed all of her belongings in it beforehand. She figured it was probably safe to say it was her trunk at this point. Though technically, if she were being honest, some of that stuff was Potter's, like the dark arts books he wouldn't miss, or even appreciate properly if he did. Those were stored in the library compartment of her trunk. Now showered and dressed, she heads downstairs for some food. Upon entering the kitchen, she found what she assumed was everyone in the house having breakfast. When they all turn her, Dante says, "Ah, Nero told us you were awake. Though I'm kind of curious where you got the clothes. Whatever, we should get you back to your mother soon. She's probably worried." From their expressions, it seemed they'd already talked about returning her home, though some of them didn't seem happy about it. She hums lightly, "I had my clothes with me." Rather than properly elaborating at their obvious confusion, she only said, "Magic." Then she frowns and rubs at her arm awkwardly. "Though you're probably right, she likely misses me. Taking me back might be a problem. I'm not welcome there anymore." Dante frowns heavily. "What do you mean you're not welcome there? It's your home, isn't it?" As they'd been talking, a woman with reddish-brown hair had ushered her to the table, where she'd been sat in between Dante, who was at one of the corners, and Nero. Then the woman got her a plate of food. She'd smiles and thanks and starts eating as Dante was asking his question. So she swallowed her food before answering. "My mom's married to a fucking asshole, and he kicked me out almost 3 months ago. He's not going to let me go back. Not to mention, I'm British. While I doubt you'd have much problems getting me back to the UK, you'd have to take me back and then convince the douchebag to let me stay there again." Dante's frown deepens. Then he seems to turn thoughtful before apparently remembering something and begins murmuring, "Evans. Agnes recording said your last name was Evans." When Marzanna nods her confirmation to her name, he hums before continuing. "Your mom wouldn't happen to be Lily Evans, would she? I remember her. Lovely woman. Rather feisty too. Didn't know she was a witch." Marzanna nods again, but strangely Virgil chokes on his drink. Most of the others look startled too. Once he noticed their incredulous staring, Dante barks a sharp defensive, "What?" Virgil just tilts his head, still staring before finally explaining. "You don't usually even remember your He throws a quick glance at her companion's name the next day, much less anything about them. but this would have had to have been 6, perhaps 7 years ago. Just it's strange for you to remember her and her name. Dante huffs as though offended and looks off to the side. Then, shocking the others further, gains a fond smile before quietly saying, "Yeah, well, there was something special about Lily, all right?" Turning back to Marzanna, he looks thoughtful for a moment before continuing. "Now that I think about it, didn't Agnes' recordings say you'd been mistreatment?" She tenses at that, not having wanted that broadcasted to everyone. But Dante continues a moment later with a frown. Lily isn't the type to do something as despicable as hitting a child, so I'm assuming it was her husband, though Lily didn't seem like the type to even put up with that shit either. So maybe I pegged her wrong. I'd actually somehow forgotten about that in the panic to destroy the hellgate, so I can't really send you back in good conscience anyway. Marzanna shakes her head firmly. "No, my mom isn't the type to allow something like that to happen, but that's only when she's herself." Now they were confused again, so she sighs and continues. "You already know me and my mother are magicals, but my so-called stepfather, James Potter, is too. He's a rather despicable man who will do practically anything to get what he wants. He isn't even above, say, doping the woman he's obsessed with enchantment for a dozen years so far." Everyone around the table had mixed looks of disgust and anger, mostly disgust for the guys and anger on the women's faces, though Dante was strongly both, but she continued regardless. "Worse yet, Potter is a pure blood, the magical version of being a noble. Disgusting prejudiced British wizard law says that since he's of pure blood and my mother isn't, holding her under enchantment is perfectly legal, though he hides it anyway." Nero abruptly cuts in, furiously exclaiming, "That's fucking foul. Just because someone isn't a so-called pure blood, it's okay to enslave them? That's sick." It was obvious everyone else agreed with him, but she sighs again and explains, "To the British wizarding world in general, blood status is everything. Pure bloods are people who can trace their lineage back at least 500 years with no impure blood staining it. Non-magical born, or muggle-born as they like to call them, are those who are born to non-magicals. Though technically there's no such thing as a true muggle-born since the ability to use magic is purely hereditary, which really just means these people are unaware of having a magical ancestor." She shakes the tangential thought off. Pure bloods often use the derogatory name mudblood for them, since in the UK a common bullshit mindset is pure blood superiority, and that belief says that non-magicals are filthy, uncultured animals. Then there are half-bloods. They only have one pure blood parent. They're usually seen with scorn as living proof of a pure line being sullied. You've also got squibs, people who are born to magical families, but have practically no magic to speak of. Some don't have any at all, but most have enough for any wards that react to non-magicals to leave them alone, though not enough to cast magic. She frowns down at her food. The laws favor pure bloods heavily. Since half-bloods have one pure-blooded parent, they enjoy most of the same legal favoritism, even if the people don't like them. Squibs are considered shameful failures for lacking magic, even though they can't help being born that way. Muggle-borns don't really have many rights. They'll always have problems getting jobs, will never get a high-ranking position in any magical business of considerable size, and just generally don't have good lives in the magical world. Or at least in the British magical world. I've heard it's different in other countries, but I wouldn't know. Really, most wouldn't bat an eye if they knew my mother was under enchantment. Honestly, pure bloods can get away with practically everything but murdering muggle-borns." Dante scowls. That right there is one of the few things I hate about humans. That they seem to have a need to degrade other people just because they aren't similar. Nero huffs angrily. "I'm afraid there will probably always be people taking away the rights others have as sentient creatures because they believe themselves superior or better or whatever." Marzanna sighs, then cuts whatever Dante was about to say off by continuing, "Actually manages to get worse." Before she could continue, Nero interrupts again, demanding, "How could it possibly get worse? That's already horrible enough." She gazes at him, unhappy with what she was about to say. "Actually, Nero, if we were in the British wizarding world, you'd be one of the people to experience firsthand how it gets worse, as you would be labeled by the British Ministry of Magic as a half-breed, which basically just means you aren't fully human. See, all those class differences I spoke about earlier only applied to humans. Non-humans are treated even worse in the UK. It's complete fucking prejudice bullshit. But to them, even the supposed filthy, uncultured animals they believe non-magicals to be are better than you. Though to them, since you're at least part human, you're better than Virgil, Dante, and the others who would be labeled creatures. Specifically, they'd probably be labeled dark creatures, even Eva. To make matters even worse, even with your partial human blood, you'd have no rights whatsoever. If a pure blood walked up to you and murdered you in the middle of a crowded street, the only thing that would happen to the pure blood once the authorities realized you weren't human would be a questioning. Even then, they'd just have to claim they felt threatened by your presence, and they'd get away with it without so much as a slap on the wrist. Which is why most with creature blood either hide it, or they hide themselves away from the majority of the magical world. Understandably, everyone at the table looks horrified at her explanation. Then Dante swallows heavily. Then I suppose we should just be grateful the crazy asshole doping your mother didn't kill you. She shakes her head lightly. He wouldn't have risked it. I may be registered under my mother's maiden name in the non-magical world, but Potter made sure I was registered under his last name on the magical side of things. After all, it would be shameful if anyone found out his wife had a child that wasn't his. Claiming the child isn't uncommon amongst pure bloods whose spouses have kids with someone else. Even if people would have known I wasn't actually his or fully human after my body would have been examined, there would have undoubtedly been people who didn't believe it, and killing what some thought was really his child would have seriously damaged his reputation. She snorts. It also doesn't help that my mother was subjected to a spell that allows a woman to get expecting while she's already carrying a child. So me dying and being found to not be Potter's would have made people question how my half-brother could be his, since the spell also made us be born together as twins. No, Potter wouldn't risk any of that. Dante hums. Oh well, while all this is good to know, so we know what to expect if any of us have to go to the magical side of Britain, I wasn't going to send you back anyway. He glances at Eva and frowns before adding more to himself than anyone else, though I still don't think I'm capable of raising a kid. Eva sighs in exasperation, then states in a manner that made Marzanna sure she'd said it multiple times already. I told you. Your father and I just got our family back, even if it's grown considerably in our absence. We won't be leaving anytime soon. We'll be happy to help you raise our granddaughter. I'm sure you'll get some help from the others as well. You don't have to do it alone, Dante. There was a general agreement to her words, to which Dante rolls his eyes and looks back at her, then after a moment says, "Well, kid, I suppose you're with me now. If you're okay with that?" She nods. She may be wary of them, but she'd been lonely since Potter kicked her out, and ever since the first and only time her mother told you about Dante, she had wished for a chance to know her father, and this was it. Dante smiles and nods. Then I suppose we're going to need to make that guest resting place room you were staying in yours. I'm not complaining about my family being back, but between you, Mom, Dad, and Virgil moving in, I'm going to need to expand again, as that'll only leave us with one guest resting place room. The rooms were originally for clients who needed extended protection and demon hunter friends, so we kind of need more than one. He was obviously talking more to himself than her, or anyone else when he said the last part. Then he shakes his head and asks absently, "I suppose you're going to need clothes and probably other stuff too, Marzanna?" She shakes her head then. "Nope. I've got all my stuff." Vaguely the thought crosses her mind that she was strangely good at confusing the hell out of this group of angels, demons, and humans, especially considering they were in the demon hunting business. She shakes the thought off and summons her shrunken trunk from inside her Devilbringer. This used to be my mom's. It's enchanted to be much bigger on the inside, shrink at will, and has multiple expanded compartments amongst other things. The reason Potter kicked me out was because I found out about him using enchantments on my mom and then ruined his entire stock of the crap. She shrugs. I figured I'd find myself out on my ass when I decided to destroy his stock, but I wasn't about to just sit back and do nothing. So I just packed all my stuff in here. One of the compartments I told you about is a living area. Apparently before Potter began giving her enchantments, my mom used it to get away when she was stressed. I was staying in there before I got captured by that bastard Agnes. Dante was looking at the trunk in curiosity after her explanation, and he wasn't the only one. Shaking his head, Dante pulls his gaze from the trunk and looks at her while saying, cat designed the guest rooms to be impersonal, so other than getting some stuff to change that about your room, I guess you're pretty much set. I suppose since Virgil, Dad, and Mom need clothes, and you all need stuff for your rooms, we should probably get going. Much as I hate to say it, we need to go shopping. Marzanna understood exactly why he hated saying it when a strange gleam appeared in the eyes of Eva, Cat, a blonde woman, a black-haired woman, and the woman who fed her. That gleam made her nervous, and it seems she isn't the only one, as Nero, Virgil, and Sparda seem to be in the same boat. Though Dante looks less nervous and more like he'd resign himself to death. She briefly thinks about how humorous this was. She learned a lot from Agnes about her family and their feats. To think the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, the legendary devil hunter Dante, the hero of Fortuna Nero, and Virgil who could go toe-to-toe with Dante, but whose feats up to this point were kinda evil, were all terrified of 5 petite women. Correction, terrified of 5 petite women and shopping. She would have snickered, but she was scared of them too. It had been almost 2 months since Marzanna had moved in with her dad, and she was starting to get a bit frustrated. She wanted a chance to get to know her dad, but he was so awkward around her that it was proving difficult. Not that it was entirely his fault. She was awkward when she was with him as well. She was fairly certain they were driving the others up the wall with their awkwardness. She'd been awkward and unsure towards the rest as well, but unlike Dante, they refused to be awkward in return. Because of this, she'd already begun to get close to them. Nero in particular always went out of his way to make her feel welcome and get to know her, and she was rapidly starting to think of him as an older brother because of it. On the plus side, she was now pretty much certain they were actually good people who cared about her and would never hurt her. Now, though, she was about to face what would probably be the most awkward 2 weeks of her life. Sparda and Eva, who were slowly getting familiar with her and getting her to call them Grandpa and Grandma, had been planning to go visit some of their old allies along with some of the safe houses they'd made to see who could still be called friend, and if some of their more useful stuff was still intact and where they left it. Just a few days before they had to leave, though, an influx of jobs had come in, leaving just her Grandpa, Grandma, and her dad in the house. Even Kyrie had left, though she was just going with Nero to get any civilians out of the way since the jobs he'd taken were just a string of eliminating swarms of smaller demons. But most were in sort of public places. They were supposed to be the first back, but Nero's jobs would keep them busy for at least 12 more days. Now it was time for Grandpa and Grandma to leave. Eva fiddles with her coat before asking for the 26th time. "Are you sure you two will be okay by yourselves? Because me and Sparda can put our trip off till some of the others get back." Though he doesn't seem worried like his wife. She figures Grandpa was actually worried too, since he had agreed with her all previous 25 times she said this, and he agrees with her now. Dante, however, just sighs, then gives them a reassuring smile. "Mom, stop worrying, we'll be fine. I promise. You and Dad need to see the state of your affairs, so don't worry about us. Now I love you, but you need to get going." Eva gives him a wobbly, worried smile. All right. We'll be leaving now. I love you too, Dante." Then looking at her, Eva said, "I love you as well, sweetheart. Behave for your father, please. Not that you usually cause much trouble, but still." Marzanna smiles up at her. "Of course, Grandma. I love you and Grandpa too. Be careful." Eva places a gesture on her forehead, then turns and heads for the door. Sparda ruffles her hair and murmurs a quiet, "Love you too, kiddo." Just like that, he and Eva are gone, and she's alone with her awkward and nervous dad. Dante gives a strange huffing sigh, then looks at her warily. "So, what should we do?" Kyrie enters the house with Nero warily, both of them expecting to find an atmosphere of painfully awkward tension. Instead, they end up sharing a look of pleasant surprise upon finding Dante and Marzanna in the living room, 2 boxes of pizza on the coffee table, and the two playing video games. More specifically, they seem to be playing Mortal Kombat, and Dante seems to be losing badly. Apparently coming to the conclusion that he wouldn't win fairly, Dante reaches over and starts trying to mess with Marzanna's controller, all the while laughingly shouting, No, stop comboing me. You're kicking my ass. This so isn't fair. You're 6 for crying out loud." Marzanna was laughing too, but mockingly replied, "I'm not kicking your ass because I'm using combos. You just suck, old man." Dante yelps in a weird, offended manner. "Hey, I'm not old, you brat. A moment later, the iconic finish him appears on the screen, and he drops his controller to mess with her in earnest, shouting all the while, "Oh no, don't you dare fatality me again." His attempts were for naught, though. As a moment later, Marzanna's character suddenly starts shrieking, causing Dante's character to compress painfully before exploding. A second later, the game announces Sindel wins. Fatality. Nero starts laughing at him. "Why, Dante, I didn't know a 6-year-old could kick your ass." Dante whirls around. "Shut the fuck up, Brad. She's stupidly good at this game." Nero's only response is a sarcastic, "Aha, whatever you say, Dante." Dante glares before throwing the controller at him. "Oh yeah? Well then how about you try, and I'll laugh my ass off when she kicks your ass." Nero catches the controller and sits down in one smooth motion. As he's picking his character, Kyrie shakes her head at her soulmate and husband before turning to Dante and saying in exasperation, "Really, Dante? Must you taunt him?" When he just huffs, she continues, "Also, I know she's your daughter and you can raise her how you like, but really, pizza? You couldn't make her something healthy? I know you were surprisingly decent in the kitchen. If not make something, then you could have at least bought something healthy. She's a growing girl. She shouldn't be constantly eating stuff like pizza." Dante gets an offended expression. "This is the first time since we were left alone that I got her unhealthy food. Besides, I needed to remedy a horrible act of cruelty immediately." Nero appears to be mostly focused on not getting his ass handed to him on a silver platter. As it would seem, Dante was right. Marzanna was good, but he still manages to snort and ask, "Oh yeah? What horrible cruelty is this?" Dante looks at him and whispers in a horrified manner, "She'd never had pizza." Nero drops his controller in shock and gapes at Dante, then turns an equally horrified expression to Marzanna and whispers, "You never had pizza? What kind of monster would deprive someone of pizza?" Marzanna gazes at him in bemusement before explaining, "In the magical world, there are creatures known as house elves. They can't survive without being bonded to someone with magic. So usually in return for bonding with them along with giving them a place to live, house elves serve the person they're bonded to, kind of like live-in housekeeping. They get the bond, food, and a place to stay, and the person they're bonded to gets someone who cooks and cleans. They do more than that, but those are their primary jobs. Of course, while they're treated with respect in most countries as sentient beings, prejudiced Britain usually treats them as little more than slaves." She shakes her head. "Anyway, Potter, like pretty much all pure bloods, had house elves bonded to his family. However, while all house elves are amazing cooks, most don't know how to make stuff like pizza, so since I got my meals from them, I never had it. Normally, house elves wouldn't take care of someone who wasn't either a guest or a member of the family they're bonded to, but since Potter forced his last name on me, they always took care of me. It certainly didn't hurt that they liked me more than James or Mike, since I was actually nice to them and treated them with respect." The lighthearted mood dampens a bit at the mention of yet another species the British magicals treat poorly. Kyrie shakes her head before saying with forced cheer, "Well, I was going to make lunch if you guys hadn't eaten yet when I got home. But since you have, and since Nero's probably just going to get into the pizza, I'll just make something for myself. Unless you want me to make you some food, Nero." She says the last part in a tone that makes it clear she already knows the answer is no, and she's just being polite. Though she uses the tone not to make him feel bad or anything, but actually to let him know she doesn't mind him picking the pizza over her own cooking. Sure enough, Nero grins sheepishly at her as he picks his controller back up. "No thanks, Kyrie. Thanks anyway, but as amazing as your cooking is, I haven't had pizza in a long time." She just nods and leaves the living room. While she was making her food, she could hear shouts from Nero and laughing from Dante and Marzanna. He was obviously losing, especially since he kept proclaiming things like "rematch" and "I'll get you this time, Brad." She also hears quite a few dramatic "no"s from him, along with Dante taunting him and Marzanna laughingly teasing him about sucking. She smiles broadly. It was good to hear Marzanna finally getting along with her father. Kyrie's heart was warmed by her family's laughter. When she came back, it was to the sight of Nero finally winning a match. Before he could do one of those fatalities, though, Marzanna abruptly exclaims, "Oh no, you don't." Then her character, Sindel, she's confident her name, is given how many Sindel wins she's been hearing, does a backflip right on her head, snapping her own neck and crushing her skull as well. if the digital puddle of blood was any indication. A moment later, the game announces Scorpion wins. Harakiri. Nero yells in surprise and turns to Marzanna, demanding, "What the hell was that? I didn't do that." Marzanna laughs. Harakiri. In Mortal Kombat Deception, if your opponent is about to fatality you, you can deny them by performing a suicide move, also known as Harakiri. Dante snickers at Nero's pout, then rubs it in. Even when she loses, she manages to win. Nero just glares, then flips him off with a sharp, "Oh, fuck you, Dante." A week later, when everyone was back, Kairi finds herself talking to Eva in the kitchen over lunch while Dante and Marzanna were in the living room playing video games again. With the exception of Nero, who was busy making fun of every mistake Dante made in whatever game they were playing now, everyone else is in the kitchen with them eating. Given that they aren't trying to be secretive and weren't whispering, they can easily hear everything being said in the living room and occasionally toss in their own comments. Though for the most part the major of her family seems content to just enjoy a good home-cooked meal and the sounds of Marzanna laughing and joking. It made all of them quite happy to see the young girl steadily lose her wary distrust of them and open up into a rather cheerful child. They all knew she hadn't had a good childhood so far, but they were determined to give her as normal and safe a childhood as was possible for a Nephilim, in which that was descended from Sparda. When Dante shouts again about something Marzanna was doing, Eva smiles in their vague direction despite the wall blocking her view. I'm glad they got over their awkwardness. It's nice they're finally getting along, though I must admit, I thought that I'd come back to a war zone of awkwardness, not, well, this. Kairi smiles at her. They were like this by the time Nero and I got back. I guess they just needed to be left alone to deal with their awkwardness, not have us interfering in an attempt to help. Eva hums and nods. Then, before she could say anything, Virgil throws his own opinion into the conversation. I just wish them getting along wasn't so loud. Eva smiles gently, but doesn't deign to respond. Virgil may be complaining, but they all knew he wasn't really bothered by it. Not yet anyway. He was just as glad as the rest of them to hear the two laughing and having fun together. Though it was Virgil, so he was bound to get fed up with the volume eventually. For now, though, he was just as happy as the rest of them to hear Marzanna shriek with laughter and Nero laughingly exclaim, "Oi, tickling your 6-year-old competition is not only cheating, but also completely depressing that you have to have a chance at winning." Dante huffs loudly and proclaims, "It's not cheating, it's tactics. And she's ridiculously good at games, so it's not depressing either." Virgil can't seem to help himself at that, yelling at Dante, "Tactics? Since when do you know anything about tactics, Dante?" Dante doesn't miss a beat, immediately yelling insults back, the twins quickly falling into bickering with each other despite being in different rooms, and soon dragging others into the heated, though friendly debate, if it can even be called that. Eva and Kairi share a smile at the ridiculousness. Their family was bigger than Eva had ever expected it to be, and larger than Kairi thought it would become, but it was happy. Indeed, for now at least, life was good. Mithril, Chimera, and Strixes. Chapter notes. And yes, they may show them reloading in cutscenes like Nero reloading in his fight against Dante, but they don't reload during gameplay, so nay. Literally translated, Sharaba means the scene of bloodshed. For those of you who read my other ongoing stories, no, I'm not neglecting those for this story. I just have a lot of ideas for those stories, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to implement them. I'll update them as soon as I get the general way I want them to go figured out in my head. However, I do have this story kinda just a tiny bit figured out, so you might see more updates for this story before you see new chapters for the other stories. Edit. Look further into the legend behind the Strix, and while it's usually summarized as some woman and her sons being turned into them for cannibalism and therefore being birds that only eat the flesh and blood of humans, supposedly only Polyphon was actually turned into a Strix. Her sons, who were the ones who ate people, were turned into an eagle owl and a vulture respectively. Not really relevant, I just found it interesting, so I thought I'd share. Dante is unsure of what to think right now. His daughter is only 6, but his father is in the forge with her making her weapon. Virgil had mentioned that even if she didn't outright become a demon hunter, she needed to be trained how to fight. As a Sparda, she would inevitably be targeted by demons again, so she needs to know how to defend herself. Or rather, That was what he said when Dante was seconds away from protesting. He still wasn't happy, but Virgil had a point. Besides, if she did decide to become a demon hunter, he could always make her wait until she was older to start hunting. Though even if he made her wait, he had the distinct feeling she'd be hunting by the time she was a teenager. That thought doesn't sit well with him. But he knows Marzanna could be even more stubborn than him when she puts her mind to it, so he figures he should just be glad she'll have a relatively peaceful childhood from now on. No more mistreatment and demonic capture if he had anything to say about it. After his parents were captured and thought dead, he was put in an orphanage that happened to be run by demons. This had directly led to him being a demon hunter from a very young age. He would not allow Marzanna, his baby girl, to share his fate. However, the process of at least teaching her to defend herself started by making her a weapon. Though she had an opportunity the rest of them hadn't had. Dante and Virgil had inherited two of Sparda's weapons. Nero's much-adored Red Queen was made by humans that knew how to forge steel in a fashion similar to how demons do it, and Trish's blades were demonic steel. Marzanna, on the other hand, was receiving the opportunity to have her weapon be Nephilim Mithril, an alloy made from demonic steel and angelic orichalcum. Normally, attempting to combine these has a rather explosive effect, but the Nephilim figured out how to do it a long time ago, and Eva had learned the secret to successfully creating mithril from a Nephilim friend 3,000 years ago. Dante knows his father will have to be extremely careful while making the mithril, not only to prevent messing up and causing an explosion, but also because orichalcum was incredibly toxic and poisonous to demons. It could even cause horrible burns and slow a demon's natural healing abilities. Angels had a similar reaction to demonic steel. This made mithril toxic to both species. Only Nephilim could fully wield it, though humans and other species that had no demonic or angelic ties could touch it without being negatively affected. However, Sparda believed the advantages to forging Marzanna's blade from mithril were worth the risks, because if a Nephilim poured their demonic and angelic energies into the raw mithril while it was still fresh out of the forge, it created what was known as a soul-bound weapon. As its name suggested, it was a weapon bound to the owner's very soul that took shape when it had been charged with enough energy to create the bond. A soul-bound weapon took the form that would best accentuate its wielder's natural fighting style, making them literally perfect for their owner. Not to mention, they always had three forms to start with. A default form that perfectly matched the wielder's fighting style, an angelic form which was always a light, fast weapon, and a demonic form which were always heavy, slow weapons. Though more forms could be gained by killing powerful demons and absorbing their energy. The best part was that it could even gain new angelic forms from demonic power. Technically, killing powerful angels would also give her weapon new forms, but they had no qualms with the angels. In fact, they were their allies. Virgil had also brought up whether or not he was going to make her guns. Dante had been firm that even if her birthday was only 4 months away, he wasn't giving her guns until she was at least 7, though he would be teaching her how to use them before that. Besides, that would give him time to make her guns. Making a regular gun didn't take much time, but making guns like ebony and ivory took a bit longer. This was because they didn't fire actual bullets. Instead, they were designed to take a charge of either demonic or angelic energy and condense it to the point it took physical form. Nero's Blue Rose had been a regular gun at first, but after he started working with Dante, it had been changed to be like ebony and ivory. Obviously, he would make Marzanna's guns like his and Nero's. Marzanna was fiddling with her new weapon. The bond meant she'd instinctively know how to use it, like the ghostly hand of her Devilbringer, but Eva said she should familiarize herself with it while the bond was still settling. Besides, even if she instinctively knew how to use it, she would still need to train with it to truly master it. So, here she was familiarizing herself with it. Grandpa had informed her that her blade was a double-edged falcata, which from her bond she knew was named Shiraba. Dangling from the handle was a strange bracelet-looking thing. She knew from the bond that it could come off, but it hadn't settled enough for her to know how, so she was trying to figure it out herself. A few minutes later, she manages to get the bracelet off. Immediately, it latches onto her right wrist, the clasp reclusing, then disappearing completely. Instinctively, she pushes demonic energy into it, and a moment later the bracelet had become a wicked-looking claw. It was snugly latched onto the back of her hand, and was itself designed to look like a skeletal hand. The claws themselves extended from the tips of her fingers and were heavily serrated. They were very obviously made to tear flesh on their way in, but shredded on their way out. A burst of angelic energy has it shifting into what looks simply like brass knuckles. Curiosity, sated about the offhand weapon, which returns it to its neutral bracelet form, she returns her attention to the actual blade. There doesn't seem to be anything special about her sword, but she instinctively knew this wasn't the case. A burst of demonic energy, and it was suddenly a heavy battle axe. Arbiter, her mind whispers, and vaguely she realizes she'd have to become stronger before she could even hope to lift the heavy weapon, much less wield it. After examining Arbiter for a few minutes, she reverts her weapon back to Shiraba. A burst of angelic energy and another mental whisper, Osiris. Osiris was a large but light scythe. Though light enough for her to wield, it was large enough that it'd be a bit difficult until she was taller. Difficult, but not impossible. She wonders briefly how her mother was doing. She would write to her if she could, just so her mother knew she was safe, but she doesn't have an owl or any other message-carrying bird. She sighs as her dad walks into the room. Those thoughts would have to wait. For now, her training was about to begin. Virgil was sitting in the living room, reading one of Marzanna's books. Most demons and angels were capable of human magic to an extent. The only reason Mundus hadn't put anti-magic seals on their cells was because they already blocked demonic powers, and unlike Marzanna's magic, theirs was entirely based off of their demonic abilities. Angelic magic did have destructive spells, but they consumed a lot of energy. Energy neither Virgil nor Eva had possessed, as Mundus had seals on their cells that left them with just enough to survive. Certainly not enough to break free and escape. Still, even if his magic was angelic and demonically based, it didn't stop him from learning spells from Marzanna's library. His magic may use a different energy than witches and wizards used, but it could still be applied and used in the same way if he wanted to. So he'd been understandably delighted when he found out Marzanna had an entire massive library on magic, with at least an eighth of it being dark magic, which was his specialty. The one time Dante glanced at one of the books he'd borrowed from Marzanna, he'd shuddered and muttered something about being glad Virgil, and he weren't enemies anymore. Virgil couldn't really blame him, though. When Dante had looked, he'd been reading about a spell that ruptured internal organs. He wasn't reading about that kind of stuff right now, though. Currently, he was reading about familiars, and if he was understating what he was reading correctly, they'd be getting some new additions to the house soon. A familiar was an animal that magically bonded itself to a witch or wizard, usually when they were young. While it wasn't necessary for a magical to have a familiar, due to the fact familiars enhanced and focused their bonded's magic, it was recommended. Though most only had one familiar, from what the book said about other hybrid people, Marzanna would likely have 2 familiars as a Nephilim. 3 if she had enough human blood. Most might think she was half human, but both demonic and angelic blood was very overpowering in that it tended to try to rewrite any additional genetics to be like they'd come from another angel or demon. Virgil would be surprised if she was even a 14th human. He would have been worried about Marzanna's familiars being expensive, but in Marzanna's trunk her mother had left a pouch that was directly connected to her Gringotts vault. Her mother had told her in her journal, which Marzanna had revealed to them after she'd grown to trust them to a certain extent, that neither Potter or Dumbledore knew of that vault, as while her parents converted money into galleons and deposited them into a Gringotts account they'd set up for her when she was 11, regardless of whether or not she'd used all her money from the previous year. After she turned 13, she started using it as a dummy vault and subtly started moving some of her money into a separate vault she'd set up under an alias. Though even then, the bulk of the money in the vault had come from her running various under-the-table jobs, both for people in Hogwarts and outside it. She'd run some rather profitable businesses, in everything from brewed potions to doing other students' homework. And after she had a decent amount in the vault, she'd told the goblin overseeing it to start investing the funds. Though there was by no means a fortune in the vault, the goblin still had that standing order to invest, so it had been steadily gaining money ever since. She also told Marzanna in her journal to consider it her trust vault, as she knew Potter wouldn't make her one, and to use it for whatever she wanted or needed. He shakes himself from his thoughts and stands up. He needs to tell Dante about familiars, and explain why it would be best to get Marzanna hers if he didn't figure it out on his own. He knew Dante wasn't stupid. His brother just wasn't as intelligent as Virgil himself, and was prone to being a bit dense or letting his emotions get the better of him. It also didn't help that becoming a demon hunter at such a young age prevented him from getting a satisfactory education. Which reminds him, Marzanna needs to be registered for school, though it was the very end of the school year at this point. They needed to get her registered before next year began. Marzanna looks around at the various animals in the warehouse. It had taken a good amount of digging according for Trish, but eventually she managed to find the local magical shopping centers, and from there, with a bit of asking around, had discovered a rather large international company that dealt with magical creatures for various reasons. So now here she was with her dad and Uncle Virgil, glancing at them unsurely and getting a warm smile and nod from each of them. She hesitantly begins wandering amongst the cages. She knew from the book that if she found it or them, she would recognize her familiar or familiars on sight. She also knew, both from the book and from her uncle's summary of it, that she would likely have both a dark creature familiar and a light creature familiar. The company that runs the warehouse wisely keeps them separate, and given that her magical core leans more towards dark than light, Virgil had insisted on starting on the side with dark creatures in case she only had one. Eventually, she works her way all the way to the back of the warehouse where the most dangerous creatures were kept, at least according to the employee that had been escorting them, but had stayed behind with her dad and uncle. He was awfully right, too. She didn't want to be back here. She recognized as far to many creatures back here as highly dangerous, and it honestly frightens her more than a little. Exactly how quickly could her dad and uncle reach and find her if one of the creatures in the cages managed to get out? Probably not quickly enough. She forces that thought down and moves a little faster, wanting to hurry up and leave already. She doesn't feel anything towards any of the animals back here, except for fear anyway. Just as she's about to call it quits and go inform her uncle that he was wrong, these creatures don't suit her at all. She notices a cage shoved into the corner. It's kept a good distance from the rest, and is very carefully covered in a sheet that leaves not even the tiniest gap for whatever is inside to peek through. She's wary of whatever could be so dangerous it needs to be kept apart from all the incredibly dangerous creatures around her, but she also feels curious. There's a saying, she knows, about curiosity killing the cat. Even so, hers gets the better of her anyway. Moving cautiously and fully ready to scream at a moment's notice, she pulls the sheet off. Her fear and any idea of screaming evaporate in an instant as she gasps. Contained within the cage was the most beautifully magnificent cat she has ever laid eyes on. It wasn't any house cat either. No, this looked like a black jaguar, but if it was back here, it couldn't be. No matter what it was, though, she knew she'd found at least one familiar. The large cat had been tense when she pulled back the sheet, but had relaxed as swiftly as she did upon laying eyes on her. It moves forward, and she doesn't hesitate to reach through the bars and start lightly scratching it under the chin, though. She has to do so around the muzzle someone had shoved onto her poor familiar's face. She tilts her head when she notices something green waving behind it, and quickly realizes it's a gorgeous but blindfolded snake swaying contentedly. She glances at the cat, and after a moment the pieces click into place. Her familiar was a chimera. Chimera was actually a rather loose umbrella term, much like dragon was. Though whereas with dragons there were many species, with chimeras there were many different combinations of species, given that they could be an amalgamation of basically any species of feline and snake, magic or not. Her poor familiar was treated like some sort of evil monster, locked up in the dark, off by itself, its feline head muzzled, its snake head blindfolded, both of which are covered in runes, and from personal experience she knew how terrible it felt to have your abilities forcibly put out of your reach by someone else. Cooing at her familiar, she opens the cage and removes both the muzzle on its feline head and the ribbon that was blindfolding its snake head, then begins petting the now happy animal. A moment later, a flash of magic goes off, and she feels the familiar bond begin to settle. Knowing her dad and uncle would have seen it, she simply settles herself into wait for them, more than happy to continue petting her new familiar. Her familiar shifts, moving halfway into her lap, and the snake head pushes itself into one of her arms. Without hesitation, She switches one of her hands from petting the feline head to scratching under the chin of the snake head. A moment later, the feline lets out a purring rumble, and simultaneously the snake head hisses in a distinctly female voice. "Oh, that is the spot." She jolts in surprise. Memories of rants and lectures on the evilness of snakes and Parseltongue flying through her head. After a moment, she shoves it aside roughly. Potter and Dumbledore would say the majority of her new family was evil too, yet they were far kinder than those two were. What does she care what either of them thought? Still, she can't help but hesitate before replying. "What's your name?" Both heads open the eyes that had slipped shut in pleasure to look at her. Then the snake tilts its head. "You speak." She swallows tightly, then lifts her chin defiantly. "Yes, I do." Both heads simply study her for a moment. Then the snake simply flicks its tongue out. "Good. Be proud of it." Then in a dismissive manner, as though it thinks there is nothing more to be said of the topic. "We are called Ite. And you? Bondmate?" For a moment she just stares at it in surprise. Then she blushes, feeling incredibly foolish. Of course a snake, chimera or not, wasn't going to judge her for being a Parselmouth. After a moment she shakes the thought off. "I'm Marzanna." Two heads tilt in thought. Then the snake nods. "Marzanna. A good name. A strong name. Tell us, Marzanna, as we are curious. We are both snake and cat. So can you understand our other head?" The feline meows, and she shakes her head sadly. "I'm sorry, but no." The snake makes a hissy sort of hum. "Most unfortunate." "Ah, but at least one of our heads can speak with you. We have another question. We could smell you much earlier than you removed the cover over our cage. You smelled scared, yet now you do not. Why?" She blushes in embarrassment. "I was scared of the other creatures back here. They could probably easily kill me if they somehow escape." The snake hisses angrily. "We would kill them if they tried. You are ours." She smiles at her familiar. "I know. That's why I'm not scared anymore. I have you with me." The snake makes a pleased hiss. "Good. You never need be afraid again. Unlike most of our kind, we do not enjoy fighting, but we will fight to protect you if necessary. We will not allow harm to come to our bondmate." She smiles. "I won't let anyone hurt you either." Both heads nuzzle into her at that proclamation. "Then we shall trust you to be our partner, rather than the master many tried to become to us." She nods, but abruptly the feline lets out a short growl, and both heads turn in the direction she had originally come from, the snake informing her, "People are coming. Two smell like you, but the third is one who works here." She reaches out and pets both heads in a soothing manner, then slips her hands around to scratch under their chins. "It's my dad, uncle, and the employee that was escorting us. I came here today looking for my familiar or familiars. They probably saw the flash of our bond and came to find me." The snake lifts its head, but before she can say anything, a hysterical voice cuts through their conversation. "Just what the fuck are you people?" She turns towards them, catching her dad raise an eyebrow at the warehouse employee, who elaborates despite still being hysterical. "That chimera is a Nunda basilisk hybrid. Do you have any idea how dangerous that abomination is?" She scowls furiously at the man, unable to help herself from growling in a low, threatening tone, commanding despite being worded as a request. "I would appreciate it, sir, if you didn't insult my familiar." The snake hisses at her. "Though we appreciate you defending us, there is no point. We will soon leave the easily frightened humans behind and go with you. Your family does not seem to mind us. We can take the humans' fear a while longer." She turns to Ite. "Are you sure?" Ite simply nods, so she smiles. "Okay then, but it's probably not a good idea to take you to the other side of the warehouse, so I'm going to leave you with my dad and uncle for a little bit, okay? I'll come back as soon as I can." Ite nods in agreement, so she gets up, ignoring the employee's feint. That was Parseltongue. She's a Parselmouth. She hesitates to go to the other side of the warehouse, though, a part of her needing to know how her dad and uncle will take this reveal. Her uncle merely huffs in reply, clearly annoyed with the man butting into business he had no right sticking his nose into, which is probably why his tone is so cold when he says, "This is a new development, but it would seem so. However, you are not here to ask questions. You are here to serve customers." Then he seems to notice her lingering, and turns away from the frightened man. He softens when he looks at her, his tone becoming gentle. Marzanna? Go on. You'll likely have a light aligned familiar as well, so you should get going to find it. Marzanna frowns lightly, but reluctantly nods. All right. I'm going to have to leave with you guys, though. The light creatures will react violently towards her. Her dad raises an eyebrow. That's fine, but you already named her. She shakes her head before explaining. Nope. I told me that was her name. Virgil just nods, and she heads through one of the many doors in the wall separating the dark and light animals. Just before the door closes, she hears her dad ask, "What's a parcel mouth?" She shakes her head ruefully. She wanted to know if her dad and uncle would accept her despite being a parcel mouth. But really, given how limited his knowledge of the magical world was, she should have expected that her dad would have no clue what it meant, or what people thought it meant, that she could talk to snakes. She pauses on the other side of the take in her surroundings. Her gaze sweeps over the cages before falling upon what looked to be a common snowy owl. She knew this was far from the truth, though. This magnificent animal was a Strix, a species that was capable of many things. Non-magical mythology saw them as ill omens, as they could predict wars and uprisings. But they were actually light creatures, and their predictions were meant to be warnings. Still, Marzanna can't help but wonder and worry about what the future may hold in store for her to have a Strix for a familiar. Despite that, even as the familiar bond settles, what she considers most important right at this moment was the fact all Strixes could teleport. She grins. It looks like she'd be able to write her mother after all, and it'd even be express delivery. Marzanna was in the living room, writing her letter to her mother. Nero is doing routine maintenance on Red Queen, and Virgil is reading another book he'd borrowed from her. Overall, the atmosphere was rather peaceful. While she's trying to figure out what to write next, Kyrie comes in to tidy up. However, when she bends down near her to grab some dishes from the coffee table, something slips out from under her usual summer dress. Something vaguely familiar that catches Marzanna's eye. Momentarily putting her letter out of her mind, she turns her gaze to her cousin-in-law. What's that? Mama has one that's really similar. Kyrie glances up at her, then follows where her finger is pointing at the necklace. Upon seeing that she was referring to her feather necklace, a startled expression crosses her face. Your mother has one similar? You wouldn't happen to know where she got it? Would you, sweetie? She tilts her head. Mama only talked about it once. It was the only time she told me about Dad, but she said she found it the night she met Dad. Nero and Virgil had looked up at Kyrie's questions. Upon realizing what the two were talking about, Nero gapes, and Virgil's eyes widen, both incredibly shocked. Nero manages to collect himself enough to ask in a mostly level tone, "Are you absolutely sure that's what she said, Marzanna? Did she ever tell you where she found it? Or she found it before or after meeting Dante?" It's very important. Before she can answer, Virgil, who'd completely regained his composure, snorts and says, "Why are you bothering to ask those questions? It would make perfect sense. Dante's never given any girl a second thought before, but when it comes to Marzanna's mother, you've seen the way he still pines for her even though he only knew her for, what? All of 12 hours 6 years ago? It's not usual Dante behavior. So this." He trails off for a moment, then shakes his head firmly. It makes perfect sense. What would make perfect sense? She turns, seeing that her dad had walked into the room. Good. Maybe he would actually explain what was going on. She'd asked one simple question out of curiosity, and now she was horribly confused. Seriously, what was so important about a feather? She'd only asked because she'd compared it to the feathers of every bird she could find in Potter's library, which is actually how she'd been able to identify Hedwig, and it turned up nothing which was saying something. Because asshole though the current Potter family head may be, he did have a rather extensive library collected by generations of Potters. Before she can say anything though, Kyrie speaks up, quickly explaining. Marzanna noticed Nero's feather. She asked me what it was and said her mother has one similar. To be specific, she said her mother found her feather the night she met you. He almost trips over the coffee table, then gapes at them for a minute. After he collects himself, he promptly ignores everyone else, instead walking over to her and sitting down. I know you're probably really confused at the way everyone's acting right now, but that's because those feathers are incredibly important to angels and Nephilim. If your mother's is what we think it is, Well, it's just really important, and I'll explain later, okay? We think it might be one of my feathers from my angel wings. You saw your mom's feather a lot, right? He pauses and she nods. Then you should be able to recognize the feathers if I brought out my wings. So, could you do me a favor and see if my feathers are the same as the one your mother has? Marzanna nods again. Angel wings could withdraw into their owner's back. So she's not surprised when her dad quickly reverses the process and brings his wings out. He doesn't bother taking off his shirt or coat. Both had nearly invisible slits, so he could pull his wings out at any time. She needs barely a second after her dad's wings come out to recognize them at a glance and nod. Yup, Mama's looks exactly like yours. Then she scrunches her nose up as she gives the others a look. Honestly, I was only asking because while it makes sense if it's actually an angel feather, I could never find anything about it in Potter's library. And I was curious because while people under enchantment will basically go with whatever the person their enchantment towards says, it was one of the few things I heard Mama argue with Potter about, because she's got hers as a necklace too, and he was always demanding she take it off, and she was always refusing. Her dad looks a little surprised at the end, then nods and retracts his wings before saying, "You're writing to your mom now, right? How long do you think it'll be until she replies? And do you think you'd be able to tell purely from a letter if she's under enchantment again?" She tilts her head in thought. Not too long. Mama may be in the UK, but Hedwig is a Strix, and Strixes can teleport. And telling if Mama's under the Amortentia? It'll be quite obvious if she is. Her dad nods before wearily commenting, "Good. Cause me and your mom need to have a chat." Lily was currently sitting in the drawing room, absolutely exploiting her acclimacy to relive every memory she has of her little girl as she slowly sips at some alcohol. A bittersweet feeling had long since overcome her. Marzanna had been so bright and beautiful and vibrant no matter what Potter or Dumbledore said or did. And now she was probably dead. And for what? Nothing. One of her babies was most likely dead, and it was all for nothing. She knows Marzanna had already had strong morals, and had probably been unable to bring herself to not act, but she would have rather spent the next 8 years being fed enchantments by Potter and Dumbledore than lose her baby girl. The only reason she even had this small reprieve was because she'd reminded Potter that Marzanna was likely dead because of him. She'd then told him that if he really loved her, he would have the decency to let her mourn her daughter with a clear head. She was usually against people using the "if you really love me" line, but given that Potter has and was fully planning to continue dosing her with enchantment, she doesn't feel a single shred of guilt. She's pulled from her memories when a beautiful snowy owl flies into the room and lands on the arm of her chair, quickly extending the leg with the letter to her. She stares at it blankly, trying to will it to just leave her alone. When it just narrows its eyes at her and shakes its leg a little, she sighs and takes the letter. However, the bird doesn't fly off. It simply flits up to the back of her chair. She tosses a glare at it. "You may as well leave. I have no intention or desire to read whatever nonsense whichever one of Potter's and Dumbledore's approved correspondents that think they know me has sent." The owl hoots angrily, then pecks at her head hard. She yelps as she shoots onto her feet. Whirling around, she glares at the owl in a baffled manner. The bloody hell was that for? She studies the owl closer in curiosity. Most of the people Potter and Dumbledore allow her to associate with would never send an owl with such manners. It would make them look bad, and most people have a strong desire to look good to the mother of the boy who lived, who was also one of Dumbledore's favorites. But if whoever sent it wasn't either directly keyed into the wards or at least had their magical signature keyed into the ward, the letter wouldn't have come straight to her. It would have gone to Potter, so he could look it over first. As though responding to her question, the owl swoops down to the side table she dropped the letter on, picks it up with its beak, then pushes it into her hand with an intent expression. She eyes the bird with weary confusion, then takes the letter and opens it. Immediately, she drops her gaze to where the sender had signed, wanting to know who the determined owl belongs to. Her heart nearly stops, and she's sure it at least skips a beat or two. At the very bottom below a short PS note, it was signed by Dante'S Sparda of all people, but above that, below the letter proper, it was signed in familiar, somewhat shaky handwriting by Marzanna Sparda. She's never read anything so fast in her life. Tears appear in her eyes as she clutches the letter to her chest when she's done reading. Her knees go weak and she drops into a crouch. Her baby was not only alive, she was safe. Not only that, she'd somehow found her way into her father's care. He'd not only taken in the 6-year-old daughter he'd only recently learned of, he was taking good care of her. And from what she gleaned from the letter, he and his family loved Marzanna dearly. Marzanna loved them fiercely in return as well, that was for sure. After the way Potter, her stepfather unwilling or not, treated her, she wouldn't call just anyone daddy. Yet from what Lily could tell, she called Dante that quite happily in her letter. Though she confided in Lily that she hadn't yet worked up the courage to call him that to his face. She went on quite extensively about the rest of her and her father's family as well, making it quite obvious just how much she adored them all and how she spoke of them. She makes up her mind right then and there. She had to see her daughter at least once more, even if it was the last time. She needed, desperately, to see her baby girl, her little Marzanna. After believing her daughter dead, she wouldn't be able to rest until she saw her baby alive and well with her own eyes. Besides, Dante's PS note said he needed to talk to her urgently. Stumbling to her feet, she all but tumbles back into her chair. Calling for a house elf, she asks Zelie to quickly bring her what she needs to write a letter, along with some water and food for the owl. While she's gone, Lily drags the side table in front of her, scooping up her wand and sending the bottle of fire whiskey and glass she'd been drinking out of with the elf when she gets back. Thanking the elf, she dismisses her. She pens her reply rapidly along with a note to Dante, quickly giving it a read-through before putting it into the envelope and sealing it. Turning to her daughter's owl, which was actually a Strix according to the letter, she hesitantly extends her hand to pet her. She was far more courteous now that her bandit's letter had been read. "You're a good girl, aren't you, Hedwig?" The Strix preens, and she can't help but smile. "Thank you very much for being so loyal and dedicated to my daughter." The owl nods as though to say, "Of course I am," and she gestures towards the bowls. "Are you done?" The Strix nods, even though she'd hardly touched either. So she continues, "Do you need to rest before you take my reply? I know you undoubtedly teleported, but I have no idea how tiring that is for you." Hedwig shakes her head, then hops closer and extends her leg. Once she has the letter, she doesn't hesitate to take off. Lily watches her go, wondering how long she'll have to wait for a reply. As it turns out, the answer is not long, as Hedwig is back within half an hour. The return letter from her daughter is significantly shorter, much to her disappointment. Marzanna is thrilled that she wasn't under the effects of amortentia, for now at least, and seems eager to see her clear-headed mother in person for the first time. Though there isn't much substance in the letter, she takes solace knowing she'd see her daughter soon. There wasn't much to Dante's reply either. He seemed incredibly reluctant to reveal what he needs to talk to her about unless it's in person. The only really solid thing contained was him asking if she thought she could get away from her handlers for a bit. A suggestion that if she can't, he could come to her, though he flat out tells her that he absolutely will not bring Marzanna anywhere near Potter's house, no matter how firmly she believes no one else will be there, or if she ensures Potter is distracted. He also asks if she can get away if she'd like to meet in the UK or the US, and insists that if it's the former that they meet in the non-magical world, as he refuses to let Marzanna anywhere near a society in which some members would legally be allowed to kill her for no other reason than that. She's not fully human, which wasn't hugely surprising given that weirdness that had occurred with her arm, but was nevertheless technically new since she hadn't known for certain it was inhuman blood that was the cause. Or rather, he refuses to let her near there until she's old enough to protect herself. After that, he makes it clear in the letter that it would be Marzanna's choice. His restrictions could have been annoying if it wasn't crystal clear that he was only concerned about Marzanna's safety. It is clear, though, so it does nothing more than fill her with warmth at the abundant proof that he loves their daughter to pieces despite her being sprung on him not only out of the blue, but years after she'd been conceived. She and Dante exchange notes for a bit, quickly ironing out the details to meet up. She'd have to sneak away from Potter, which wouldn't be easy, but she doesn't mind. A chance to see her daughter was worth any amount of trouble. She wouldn't mind seeing Dante again either. Actually, the thought makes her heart skip a beat before quickening. She felt like a schoolgirl with a crush, which was ridiculous. She'd barely known him for one night 6 years ago. She should not still be this infatuated with him. And yet she knows that even if the situation with Marzanna wasn't what it was, she still wouldn't mind going through the trouble to sneak away, and damn the potential consequences, even if she was only going to see him. Marzanna was excited and nervous. She and her dad were supposed to see her mama today, in less than half an hour in fact. She'd missed Lily horribly. Sure, she had her aunts Trish, Kat, and Lady, her grandmother Eva, and Kyrie the wife of her pseudo-big brother, but none of them were her mama. Now she's going to see her mother again, and incredibly soon. As Marzanna's thoughts kept going in circles, she vaguely notices that her dad seems rather nervous too, which she thought was strange, as he's obviously already met Mama before. She was born of that meeting after all. Finally, her mom appears in the park they'd agreed upon, looking around almost frantically, and she happily yells out to her, "Mama, you're here!" Her mom's gaze snaps to them, and she rushes over. But just before she reaches her, her dad pulls her behind him. She looks back and forth in confusion as her mom gives her dad a confused look, and in return receives a scrutinizing glare. Finally, her dad relaxes and lets go of her, letting her all but tackle her mom in a hug. Then he says, "Sorry, Lily. I know magicals are aware of demons. Something I didn't tell you the last time we met is that I'm a demon hunter. Needed to make sure you weren't a doppelganger demon or something like it before I could let you near Marzanna." Her mom, who looked slightly angry at first, calms down with her dad's explanation. "Well, I suppose I can't fault you for protecting our daughter." She had picked her up while her dad was explaining, to cradle her to her chest, and now turns her attention to her. "Of course I'm here. You're my baby girl. I thought I'd lost you when I found out that bastard Potter had left you all alone, and in another country to boot." Marzanna doesn't respond, instead choosing to simply burrow further into her mother's embrace. After a moment, her dad speaks up, "Lily, this is going to sound like an extremely strange question, but Marzanna said you found a feather in our hotel room the night we met. I need to see it, please." Her mom looks startled for a moment, then a light pink tinge comes to her cheeks. However, she ignores it, and after shifting her out of the way, pulls out the feather. Her dad barely glances at it before he nods, absently muttering to himself, "That's one of mine, all right." Her mom tilts her head in confusion before saying, "One of yours? So it belongs to you then?" "Sorry, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have taken it if I'd known." Her dad shakes his head when she goes to take the necklace off and give the feather back. "No, it belongs to you now. Before I can explain that, I need to tell you some things about me." As he'd been speaking, he guides her mom, who was still holding her, to a bench in the abandoned park. Once they'd both sat down, he continues, "What do you know of angels, demons, and Nephilim?" Her mom frowns. "Well, I'm aware of the existence of angels and demons, and I know they aren't the servants of a god or anti-god respectively, just species from other realms adjacent to ours. As you mentioned earlier, most magicals are aware of them. However, I haven't the faintest idea what a Nephilim is." Hey Dad sighs before explaining. "A Nephilim is a half-angel, half-demon hybrid. I'm a Nephilim. That feather is one of my feathers from my angel wings. More specifically, it's my mating feather. An angel's mating feather only comes off after..." He glances at her quickly before continuing. "After they mate with their soulmate. In other words, since it came if after we dash." Her mom abruptly cuts him off. "Wait, let me get this straight. You're a half-angel, half-demon hybrid, and I'm your soulmate?" Seeing him nod nervously, she grins and continues, "That's great." Now her dad was confused, so she explains, "I became aware that Potter had been feeding me enchantments the day I met you, when my pseudo-brother gave me something to counter it." She blushes a bit before explaining in obvious embarrassment. "To be honest, Marzanna wasn't an accident. I never intended to run into you again, nor for you to have to raise Marzanna. I wanted to do something that was completely my decision, something that would remind James the first would never really be his. In other words, I had Marzanna on purpose. That isn't to say she's only a reminder or simply a decision. I love Marzanna with all my heart. Actually, I originally made the decision to have Marzanna when I did because I thought I'd be stuck with Potter for the rest of my life. And I had wanted to have a child eventually, though originally I thought it'd be later in life after I settled into my career and settled down with someone. With the situation with Potter being what it was, I thought it'd be my only chance to have one he didn't dictate and wasn't his. Not that such stops me from loving the son he made me have, but anyway, The so-called wedding we had is almost completely binding. I can't divorce him, nor can I just leave him without losing my magic and risking my life." Her dad had gone through a plethora of emotions during her explanation after his confusion. First was shock at finding out she had been conceived on purpose. Then he tensed at her explanation of why she'd had her, before relaxing once she affirmed that she loved her. Finally, he grew furious when he learned the details of her marriage. Looking away with a sullen expression and clenched fists as he takes deep, calming breaths, he bitterly comments, "Considering I know magicals have ways of altering someone's memory, I'm surprised they didn't make you forget that you were under enchantment." Her mom hums, "Oh, they did modify my memory. However, they didn't wipe my memory, just altered it. So when I found out I was under the enchantment when Marzanna destroyed Potter's stock, regaining the knowledge triggered my memory to return. Anyway, my marriage isn't utterly binding, which is why I brought it up in the first place." Now her dad turns back to her mom with a cautiously hopeful look. She'd read that soulmates hated being separated from each other, even if they weren't aware they were soulmates. It was undoubtedly why her mom had cherished her dad's feather as a memento, and though she was unaware of it at the time, she would later learn it was why her dad had developed the habit of reliving what little memories he had of her mom. Not that anyone had noticed his habit, since he'd already been prone to spacing off before he met her mom. Her mom smiles at her dad's hopeful expression. "See, the British Ministry of Magic requires by law that all marriages and marriage contracts contain a clause that should one of the parties meet their soulmate, they can terminate the marriage or contact immediately without repercussions. In other words, despite how binding my marriage to Potter is since I've met you, my soulmate, I can divorce him immediately." Her face falls. Though, unfortunately, with the way Potter and Dumbledore have brainwashed him, there's not much choice for me but to leave my son there. Her dad gives her a sympathetic look, then shakes the gloom off and grins widely. "In that case, Lily, since our daughter's living with me, world you like to move in? You could live with our daughter again, and we would have a chance to properly get to know each other." Her mom's smile returns. "I'd like that very much, Dante. As long as Marzanna did as I requested and collected my trunk from the attic, I won't need to go back to get anything, as everything else is replaceable like clothes. Though we do need to head over to the British Ministry of Magic so I can file my divorce, and I need you to come with me so I can prove I've met my soulmate." Her dad nods quickly before glancing down at her. "Of course. Though I'd like to take Marzanna back home before we go. I don't really want her anywhere near the UK. Not until she's older anyway." Her mom nods back, and she finally pipes up, "I got your trunk, Mama. More importantly, just to be sure I understood you guys correctly, Mama's gonna live with us and divorce the bastard Potter?" Her dad grins and nods again, though she didn't know it. The smile she gives the two seems brighter than the sun to her happy parents. She's quickly gathered up by her parents and deposited in her dad's Jeep and whisked back to the house in short order. Since in the car her parents had quickly decided on taking her mom's return portkey, then apparently to the ministry, before immediately getting a one was portkey back after they were done, she isn't surprised when her dad fully parks the car and her mom follows them inside. She looks around the shop in interest while her dad takes her into the house. They quickly find Nero, Kyrie, and her grandparents in the living room, and her dad immediately asks the room at large as he anxiously glances back towards the shop. "Hey, could you guys watch Marzanna for a little bit? There's something I need to take care of." Her grandma smiles. "We'd be happy to." Before she gets any further, her dad flashes a quick grin. "Great." He rubs the top of her head briefly. "Be good, kiddo." And just like that, he's gone. Nero frowns after him in confusion before looking to their grandparents. What's got him in such a rush? They look just as bewildered as he does, though. So he turns to her. "How about you, kiddo? You know what's going on? Thought Dante and you were going to meet up with your mom." Her smile grows so large it actually begins to ache a bit, but she can't help it. Apparently Mama is Dad's soulmate. Mama couldn't divorce the Potter bastard because of the way the marriage was set up, but wizarding law says that since Mama met her soulmate, that she can divorce the bastard just like that. To do that, though, Mama has to go to the British Ministry of Magic, and she's got to take Dad to prove she's met her soulmate. After that's done, though, Mama's going to move in with us. They're briefly surprised before Grandpa chuckles. "Well, I guess that explains why he's in a rush at least." Kyrie nods in agreement and smiles at her, "As well as why you're so happy. You must be excited. being able to live with both your parents soon. There's nothing she can do but nod blissfully to that. Marzanna's guns, which are admitted just the DMC reboot design of ebony and ivory, but we'll save some Googling. What a double-edged falcata looks like. What Arbiter looks like. What Osiris looks like. Link start, chapter notes, and no complaining. If I want to make the beta for SAO International, I can. Author's prerogative, smiley face. In SAO, the rapier is treated as a separate weapon skill, so I imagine there are other weapons that have their own individual skill. Also, I'm setting Dante's home to be in New York. Yes, in the previous chapter, one said they were in an empty park, but don't nitpick. Anyway, I looked it up, and some sites say New York is 13 hours behind Japan. I used Tokyo as it was easiest. Others say it's 14 hours behind. I've since learned the differences are due to daylight savings time, so I set it as 13. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It had been 8 years since Marzanna and her mother had moved in with her father and his family. Now, Marzanna is incredibly excited as she waits impatiently. Sword Art Online was finally launching. When she'd heard that they were making the beta for it international, she'd signed up with little hope of actually being picked. However, to her delight, she was lucky enough to become one of the 500 beta testers from outside Japan. Originally, the closed beta was supposed to be limited to Japan, but when Argus, the company who developed the Nerve Gear and SAO, realized the interest gamers outside Japan had in SAO, they expanded the beta to 1,500. 1,000 beta testers from Japan and 500 international beta testers. SAO was incredible. It was beautiful, amazingly realistic, and just completely awesome. She couldn't even complain about the sword fighting, as merely wildly swinging one sword would get you nowhere. You needed actual skill and technique, something that pleased her greatly. Having actual skill with weapons or being naturally proficient with them made a huge difference. People with such skill were immediately on another level than regular players. It upset her that this kinda unbalanced the system, but the other players could develop skills with weapons with time, so she wasn't overly worried. Glancing at the second clock she bought just so she'd know what time it was in Japan without having to waste time figuring out the time difference, she sees that it's 12:55 November 6th in Japan, 5 minutes till SAO launched. Though it was 11:55 p.m. November 5th for her, since New York was 13 hours behind. She wouldn't be able to play long since it was almost midnight, but she just couldn't wait till tomorrow to play. She'd get no sleep whatsoever if she tried to. When her secondary clock said it was 12:58, she put her nerve gear on and laid down. The second the clock inside the nerve gear, which was also set to Japan's standard time, clicks over to 1300 hours, she immediately closes her eyes and says, "Link start." Instantly, the startup sequence begins. It checks over her sensory connections before automatically selecting Japanese in language select, since it was the only language to choose from. When she'd been accepted into the beta test, she'd immediately been grateful to her uncle Virgil and mother for insisting on teaching her some languages when she was younger. She wasn't perfect at it, but practice born from a month of talking to mostly Japanese players in the beta ensured that she didn't speak in broken sentences. Once she's finished logging in, the now familiar "Welcome to Sword Art Online" appears before her. Then a rush of color goes by before she suddenly finds herself standing in the main plaza of the town of beginnings. Grinning widely, she looks around to refamiliarize herself. Off to her left, she vaguely hears another player murmur, "I'm finally back," but ignores the obvious beta tester. She was far more interested in running off to utilize what little time she had today to make as much progress with her character as possible. Heading in the direction of a good shop, she knew if she started going through a mental list of things to do. First things first, I need to sell the standard one-handed straight sword all players start with and buy a one-handed curved sword so I can train it up and unlock the falcata skill. Not to mention, even if SAO's claw weapons have the claws extending from the knuckles instead of the fingers like I'm used to, I'll need to get a claw for my offhand eventually, but the ones in the starting city just aren't worth the kernel. I'll just wait till I get a monster drop. You start out with 2 healing potions, but I'd like to have a bit more than that if I can afford it. It depends on if they updated the starting shops and what sword I buy. The starting armor will do for now. Quickly arriving in what had been the best shop in the beta, she finds that the shops have been updated a bit, but she could still afford a decent sword and 4 healing potions. After checking to make sure she doesn't need anything else, she confirms her purchase. Now done with her shopping, she takes off for the best grinding spot for level 1 players. An hour and a half later, she finishes clearing the hunting grounds one more time before sighing since she needs to log out now. Between shopping and grinding, she'd spent a little over 2.5 hours online. The time display in the bottom right read 15:27, which meant it was 2:27 a.m. in her own time zone. Opening her menu, she looks towards the bottom, only to frown. The logout button was gone. Marzanna, currently under her player name Hannah, a joke to herself, stares at the menu with only one thought running through her head: fuck. Dante glances over at the clock as he takes a sip of whiskey. It was almost 1 in the morning. Normally, he'd be curled up in resting place with his wife, but his daughter had begged him to be allowed to stay up late for the launch of Sword Art Online, despite the fact she was accompanying him on an investigation into demonic activity tomorrow morning. Since they weren't heading out until 10 and Nephilim didn't need even 6 hours of sleep, he had agreed, but only so long as she was logged off and asleep by 3, so she'd have plenty of rest before she has to get up at 9. He actually did trust Marzanna herself, but he wasn't so sure about her ability to keep track of time rather than getting absorbing place into playing. So part of the deal was that he would stay up to check on her at 3, and if she wasn't asleep, she was absolutely grounded. He didn't really mind having to stay up, and to be honest, he was a little torn about the situation. The part of him that was a responsible father murmurs about how dangerous being tired on the job or detrimental it could be just for school thinks he's already being lenient. The part of him that was a rebellious little shit that had never really gone away even as he's grown older chafes at being so restricting. Personally, he wouldn't have spent the amount of money on the brand new virtual reality device, nerve gear, and the game SAO on something as simple as video games, but Marzanna had saved up to buy them herself. She worked hard for it too. A while ago, they worked out a system of how the pay for jobs was split. The first thing that came out was the percentage that went to the house and business that covers everything from the household necessities, business expenses, an emergency stash of funds for the inevitable repairs needed after demonic attacks, as well as covering the paychecks for working in shop for things like setting up jobs with customers or even running the cover weapon replica business. Heir and Lily also got paychecks, just because they all knew damn well that taking care of a household full of demon hunters was a full-time job in and of itself, not to mention the potions Lily brews for them. Though that wasn't to say that the two of them couldn't be hunters if they wanted to, given that they were both half Nephilim due to bonding with Nero and himself respectively, just that Heir didn't really like fighting, and Lily had more than had her fill during the war with Voldemort. After that, the rest of the pay would be split between whoever goes on the hunt, both the hunters themselves as well as their support. For the past 2 years since she started accompanying them on hunts, she'd gone from being entirely support to slowly becoming their backup and then a more active hunter. Nowadays, she was allowed to act as a full-time hunter as long as she was with one of the older hunters. To that extent, she'd started running her own jobs, where she was the main hunter and whoever went with her was there only as backup in case she got in over her head. While the part of him that just wanted to bundle up his little girl and keep her safe didn't like it, the realistic part of him knew that it was better that she got the experience necessary for the job in as safe a manner as they could give her, and was just grateful that she'd been able to learn with that constant support, rather than being forced to become a demon hunter entirely on her own, without even backup just to survive as a child as he had. Though he lamented that his daughter was growing up so fast, she had happily taken advantage of finally getting the go-ahead to run jobs to increase her spending money, particularly in the lead-up to the launch of the nerve gear and later SAO. Abruptly, Dante is jerked from his thoughts as the TV, which he'd been watching before he spaced out, suddenly stops the show it had been playing and switches over to a newsroom. We interrupt your regularly scheduled broadcast with breaking news. We start this with a warning from authorities. If anyone you know is currently playing the newly released virtual reality game Sword Art Online, or using the virtual reality device Nerve Gear, do not attempt to remove the device and do not attempt to remove the game cartridge. Dante freezes as dread washes over him, but the broadcaster mercilessly continues as though she hasn't just threatened the foundations of his world. Half an hour ago, Akihiko Kaiba, creator of the Nerve Gear, as well as Sword Art Online, released a video revealing that he has trapped all logged-in players inside of Sword Art Online by removing their ability to log out, as well as having equipped the Nerve Gear to be able to release a fatal electromagnetic pulse into the brains of those wearing it. He went on to say that he has programmed Sword Art Online to release that pulse and kill the player if they perish in game, or if the nerve gear or cartridge was attempted to be removed. Already, approximately 150 people in Japan, as well as an additional 50 worldwide, have perished, either due to people refusing to believe the warning or from trying to remove it prior to the video release. Due to this, authorities are asking that people not touch the nerve gear at all. It is currently unknown why Akihiko Kaiba has committed such a crime, but if anyone you know is playing SAO, or maybe please call. The voice of the broadcaster fades out as he zones out. It couldn't be true. It couldn't. He lunges forward and snatches his phone off of the coffee table. At the top was an emergency broadcast notification repeating the same warnings. Almost fumbling it with shaking hands, it takes a few tries to open his browser, as well as a new tab. Immediately, he's bombarded by news articles along the bottom below his frequently visited sites screaming the same thing. With trembling fingers, he opens up the news site that is actually run by demon hunters, and therefore, along with having the most accurate news he trusts, also puts out an encoded newsletter weekly for demon hunters. The front page article shatters his world with the same news everything else was saying. He stares at it for an unknown amount of time, mind completely blank. Then the information finally sinks in, and he surges to his feet and tears out of the living room with a frantic shout, "Marzanna!" Maybe she'd gotten distracted reading while waiting for the launch. Or maybe she fell asleep. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was still, with the constant threat of demon attacks, making them all light sleepers. As he reaches the second floor, he finds his entire family leaning out of resting place room doors or in the hallway. Not seeing any demons, Nero squints tiredly at him. What the fuck, Dante? He ignores his nephew to beeline to his daughter's door, heart pounding in a valiant attempt to burst straight through his ribs, throat clenched tight around the breath struggling to escape his frozen lungs. He flings the door open, his daughter, lying on her resting place, nerve gear covering her head. He slumps against the doorframe. His wife presses against his side to look past him, then turns to him in confusion. "Babe?" She's just playing her game. He squeezes his eyes shut and turns sideways towards her and forces through a stiff jaw and clenched teeth. It's all over the place. On the TV, emergency phone broadcasts, news, sites, everywhere. He opens his eyes as he lifts his phone, almost crushed it in his fist. They're saying that dash. His throat closes up and he chokes his body's refusal to voice the horrible truth. His wife gently pries his phone from his hand, and he knows when she sees. He hears the horrified gasp, sees out of the corner of his eye as she stumbles back and sways, sees her caught by Nero with a worried Aunt Lily. And Virgil snatched the phone out of the air when it slips through her numb fingers. His brother lifts the phone to look at it, and his face goes that frigid blank that he'd only learned in recent years did not mean he didn't care. His nephew stares at his brother in concern. "Dad? What's going on?" With an emotionless voice, his brother begins to read the article out loud, but he shuts him out, unable to bear hearing the news again. The sounds of horror and distress his family makes are almost as bad. His wife lurches out of his nephew's slack arms with a sob, latching onto his coat and burying her face into his chest. Numbly, he reaches up to wrap an arm around her shoulder. Lady breaks the heartbroken silence. She's a Nephilim, and I've seen Dante survive so much shit dash. His father's grave voice cuts her off. We don't know if a Nephilim could survive an electromagnetic pulse straight to the brain. For Marzanna's safety, we have to assume it would be equally as fatal for her as the rest of the players. Lily sobs again, and he hears Kyrie whimper in pain. He can't tear his eyes away from where his daughter lays, as the peaceful life they'd built shatters to pieces around him. Marzanna had tried calling a GM every half hour, but nobody answered. In between those unsuccessful calls, she'd been carefully leveling. She had a horrible feeling she needed to become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, and she felt strangely on edge in a manner that she'd only experienced during the first few demon hunts she'd gone on. She discovered her missing logout button a little over an hour and a half ago, and it was now 5:10 p.m. in Japan. She was now making her way back to the starting city, As a low-level character, she couldn't carry that many items, and being on edge had caused her to grind like crazy. So, she was now incredibly close to her weight limit. About halfway between the grinding spot she'd been using and the town of beginnings, she sees two male players relaxing on a hill. Considering no GMs have been answering her call, she was fairly certain of the answer already, but she decides to ask the two if their logout buttons were available, or if it was just her glitching. So, she calls out to them, excuse me? Can I ask you something? The two males turn to her, and the redhead immediately jumps up while blushing. Of course, I'd be more than happy to help you, in any way you require. She sees the black-haired boy shake his head, and hears him mutter, first my sister, now some stranger we just met. Vaguely she realizes that she recognizes his voice. It was the same beta tester she'd heard muttering about being back when she first logged in. She shakes it off, though, and explains her problem. Sorry to bother you. I'm Hannah, but well, you see, my logout button seems to be missing and the GMs aren't answering. I was just wondering if it's just me glitching or if the problem is plaguing the entire system. So, basically, are your logout buttons showing? Because mine isn't. The redhead frowns heavily and opens his screen, while the black-haired male stares at her in shock for a moment, then quickly asks, are you sure you didn't just overlook it? If not, that's a huge glitch to have on the first day the game launches. Marzanna, or rather as her avatar name proclaimed her, Hannah 1, shakes her head. No, I was in the beta test, I know where the logout button is, and the game designers didn't have any reason to move it. His eyes widen, but before he can reply, the redhead interrupts, Corrido, I can't find it either. The black-haired male, now identified as Corrido, turns to him. It should be the bottom button on the main screen, Klein. The redhead Klein shakes his head. Dude, it's not there. See, look, I'll make my window viewable to you. Putting actions to words, Klein pushes the option to make his player window viewable, then tilts his screen towards Corrido, who leans over saying, see, it should be dash. Corrido had begun to point to where the logout button should be, but had frozen upon seeing it missing. A moment later, he jerks back and immediately calls his own window out. Neither she nor Klein need to see his window to be able to tell his logout option was missing as well. The way he freezes again is telling enough. Sharing a worried glance with Klein, Hannah speaks up again. I thought as much. I figured it wasn't just me since the GMs weren't answering. If it's a system-wide glitch, they're probably swamped with calls from distressed players. Klein nods absently. No logout button. Man, that's a serious glitch to have the first day you launch your game. Hey, Corrido, is there any other way to log out? Hannah immediately shakes her head, but Corrido actually gives it a moment of thought. Then a moment later, he agrees with her. No, the only ways to log out are with the option on your main menu or being forcibly logged out by the GMs. The GMs will probably log every player out in a bit, so I suppose all we can do is wait. Klein glances down and to the right before exclaiming, but I ordered that pizza, remember? It's supposed to arrive at 5:30, and it's already 5:16. Corrido glances at Klein in exasperation and sighs. Yeah, and I've got homework I need to get started on. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying we've all got our reasons why we need to get back soon, but it won't change when we get logged out. We have no choice but to wait for the GMs. Klein looks put out at Corrido's words, but glances at her. What about you? You discovered it before we did, so obviously you were trying to log out. Why do you need to log out so soon? Hannah tilts her head at him. Well, I'm not actually from Japan. When I said I was in the beta, I meant I was one of the 500 chosen for the international side of the 1,500 beta testers. I'm actually from America. I stayed up just to play a couple hours before I had to go to resting place. It's now roughly 4:16 a.m. where I live. My dad said I could stay up to play, but only if I was logged out and asleep by 3 a.m. He's not overly strict, so he'd probably be understanding of the fact the system was glitching. But still, they both look startled when she tells them she was from America, and Corrido opens his mouth to reply, but whatever he was about to say is cut off as a loud bell begins ringing, and moments later all of them were subjected to a forced teleport. When the light from the teleport clears, she finds herself in the main plaza of the town of beginnings. Given how it was filling up with columns of light that fade into players, it seems like the GMs were teleporting all of the players there for an announcement. Presumably, it was about the logout issue. The bell was still ringing from the central clock tower, and the plaza quickly fills with the noise of confused players. To her left, from where he's also looking around, Kirito murmurs, "A forced teleport?" A moment later, the bell stops, and without its loud, ringing, the voices of the players seem to surge in volume to fill the space for a few more moments. Then over the din, someone shouts, "Ah, above!" Turning her gaze upwards reflexively, she sees an elongated red hexagon floating in midair, flashing faintly with a low pulsing sort of noise. On it, it simply says "Warning." Then quite suddenly, more of the elongated hexagons begin to spread out around it, making a sort of honeycomb pattern, half containing the first message, while the other half reading system announcement. They continued to spread until there was a dome of the red hexagons over the entirety of the plaza. Perhaps she was just paranoid after being a demon hunter for so long, but the way the light filtering through the dome stains the whole area, an ominous red fills her with a sense of dread. She rubs her arms against the chill the feeling brings, even as she warily watches a thick red liquid the color of blood begin to ooze through the cracks between the hexagons. It pools in midair, and with a crackle of electricity begins to form into a massive figure. On Kirito's other side, Klein nervously mutters, "What is that?" Finally, the liquid solidifies into a giant cloak with a deep hood, the inside of which was almost pitch black, and white gloves peeking out of the large flowing sleeves. Despite the darkness within the cloak, they could just make out that it was empty, a sharp contrast to the GMs who had worn the cloak in the beta and had always been human-sized with either the stereotypical old bearded sorcerer if they were male, and a somewhat generic bespectacled young girl with a plain face if they were female. Murmurs break out in the crowd. "Game Master? Why doesn't it have a face? Is this an event?" Nearby, she hears a female voice murmur, "I'm scared." A male voice replies, "It's fine. It's just another part of the opening ceremony." The white gloves lift, spreading the sleeves in a wide, welcoming gesture, and a low, calm voice resonates from the hood. "Attention, players. Welcome to my world." Out of the corner of her eye, she can just see Kirito's brows furrow. "My world." The voice from the cloak continues, "My name is Kaiba Akihiko. As of this moment, I am the sole person who can control this world." Kirito gasps and murmurs echo over the plaza once more. Is that really him? He must have spent a lot of time on this. Kaiba continues after a moment. "I'm sure you've already noticed that the logout button is missing from the main menu." He waves his hand to pull a menu up and begins navigating it to the system menu and where the logout was supposed to be as he continues. But this is not a defect in the game. I repeat, this is not a defect in the game. It is a feature of Sword Art Online. From beyond Kirito, she hears Klein mutter, "A feature?" Mercilessly, Kaiba continues once more, "You cannot log out of Isao yourselves, and no one on the outside can shut down or remove the nerve gear. Should this be attempted, the transmitter inside the nerve gear will emit a powerful microwave, destroying your brain and thus ending your life." The crowd is noticeably louder this time when it breaks its silence. "What? Come on, enough already. Hey, I can't get out." Klein also joins the cacophony of noise. What's he talking about? He's got to be nuts. Right, Kirito? To her side, Kirito is silent for a few beats before he quietly admits, he's right that the transmitter signals work just like microwaves. If the safety were disabled, it could fry a brain. Klein grows more serious. Then if we cut the power, Kirito shakes his head immediately. No, the nerve gear has an internal battery. It actually takes up 30% of the nerve gear's total weight, so it's got more than enough juice for something like that. Klein makes a distressed noise. But Dash, this is crazy. What's going on? Any response they might have made was cut off by Kaiba. Unfortunately, several players' friends and families have ignored this warning and have attempted to remove the nerve gear. As a result, 213 players are gone forever from both Aincrad and the real world. Kirito takes a step back as he reflexively recoils. 213? Klein murmurs lowly, "I don't believe it." But then his voice gains strength as he insists, "I don't believe it." Whether he hears the denials or had anticipated them, screens begin to pop up and float around him, all showing news articles about exactly what he's been saying. As you can see, news organizations across the world are reporting all of this, including the deaths. Thus, you can assume that the danger of a nerve gear being removed is now minimal. I hope you will relax and attempt to clear the game. But I want you to remember this clearly. There is no longer any method to revive someone within the game. If your HP drops to 0, your avatar will be forever lost as your account will be erased. The screens around him begin to rapidly close and disappear, and simultaneously, the nerve gear will destroy your brain. Kirito gasps sharply. The silence following Kaiba's declaration hangs like a guillotine, but he isn't done. There is only one means of escape. To complete the game, he clicks something on the still open menu, and a 3D map appears, showing the first floor. You are presently on the lowest floor of Aincrad, floor 1. The 3D map tilts to show a side view of Aincrad. If you make your way through the dungeon and defeat the floor boss, you may advance to the next level. The labyrinth of the first floor lights up, and then the map rushes upwards as it highlights each successive floor's labyrinth, before ending at the very top. Defeat the final boss on floor 100, and you will clear the game. Clear? What's he talking about? Why, you're just making that up? Into this noisy response, Klein murmurs in disbelief. Clear all 100 floors? That's impossible. Then his voice raises sharply. Even the beta testers never made it anywhere near that high. She stares up towards Kaiba with wide eyes. Strictly speaking, Nephilim were far sturdier than humans, and the same microwave that would prove lethal to a human might not be so for her. And even if it did do damage, they could even survive small portions of their brain being damaged by a gunshot, for instance, and could regenerate just fine with no negative side effects. However, she had always been taught to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and by that reasoning she has no choice but to assume that the microwave the nerve gear could release would be equally as fatal for her despite her different physiology. Kaiba drops his hand away from the menu. Finally, to show you evidence that this is your only reality, I've added a present from me to your item storage. Please see for yourselves. Thousands of chimes echo around the plaza as she opens up her inventory along with the other players. Navigating quickly to her items, she sees a new one has been added to her inventory. Hand mirror was the simple title. Materializing it with the Make into Object button, she finds that it's exactly what it says. A simple rectangular hand-held mirror, currently reflecting the face of her avatar. After a few seconds, however, she is engulfed in a bright white light. It sears her eyes for a few seconds before fading away. Blinking rapidly, she lifts her hands, intending to rub at her eyes before catching the reflection in the hand mirror. There, the straight tricolored hair and almond-shaped vivid green eyes of Marzanna stares at her. The familiar face starts gaining the same surprised look she can feel spreading over her own. She can't help the way her hand raises to touch her cheek, an action mimicked by the Marzanna in the mirror before she's forced to accept the reality it's showing her. She has her own face, not that of her avatar. Hers. The motion is jerky as she turns towards where Kirito and Klein had been standing. The space was still occupied by two males, one with red hair and one with black. But other than that, the strangers standing in place of her vague acquaintances looked nothing like them. Klein had gone from a vaguely attractive red-haired fantasy adventurer look-alike to a more realistic average young man, though his hair was still red, if less vibrant, and more of a brownish tone. Kirito, on the other hand, had gone from a young black-haired protagonist type to a shorter, younger man, around her age, also more realistic. Considering her own change, she assumes that these are their real-life appearances. They turn to look at each other, confused expressions on their faces, not recognizing each other for obvious reasons. Then they both glance into their mirrors, and with a wave of one emotion after the other, confusion, shock, alarm, then realization, it's clear they work out what happened as well. They point at each other with comically exaggerated expressions, yelling simultaneously, "Wait, you're Kirito? You're Klein." They turn towards her, another wave of shock and surprise sweeping over their faces before Klein bursts out. "Wait, that means, Hannah, you dash. You're even more gorgeous in real life. How the hell is your avatar a downgrade from your actual looks?" She's suddenly overtaken by a strong urge to plant her face in her palm, and not a small bit of embarrassment, given that while she'd like to think she's prettier than average, especially given that despite the fact none of her family had any of the related abilities, her great-grandmother had been half succubus. No one has ever actually said anything like that to her. The former feeling seems to be shared by Kirito, given his expression, but unlike her, after a moment, he actually does cover his face with one hand, though it's more him lightly covering his eyes, so not the time Klein. She agrees completely, and being a Sparda, Nephilim, and demon hunter, she's used to dangerous situations and keeping her focus completely on that. But seemingly taking Klein's outburst as prompt, a small, distant part of her brain pipes up. Klein's not too shabby himself with that rugged, roguish face, although it murmurs out in a vague, distracted tone. I'm not the only one more attractive than their avatar, given that Kirito is actually cuter like this. Her eyebrow twitches, and she chastises that part of her brain. Not the time. At all. Shaking herself from those thoughts, she turns back to Kaiba, since he hadn't disappeared after giving the players the hand mirrors and making them look like, well, themselves, and presumably has more to say. In the background, she can hear Kirito and Klein discussing how he got the information of their real-life appearances, but she ignores them as the how doesn't really matter to her. She isn't disappointed, as he does indeed continue after giving the players a moment to realize what had occurred. Right now, you're probably wondering, why? Why would Akihiko Kaiba, developer of Sword Art Online and Nerve Gear, do this? My goal has already been achieved. I created Sword Art Online for one reason. It was to create, watch, and intervene in this world too. And now it is complete. This ends the tutorial for the official Sword Art Online launch. Players, I wish you the best of luck. She clenches her teeth furiously as thinks. So he did all of this. Kidnapped 10,000 people, killed 213 people already, and who knows how many will die in the future, just so he could play God? There's a few moments of stunned silence after his farewells as his cloak begins to deflate with wisps of red smoke and glitches as the cloak itself breaks down even as it collapses in on itself. The smoke disappears into the cracks between the hexagons. The red blood look-alike had seeped from before they blink out all at once right as the last of the smoke vanishes between the cracks. The silence lingers for a few more moments before being broken by the sound of breaking glass. Presumably one of the mirrors, and a young female voice calls out, "No." It opens the floodgates of the players screaming and shouting denials or curses and orders and pleas to be released, but nonsense like that is useless. Kaiba wouldn't have ruined his reputation, professional or otherwise, for a joke, which means he's absolutely serious. To that extent, she turns to grab Kirito's hand, trusting him to grab Klein on his other side, with the intent to pull him out of the plaza before things really turn ugly. To her surprise, when she turns, hand already extending, she finds Kirito has already grabbed resting place Klein's arm and was reaching for hers. They share a quick, somewhat startled glance, before Kirito's expression turns serious with resolve as they realize they had similar intentions, and they both turn to leave without a word. Then, with Kirito dragging Klein, they run for the exit of the town of beginnings. They don't make it far before Klein comes to his senses and pulls back. Wait a minute, where are we going? She shares another wordless glance chock full of meaning and mutual understanding with Kirito before explaining to Klein. It's safer to assume we won't be getting any help from the outside world. Rather than waste precious time, we could be leveling up, waiting to be rescued. If they do manage to get us out, great. If not, then, for both the sake of survival and getting the hell out of Kaiba's trap, it's better to get started as soon as possible. Kirito nods firmly, backing her up, and Klein looks at his feet before slowly shaking his head. I can't just leave. Like I told you earlier, Kirito, I've got friends in here. I can't just leave them. Kirito glances quickly at her. It was obvious he was thinking of the odds just as she was. If it had just been Kirito, he might have been able to bring along Klein and one other person while simultaneously keeping them safe. With another beta tester, her specifically, coming along, that number increased to 3 or 4 players they could bring along and still keep them safe. The problem with that, though, was the fact bringing 4 people who've never played a VRMMO would slow them considerably. Before either of them can reach a decision, Klein abruptly shakes his head wildly, then exclaims, "What am I saying? I might have never played a virtual reality game before, but I've played MMOs. I've got at least 10 friends back there. Asking you to keep 10 other people along with me and yourself safe is just unreasonable. She starts to protest, but Klein shakes his head again and cuts her off. No, don't worry about me. Kirito showed me how to fight earlier. I'll teach it to my friends. With that, we should be able to protect ourselves. She frowns. Are you sure you'll be okay, Klein? I can't speak for Kirito, but if you really need me to, I can stay behind and help. Klein smiles. No, it's okay. But before we part, I want to thank you too. Both give him looks of confusion, and she says, but I haven't done anything for you to thank me for. Klein shakes his head a third time before explaining. You have, though. When those people back in the plaza come to their senses, how many of them do you think will give a damn about anyone except themselves and their friends, huh? You only met me an hour ago, tops Hannah. Yet you're worried about me and my friends, and offer to stay behind, just now, even though we'd undoubtedly slow you down. So don't think you haven't done anything, Hannah, because you've done a lot for me already. Not to mention, like I said earlier, Kirito showed me how to fight, and you were both willing to take me with you and protect me till I could protect myself. So thank you both for everything you've done for me. Her brow furrows as she murmurs, Klein, then shakes her head and brings out her menu and quickly manipulates it. A moment later, a friend request pops up in front of him, and she gives him a stern look. Kaiba said that our accounts would be erased if we died. So theoretically, if you're on someone's friends list, you should disappear from that list upon death. I won't take no for an answer, because this way I can be sure you're okay. Softening a bit, she adds, and you can message me quicker if I'm on your friends list. So don't hesitate to message me if you need help, or even if you just want to talk. Klein gets a bit teary, but nods firmly, accepting the request. You too. You don't hesitate to message me either. Okay. Hannah nods with a smile, and a moment later, what's presumably another friend request appears in front of Klein, this time from Kirito. The only explanation Kirito gives is a simple, what Hannah said. Klein nods again while accepting Kirito's friend request, but as he opens his mouth to bid them farewell, Kirito interrupts Klein. I won't say goodbye, because that implies a permanent farewell. So I'll just say, see you later, okay? Klein nods and quietly says, yeah, see you too later, Kirito, Hannah. Hannah smiles, then responds with an equally quiet, see you later, Klein. Chapter in notes. 1. I think it's rather obvious, but this is my way of saying that I'll be referring to Marzanna by her username Hannah for the duration of SAO from now on. 2. In the light novel, he says to create and watch this world, but in the anime, he says create and intervene. I like both, so I just combined them. Fight or flight. Chapter notes. This chapter is crappy. When I stated posting this over fanfiction, some crap happened between last chapter and this one. So this chapter was me trying to remind myself where I was and get back into my rhythm. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It had been a little over 2 hours since Kirito and Hannah had left the starting city, after a brief stop to sell their drops from when she was grinding, and he was teaching Klein since she needed to go anyway. Kirito had sent her a request to join his party on their way out, and they had been grinding on their way to the next city since. While they want to make it to the next city, which is called Harunka, soon, it isn't their priority. Leveling up and becoming stronger is. Currently, they're taking a break while they wait for the mobs to respawn. It was quiet until Kirito, who has been looking thoughtful for almost their entire break, speaks up. Hey, Hannah. Once he's certain he has her attention, he continues, so listen. There's this quest in Harunka called Secret Medicine of the Forest. The reward for it is a one-handed straight sword called the Anneal Blade. It's the best one-handed straight sword until the 3rd floor, plus it's possible to enhance it 8 times. But because of that, the quest is also incredibly dangerous. However, I'm going to go attempt the quest. Considering the danger, I'll understand completely if you don't want to come along. She blinks rapidly for a moment in surprise, then smiles. No, I'll go. If we're going to be partying together, both of us need to get stronger. That means we need to level up and get better equipment. Kirito looks hesitant for a minute. You sure? I agree with the both of us getting stronger thing, but you use a curved sword, not a straight sword. The Anneal Blade wouldn't be suitable for you. So it's not like we can just both do the quest and get better weapons. She nods. I'm sure. We should get going for the quest. Kirito smiles and nodded before saying, while we're on our way there, I'll message my friend Argo. She's an information broker, and ask her if she knows any quests that give you a good curved sword. If she does, depending on how long the quest for the anneal blade takes, we'll go get you a nice curved sword either tomorrow or the day after. With the way we're grinding, I don't think we'll even be able to get the anneal blade today. She tilts her head and hums as they start walking. Could you ask her about claws too? I prefer to fight with a claw and falcata, but the claws in the shops on the first 5 floors just aren't worth the kernel. Kirito nodded, but tilted his head and asked, "What's a falcata? I've never heard of it." She glances over at him. "It's probably because you prefer straight swords. A falcata is a curved sword. The skill for it doesn't unlock till you've gotten the curved sword skill up to level 20. He nods at her explanation. He was thankful for the fact he'd chosen to use the account he made for the beta rather than create a new one, and that Argo had been planning on doing the same. The beta testers didn't get any benefits for using their beta accounts. The only thing they got to keep were their screen names, avatars, which was no longer the case anyway, and their friend list. Though since they also didn't get any benefits from starting a new account, most of the beta testers he'd talked to had been planning on using their original account. Even if they had no other reason than having an easier time getting back in touch with friends and acquaintances they made in the beta. Shaking off the wayward thought, he goes into his friends list, finds Argo, and messages her. She takes a few minutes to respond, and when she does, rather than an answer to his inquiry, he receives a panicked message asking him a bunch of questions. Whether he was okay, where he was, and why the hell he needed that information amongst other things. Kirito blinks for a minute in confusion before realizing that it had only been a few hours since Kaiba Akihiko's tutorial. It occurs to him at about that time that not many people would be able to recover from that information and immediately focus on what they needed to do like Hannah and himself, and that it was probably pure chaos in the starting city. With that thought, he messages her back, reassuring her that he was fine and quickly answering her other questions. He also predicts the questions he'll get about why he'd left the safety of the starting city in return if he leaves it at that. So he also explains that he and Hannah both believe that it was better to prepare for the worst and assume they'd get no help from the outside than waste precious time they could use for grinding and getting stronger lingering in the starting city, waiting for a rescue that wasn't likely to come. The response takes almost 15 minutes to arrive. From what he can tell, it seems the reason she took so long was because Argo had forced herself to calm down, think about the situation, and arrive at a similar conclusion as himself and Hannah. Turning to Hannah, he tells her what the message says. So, Argo says she knows of 2 quests that gave a great curved sword and a decent claw. She says she'll sell the info for the claw quest for 500 call and offer to trade the info for the curved sword in exchange for picking up 2 claws from the claw quest for her. Hannah tilts her head and asks, "Why does she want 2? Claws are pretty much the weakest weapon class in the game, but in exchange for that they have ridiculously high durability. Well, they've also got buffs on them, but not until floor 3. All the claws before floor 3 are just regular claws. With the durability claws are known for, it doesn't seem necessary to have a backup this early in the game." He contemplates the information on claws having buffs for a moment, but shakes his head before replying. She doesn't want it as a backup. The system doesn't allow dual wielding, except for when it comes to claws. Due to their low damage and incredibly short range, the system allows people to dual wield claws. Argo actually fights with 2 claws, hence why she wants them. She nods in acceptance. "We need to get to Harunka to sell the mob drops we don't want anyway, but I'd like to take our time so we can grind a bit more." Without the claws, she'll probably avoid combat and rush to wherever she's going. So ask her if she's willing to meet us in Harunka. He nods, then messages Argo the request. A minute later, she replies, agreeing to head to Harunka to meet up. An hour later, they were walking into the inn they'd agreed to meet Argo in. They'd already sold the drops they didn't want at one of the shops and stopped to pick up the quest for the anneal blade, so they just needed to talk to Argo. As expected, she's already waiting for them when they arrive, so they make their way over to her. Argo was clearly deep in thought and doesn't notice them till they sit down. Jerking at their and her view's sudden appearance, Argo takes a moment to regain her composure before speaking. "Kibu, it's good to see you're all right." At Kirito's raised eyebrow, she huffs then adds, "What? I was just told a couple hours ago that there is a high possibility that I'll die simply because I enjoy video games and some madman wants to play God. So excuse me for being a bit out of sorts and being concerned for one of the few people I genuinely consider a friend. Kirito visibly barely stops his jaw from dropping. Though she doesn't know Argo, she's not sure why, given that she has a point. Though she had heard rumors about her and her nature, since amongst the beta testers she was considered the best information broker, so maybe it was because she was being so open and honest. A minute later his face softened slightly, likely due to her last sentence sinking in. I'm fine, Argo, and I'm glad to see you're okay too. I'll probably never admit it again since you'll find some way to use it against me. But for the record, I consider you my friend as well. Argo blinks rapidly for a moment before smiling gently. It was far smaller than the rumors of her playful teasing nature has her expecting in general, but by far more genuine than the mysterious shifty woman was known for being. After a moment she shakes herself and turns to her to get down to business. So, the info you wanted, like I told Kibu, I'll sell the claw info for 500 and trade the info for the curved sword for 2 claws. She nods, then opens a trade window and gives Argo 500 call before looking at her expectantly. Argo double-checks to make sure she had received the correct amount, then tells her the info she was looking for. All right, so the quest is east of Harunka. If you follow the stream that leads that way out of town, you'll eventually come across a small farm with wilting crops. The NPC you receive the quest from will be sitting on the porch steps of his house, looking depressed. If you ask him what's wrong, he'll tell you that his crops have become infested with a strange bug that eats the roots of whatever he plants. He'll continue by saying that he's tried everything he could think of to get the bugs to leave, but nothing works. At that point, if you ask if there's anything you could do to help, he'll ask you to head north and talk to an old woman who used to own a farm with her late husband. Don't worry about finding the woman's house. You just need to follow the waypoint on your map to find it. He'll also say something about being unable to go himself because the forest is dangerous. This is a warning. Halfway to the woman's house, you'll get attacked by a group of 4 dire wolves and the slightly stronger alpha dire wolf. Since it's only claws, that's really all there is to the quest. Once you get to the woman's house, just tell her about the bugs and ask if she knows how to get rid of them. She'll tell you that all the farmer needs to do is add some moonflower oil to his fertilizer and the bugs will leave, but you can't just tell the farmer that. If you try, he'll criticize you for trying to give advice on a subject you know nothing about. Anyway, once you've seen the woman, he'll accept the advice and give you 2 claws and 100 kernel. The quest could obviously be done by both of you at the same time as long as you aren't in the same party. So if you guys want to save time, you'll have to temporarily disband your party. I'm warning you now, though, if you do it that way, then when you reach the halfway point, instead of 4 dire wolves and 1 alpha, it'll double and be 8 and 2 alphas. Although the distance between the houses isn't that far, maybe 30 minutes, and that's if you're walking rather than rushing. So personally, I'd just make 2 trips, since there isn't a cool downtime on the quest. She thinks about it a moment before turning to Kirito and asking him his opinion. What do you think, Kirito? 1 trip or 2? On one hand, 2 trips will take longer, but on the other, 1 trip is more dangerous. After all, dire wolves on their own, or in 2s and 3s, may not be that dangerous, but the buffs they get in bigger packs, or with an alpha, can make them deadly. And with 8 wolves and 2 alphas. She trails off before shaking her head to clear it and continuing. Although with how much grinding we did, I'm confident we could beat them if you wanted to go that route. Kirito tilts his head in thought before sighing. I think we should just make 1 trip. We can handle it. Plus, since getting the quest item for the anneal blade will take a while, I think we should wait till tomorrow. Since it's a little after 9 p.m., go and get the claws first, then head over to get my sword. After that, we'll trade Argo's claws for your sword info, and if there's enough time, go and get that too. Sound good? She nods, and a comfortable silence settles over the 3 as they order some food and eat. Halfway through the meal, though, Argo shifts before turning to her. So in Kirito's message, he mentioned that you're a beta tester. Just out of curiosity, how do you not know the info about first floor claws and curved swords already? Did you not start fighting with them until later levels in the beta? She swallows her food before responding. No, actually. My family has strange traditions, I suppose you could say. You know how some families in Japan have their kids learn kendo? Out of the corner of her eye, she sees Kirito jerk slightly at that. She briefly wonders if his family was like that, but brushes it off when Argo frowns before saying, Yeah, but what do you mean in Japan? Aren't you from Japan? She shakes her head before saying, No, I was in the international beta. I live in America. Anyway, my family has a tradition that we learn how to use swords, kind of like those families I mentioned. Except unlike those families, we don't learn how to use a shurnai. My family learns how to use actual weapons. When I started playing SAO, it immediately became obvious that the rare players who had experience, usually with kendo, and the players with natural talent for weapons were off the bat better at the game. Of course, the more other people played, the better they got, and the gap in skill level lessened. But it was still there. She shrugged, so rather than focusing on my equipment, I initially just worked on getting the falcata skill unlocked, as that was what I chose to learn IRL. After I had my falcata, I almost exclusively focused on improving my skill with a falcata. I did of course upgrade my gear, but not often. I chose to use a claw with my falcata because I also learned how to use something similar when I was learning how to use my falcata. Really, the only difference between the claw I learned how to use in real life and the in-game claw is that the ones in the game have 3 claws extending from between the knuckles, and the one I learned with in real life had one extending from the tip of each of the fingers, kind of like long metal nails. Argo is staring at her in shock, but Kirito looks thoughtful before saying, "You know, my grandfather forced me and my sister to learn kendo, and now that I think about it, I did have a much easier time than almost all the other beta testers when the beta started. I didn't even notice." She nods, but before she can say anything, Argo shakes off her shock and turns her gaze to Kirito. "You know kendo, Kirito?" Kirito nods. Then Argo continues with a thoughtful expression. "I always wondered how you were so much better at SAO than anyone else. Though when you think about it, that actually makes sense." Kirito grins, and Argo shakes her head before turning to her and continuing. "Since I'm apparently am the only one at this table with no training, and I'm fairly certain I'm not naturally talented if the way I struggled at the beginning of the beta is any indication. And I can't really party with you guys since my being an information broker means I usually have a busy schedule running all over the place. Do you have any tips on how I could get better on my own?" She grins before saying in a teasing tone, "Now, Argo, surely an info broker like yourself knows you don't get anything for free?" Argo looks incredulous, and out of the corner of her eye she could see Kirito trying not to laugh. Just as Argo was about to start whining, Hannah laughs before smiling and saying, I'm kidding. I couldn't help myself." Argo pouts, and Kirito was now hiding his face in his arms, which were folded on the table, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Shaking her head at Kirito, even though he couldn't see it, she turns her attention back to Argo. "Well, my advice would be that once you have your claws, put some time aside every day and practice. Start with the claw skills from the system. Focus on one skill and use it over and over. Once you've memorized the movements, start trying to do the skill without the system's help. You'll probably be awkward and slow at first, but don't get frustrated or disheartened. Just keep practicing. Once you can comfortably do the skill on your own reasonably fast, start on the next skill. Keep doing that until you've got a good portion of them learned. Then begin practicing starting a skill and partway through switching to a different skill." Argo, who had been intently listening till then, abruptly interrupts her. "You mean like if the first skill has, say, an upward/hallway through, and the second skill starts with a downward slash, to start the second skill instead of finishing the first, right?" Hannah nods, and Argo continues. "I figured. I just wanted to be sure, though. Considering what that bastard Kaiba has done to SAO, the better I am, the more likely I am to survive. I don't want to waste a bunch of time learning something useless, because I misunderstood you." She hums in agreement before continuing. "Anyway, just keep practicing switching between skills, and once you're comfortable enough with it, go back to the starting city and practice fighting without using any system skills on them till you're comfortable fighting without using any skills. After that, just move on to an area with slightly tougher mobs, wash, rinse, and repeat. Before you know it, you'll be fighting high-level monsters without using a single sword skill. Oh, and a little nugget of information for you. As you know, the mobs are programmed to know when the player activates any skill in the game, and attempt to either block or evade. The only reason it isn't usually successful is because the game designers realize that the skill system would be heavily relied on. So to make it fair, all the mobs have much lower agility compared to the rest of their stats. You know how switching with another player causes the mob to freeze for a couple seconds because it confuses the learning algorithm? Argo and Kirito both nod, so she continues. "Well, if you start one skill then abruptly switch to a different one, confuses the hell out of them. See, The programmers apparently realized that players might learn to mimic skills on their own. So the AI for the mobs is not only programmed to know when you activate a skill, but they're also programmed to recognize when you mimic a skill. So if you wait till you've almost finished a skill, say hit 8 out of a 10 hit skill, since the algorithm will definitely have recognized the skill by then, and then switch, their programming has no fucking clue what to do. I've seen mobs freeze upward to 20 seconds while their programming figures out if it should be responding to a skill it knows or using the learning algorithm to try and predict your attacks. Now Kirito and Argo were gaping at her. Then Kirito incredulously blurts, 20 seconds? At most switching will buy you 5. And you're telling me there's a way to get them to freeze for 20 on your own? Hannah nods in amusement at his antics, and Kirito leans back before muttering, damn, I'm definitely going to learn how to do my skills manually, just so I can switch between them. With the new rules to this death game, 20 seconds could easily save my or someone else's life. She nods in agreement. Then after glancing down at the clock says, well, as nice of company you two make, I think I'm going to check into the inn and get some sleep. We should try to start as early as possible tomorrow, Kirito, so I'd suggest you do the same, but that's up to you, of course. Kirito and Argo both glance down and to the right, obviously checking their own clocks before Kirito nods and stands while saying, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Good night, Argo. Argo looks back up at them. I'm going to stay up a bit longer, but good night, Kibu, Hannah-chan. Hannah nods. Night, Argo. Kirito and her both walk up to the counter and check in. And as they're walking up the stairs, she glances at Kirito. Hey, Kirito. Seeing she has his attention, she continues, why were you laughing so hard when I teased Argo about paying me for the information on how to get better with her claws? It really wasn't that funny. He grins at her. Well, see, while I've seen Argo buy info off plenty of people, it's always Argo who teases when someone asks her something. I've never seen anyone turn the tables on her. Actually, I don't think she's had someone get her with her own game ever, if the look on her face was any indication. That was also funny, her expression. He laughs lightly, undoubtedly remembering Argo's expression, and she smiles. Now standing in front of her door, she turns to him, still smiling. Good night, Kirito. He smiles back. Night, Hannah. Going in and closing the door behind her, she starts unequipping her armor for resting place. As she does, an absent thought crosses her mind. He's pretty cute when he smiles. I could really get used to it. She was already asleep when the message, you have been disconnected, attempting to reconnect, inserts itself into her vision. Dante was laying on Marzanna's resting place, staring off in thought. Lily had eventually cried herself to sleep in his arms, so he'd put her in their resting place before hiding himself in Marzanna's room. He sighs when Virgil comes in and leans against Marzanna's desk. For a while, nothing is said, but Dante eventually loses his patience, which isn't a surprise. Virgil was always the more patient of the two. Growing in irritation, Dante snaps at his brother. I came in here because I wanted to be alone. Go away. Virgil shakes his head before answering. I knew that already. The question is why you want to be alone? I'm the one who wants to be left alone in situations like these, not you. You've always been about family. You're comforted by their presence when you're upset and are always right there for them when they themselves are distressed. Our family is definitely distressed right now, yet you're up here hiding in Marzanna's room, all alone instead of down there with them. What's wrong, Dante? And I know it isn't just Marzanna. You'd be downstairs if it were. Dante is silent for a while. He doesn't even contemplate trying to lie to Virgil. They were twins, 4 demons and angels that created a mental link. In Virgil, in his case, this led to being able to sense the other's emotions and tell if they were lying. They could block the other's ability to sense their emotions, which Dante was doing at that very moment. But it was impossible to lie to each other. Dante contemplates whether he should tell Virgil what was bothering him. He knows Virgil would understand, wouldn't judge him, but he's ashamed of his thoughts, which was why he was hiding from the rest of their family. Sighing again as he sits up, Dante was silent for another minute before whispering so quietly that Virgil had to strain his Nephilim senses to hear. I want to fucking kill him. I want to tear that Kaiba bastard to tiny pieces and feed his soul to demons. I want him to be in such agony, he begs for death. Unable to continue, Dante stops blocking his emotions. letting Virgil experience it all for himself, allowing him to feel depression and terror at what was happening to Marzanna, at the fact she could die, to experience Dante's rage at Kaiba, his desire for revenge, and his bloodlust, and wallow in Dante's shame at such thoughts and feelings. His shame in not believing in his daughter, at having such bloodthirsty thoughts for Kaiba. To feel Dante's self-hatred for going against everything he believed and told Virgil every time they clash regarding humans, and the fact they should never mistreatment their Nephilim abilities to hurt, kill, or enslave them. Dante simply sits there, drowning the torrent of negative emotions, waiting for Virgil to sift through and process them all. Finally, after almost 2 minutes, Virgil sighs before pushing off the desk and sitting next to Dante on the resting place before speaking. Dante, you've nothing to be ashamed of. Marzanna's your daughter. These feelings would be natural even if you were human. You're not, though. You're a Nephilim, and your demonic side makes those violent emotions all the worse. And of course you're terrified of losing Marzanna. Like I already said, she's your daughter. It's natural for a parent to worry about their child even when they're safe, and Marzanna's far from safe at the moment. As for feeling like you're going against your own beliefs, I don't know what to tell you except that while yes, those thoughts and emotions go against what you've always believed, it doesn't change the fact that they're natural. Dante shakes his head before burying his face in his hands. Virgil sighs again before putting his hand on Dante's shoulder and squeezing it in comfort. Virgil wasn't a hugger, unless it was Marzanna, but with how cold he normally was, and considering how he usually fought with Dante, that might as well have been a hug. That was all it took to finish off Dante's composure, letting his own tears finally escape into his hands. Chapter end notes. And in case anyone was wondering why Lily and Dante were immediately attracted to each other, but Kirito, Kazuto, and Hannah, Marzanna, weren't. When Lily and Dante met, they were both relaxed and relatively safe. Dante's a demon hunter, and related to Sparda, he's never truly safe. And Lily was even looking for someone to sleep with. Plus, Dante is, or rather by this FIC, was a ladies' man. Whereas Hannah was seriously concerned and distracted first by the lack of logout button and then by the fact SAO had become a death game. If you notice, I didn't delve into Kirito's perspective before he knew about the logout button/death game. It's only now that Marzanna's adjusting to the situation that she's noticing. Also, since I'm pretty sure I'd get at least one comment about it if I don't say something, Kirito has shown multiple times in canon that he'll adjust quickly to his situation, whatever it might be. The times he doesn't in canon are either when people die in front of him or when it should technically be impossible for him to win. Marzanna, on the other hand, is a demon hunter. She's used to her life being in danger. The only thing she needed to adjust to was that this time she was in a video game, and Argo was panicking till Kirito messaged her. Sabotage, trickery, and meetings. Chapter notes. I apologize for the last chapter's crappiness, and that the characters' personalities was off. That chapter was me trying to get back into my groove, remind myself, okay, this is where we were, and what was happening. Also, the dialogue between Diabell, Kibu, and Agile is almost directly quoted from the anime. This won't happen often, but in this case I chose to keep the dialogue the same rather than alter it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. December 2nd, 2022 to 26 days since SAO launch. Hannah and Kirito were waiting in Talbana, the town closest to the first floor's labyrinth, for the first boss raid meeting to begin in 2 hours. The previous day, a party had announced the time and location of the meeting and asked everyone who was willing to fight, as well as over level 9, to come. They were simply sitting on a bench a bit removed from the town's main plaza when Argo walked up to them. She smiles warmly at Argo while greeting her. Hello again, Argo. Always nice to see you. That buyer send you back again? Argo smiles in return while replying, it's good to see you too, Hannah-chan. Yeah, they've raised the price to 29,800 call now. And yes, Kirito, I told them what you said last time about not wanting to sell your annealed blade plus 8-1, no matter how much they offered, but they're persistent. She grins even wider when Kirito frowns at the two of them. While Argo was his friend, he also considered her to be incredibly annoying. As such, he'd been horrified when he realized that Argo and her got along like a house on fire once they got to know each other. He shakes his head, then turns to Argo. Seriously? Okay, I get that I've gotten lucky enough to max out the anneal blade, and I get that it's the most powerful one-handed straight sword till floor 3. I even understand that with the new rules of Aincrad, people desire the absolute best even more than usual to up their survival chances. But 29,800 for a sword? That's ridiculous. She frowns. Then, before Corrido can say more, interrupts him. Take the offer. Corrido stares at her in astonishment. But before he can reply, she shakes her head and continues. Just trust me, okay? Take the offer. We'll discuss it later. Much as I like Argo, neither of us are stupid enough to talk freely in front of her. He stares at her for a minute before nodding slowly before turning back to Argo. Guess I'll be taking that deal after all. Do you have the money already, or do you need to see your mysterious buyer? She frowns at the reminder of not knowing the buyer's identity. Argo was well known to be willing to sell pretty much any information, except the identities of the beta testers after public opinion began to turn on them for stupid reasons. But if you paid her enough, she'd keep her buyers anonymous. Unless, of course, you paid her even more than the person paid to be anonymous. Which is why if you really wanted to be anonymous with Argo, you had to try and pay more than you thought anyone would be willing to pay to learn your identity. Something she was upfront about, which meant it never impacted her reputation if someone paid her to break anonymity. It was tricky business, Argo's silence. But whoever wanted Corrido's sword wanted Corrido to know who they were even less. Wanted it bad enough to have paid Argo 40,000 to keep quiet, and Corrido and herself weren't quite willing to fork over more than 40,000 to learn their identity. More importantly, no matter how good a weapon or the current circumstances of Aincrad, the almost 30,000 call was already very overpriced, much less the total 70,000 cost of the sword as well as their anonymity. At least not for first floor gear. Once they get to the upper floors, the amazing equipment will be easily twice the combined sword/anonymity price on its own. Argo breaks her out of her thoughts when she answers Corrido's question. I don't have it right this minute, but I'll have it in 30 minutes max. Will you guys still be here? Or are you going somewhere? She quickly speaks up before Corrido can. We'll be back at the inn. Corrido and I need to have a private discussion without risking any eavesdroppers. She pauses to give a pointed look at Argo, who merely gives an unashamed grin, then continues. You already know which one we're staying at, and my room is at the very end of the hall on the second floor. We'll be there. See you later, Argo. Argo nods and begins walking off, throwing back a lazy, later Kibu, Hana-chan. Getting back to the inn, and her room quickly. Corrido plops himself onto a chair, then raises an eyebrow at her. What was that about? It may not have been apparent at first, but since they were able to grind up 30,000 call, they could easily get one themselves, which makes it pretty obvious someone's trying to weaken me specifically. Though I can't figure out why. But why are you letting them? She hums. I'm assuming you haven't forgotten what happened when we went to do the secret medicine, if the forest quest? He huffs before replying, of course not. After what Cooper tried to do, how could I? Her face darkens at the reminder of Cooper, who she'd been trying not to think about. An hour after they'd set out to do the quest so as to get Corrido's sword, they'd met Cooper, who was also attempting to get an anneal blade. They'd quickly realized that he was a beta tester, and they'd agreed to help each other complete the quest. After an additional half hour of searching for a little neepent with a flower, which was the only type that dropped the item needed for the quest, they'd found one. However, Cooper betrayed them by purposely hitting the fruit on another little neepent that had spawned nearby. Hitting the fruit on a little neepent caused all nearby little neepents to not only become extremely aggressive, but to converge on the location of the little neepent with the fruit. In other words, Cooper had tried to murder them via Monster PK. Cooper himself had almost been killed, as he was unaware that the hiding skill didn't work on mobs that didn't rely on eyesight, but because she was watching his back, Corrido had managed to save Cooper. They'd gotten into a disagreement after that. Corrido understood that Cooper only wanted the anneal blade and had only attempted to kill them out of desperation to make sure he got it, so as to survive Aincrad. She understood that as well, but had felt they had to do something, since in her opinion Cooper's reasons didn't matter. All that mattered was that he'd tried to kill them. Eventually, Corrido had simply given Cooper the little neepent ovule that was needed to complete the quest, and told him to leave and never bother them again. After that, it had taken them 3 more hours to find a little neepent with a flower, but by a stroke of luck, they'd found not one, but 2. So instead of one anneal blade, they got two. Kirito had suggested giving the second sword away, but she'd sweetly pointed out that the only way they'd been able to turn in both was if he gave her one, and they temporarily disbanded their party so as to both turn in the quest, then bluntly informed him that he wouldn't get the second sword from her unless he needed it. She shakes herself from the dark path her thoughts had taken her down, then continues in a rough tone. Well, after you got lucky enough to get your sword up to +8, I took the liberty of upgrading the spare. Technically, at the moment, we have 2 +8 anneal blades, but our mystery buyer doesn't know that. They'll think that you're weakened now that they've convinced you to sell your sword. Maybe it'll draw them out so that at the very least we can possibly find out why they want to weaken you. She knows Kirito well enough by now to know he heard everything she said, but someone who didn't know him would think he hadn't heard anything after 2 +8 anneal blades with the way he got a slightly odd look on his face. A minute later, he begins speaking lowly. You're telling me you got the spare up to +8 as well? You must have crazy good luck. She blushes, shakes her head, and opens her mouth to deny it, but he interrupts her, now speaking in a regular volume with a slightly teasing tone. No, seriously, I've always had horrible luck. Then I party with you, and suddenly I've not only got 2 anneal blades, but they're both +8? Just getting a little neepant with a flower on its head to spawn takes either a little luck or a lot of patience, but upgrading a weapon is completely luck-based. To get 2 anneal blades fully upgraded. He trails off, then shakes his head, and with a playfully mischievous look, does a half bow from his seated position while saying, I bow to you, O luck goddess. Please continue to bestow your divine luck upon me. With a blush heating her cheeks, she huffs before replying, only if you continue to deserve it. And, technically, it's goddess of life. He grins, you got it, then tilts his head in curiosity. And what's a goddess of life? She grins lightly in return before responding, Hannah, my screen name, it means goddess of life. I chose it as a joke to myself. Seeing Kirito tilt his head again, she explains, in real life, I'm named after a goddess of witchcraft, winter, and death. So when I named my character, I chose the name of a goddess of life. He grins lightly and nods his understanding. Just as he was about to say something, though, someone knocks on the door. Opening it, she swiftly invites Argo in, and they get down to business. She sits next to Kirito in the upper section of the amphitheater the meeting is supposed to take place in, waiting for said meeting to begin. Kirito has been watching the stage at the bottom of the amphitheater idly. She, on the other hand, was looking around at the other players trying to gauge their strength, which was much harder in a video game than it was in real life. She was beginning to get the hang of it, though. Just as she was halfway through looking at the other players, she's yanked from her self-appointed task by 2 sharp claps from the stage. Shifting her gaze to the stage, she sees a young man with blue hair and eyes. Immediately, he begins talking. Okay, let's get started. Thank you all for showing up today. My name is Diabell. The job I chose is knight. It was obvious to her that he was trying to dispel the tension in the other people by joking about classes, and to his credit it worked. Immediately the other players start laughing and calling out that there isn't a class system. She isn't overly concerned with that, though. She was more distracted by his name. She'd known a beta player by the name Diabell. She'd only originally been interested in him because she found his name amusing. Really, what was the luck that out of 1,500 people, and despite her antisocial tendencies, she'd meet a player whose name meant devil. After talking to him for a while, though, she'd found out that he was also an international beta tester, and from America like her. Though she used the term loosely, they'd become friends after that. However, Argus had sent out a questionnaire asking each tester if they were planning on using their beta account, so they could delete the accounts not in use. The problem was that at the end of the beta, Diabell still hadn't decided whether he wanted to keep his beta account or not. So, the question was whether or not this Diabell was the Diabell she knew from the beta, or if Diabell let his account be deleted and this was another player who happened to choose the same name. She doesn't think the latter was the case. It seems highly unlikely, but she isn't completely sure. She's pulled from her thoughts when the others in the amphitheater start clapping and whistling, and tunes back into what was being said in time to hear Diabell say, First, we'll divide everyone into parties of 6. Please take a moment to do so. From the corner of her eye, she sees Kirito calmly glance around. People were quickly forming full parties with their friends and acquaintances, so it was unlikely they could join them, which meant they'd probably be the incomplete party of stragglers. Kirito taps her shoulder, and once she glances over, nods his head towards the only other player without a party that she could see. Once she nods in agreement to asking the stray player, he slides over to her. She sees them talk for a few moments. Then Kirito quickly manipulates his menu, and a few moments later, after the girl clicks something on the window that pops up in front of her, a third name and health bar appears below her own and Kirito's. Taking a quick glance, she learns the girl's name is Asuna. A moment later, Diabell begins speaking again. Okay, have you formed your parties? Then abruptly Diabell is interrupted by a player yelling from the top of the amphitheater. Wait up a sec. The player begins hopping down the steps and lands a few feet away from Diabell. She rolls her eyes from his entrance and the fact that he'd clearly spent all his money on one piece of expensive scale mail armor and subsequently left the rest of his gear to be distinctly lacking. It was obvious he was trying to be flashy. Jabbing his thumb into his own chest, the player loudly proclaims, "My name's Kibu. I just want to say something before we take this boss on. Some of you here need to apologize to the thousands who've died so far." Kibu finishes by pointing sharply at the crowd. There was murmuring from everyone at his bold accusation. Then Diabell speaks up. "Kibu, are you saying the beta tester should apologize?" Without hesitation, Kibu rounds on Diabell and bitterly replies, "Of course I am. The day this stupid game started, the testers ditched all the newbies, leaving us all to die. They took all the good grinding spots and easy quests for themselves, ensuring that they could get ahead. And then they just ignored the rest of us." Turning his anger back on the crowd, he continues, "I have no doubt that someone here was in the beta. They should get down on their knees and apologize and give up all the items and money they've hoarded. If they don't, we can't trust them to protect us as party members, and they can't trust us either." She narrows her eyes on Kibu, furious that he would dare shove blame on them. First of all, Argo had been keeping track of as many beta testers as she could, and of the 2,000 that had died so far, almost 300 had been beta testers. Second, Argo had started compiling a book of tips and tricks from the beta testers less than a week after this death game started. She'd personally given Argo at least 3 chapters worth on manual sword fighting, and Kirito had proved to be a fountain of knowledge as well. Before her temper could become explosive, she hears Kirito let out a shuddering breath. Glancing over, she sees him shaking lightly with his eyes clenched shut. Her eyes soften and her anger dissipates at the sight. In the month they've been together, she's come to realize that, illogical though it was, Kirito thinks himself to be a selfish bastard, simply because he hasn't helped anyone face to face. She's tried pointing out how many people he'd undoubtedly helped with the information he'd given Argo, especially the stuff on choosing a playstyle, what skills to choose to best complement certain aspects of each style, and the most efficient way to place your stat points for your character build. Kirito was very stubborn though, so she hadn't really made any progress on convincing him that he was actually a great guy. Reaching over, she grabs one of the hands he had clenched and pressed tightly into his legs and squeezes gently. His eyes snap open instantly, and all of his breath comes out in one sharp exhale. He glances at her, and she smiles. He closes his eyes again and pulls in a shaky breath, holding it for a moment, then let it out slowly. After that, he slowly unclenched his hands. Reopening his eyes, he flips the hand in her grip and gives it a return squeeze, while glancing at her with a grateful look in his eyes. The interaction had taken less than a minute, during which time everyone else was murmuring at Kibu's allegation. They were yanked out of their own little world when a deep voice abruptly cut through the muttering of the crowd. Though she notices that Kirito doesn't release her hand. Not that she was complaining. It felt nice, actually. The deep voice rumbles out, "Hang on just a minute." The speaker stands up, revealing himself to be a massive bald man, and walks down to the stage, stopping in front of Kibu before continuing calmly. "My name is Agile. I want to make sure I understand you correctly. Are you saying that so many beginners died because the beta testers didn't babysit them? That they should take responsibility, apologize, and provide compensation? Is that right?" Kibu looks distinctly nervous as he stutters out his reply. "Why, yeah." Agile rummages in his pocket for a moment before pulling out a small brown book. With a jolt, she recognizes it as the very same book she'd been thinking of moments prior. Agile holds up the book and continues with his line of questioning. You picked up this guidebook, didn't you? It was provided for free at the item store. Kibble looks mildly confused, but responds anyway. Course I did. What's that got to do with anything? In response, Agile simply informs Kibu and the dead silent crowd. It was compiled from information that the beta testers provided. Immediately, the crowd's silence was broken as disbelieving murmurs cut through Agile and Kibu's discussion. Kibu frowns, but Agile ignores him and turns back to the crowd, holding up the guidebook for them as well. Listen, everyone had equal access to this information, and many players died regardless. I thought that we were having a discussion here about what we could learn from their deaths, and how that knowledge can help us defeat this boss. Some agreement comes from the crowd at that. Agile turns back to Kibu and gives him a pointed look. Kibu scowls, then with a sharp huff, angrily takes a seat. After waiting for Agile to sit back down, Diabell reaches back and pulls out his own copy of the guidebook Argo made. All right, let's continue then, shall we? Dante was attempting to keep himself busy with the influx of jobs in Japan. Since there were over 500 players from various countries around the world, instead of only Japanese citizens, the SAO incident was being considered an act of international terrorism. So, being considered terrorism, the various governments were paying for the majority of expenses related to the ongoing incident. This included medical expenses and safely relocating victims and their families to Japan, as they were the best equipped out of all the countries to handle those stuck in that death game, should the families choose such. As far as the non-magical governments knew, Marzanna's family had chosen to relocate. What only the magical governments knew, and allowed as long as proper precautions were taken, was that once Virgil and Dante had arrived, they'd swiftly bought the small house and large property Dante owned under a fake name, and Virgil had cast a complicated spell that caused the Devil May Cry shop to exist in two places at once. Before they'd gone to Japan, Virgil and Lily, once she'd calmed enough not to burst into tears randomly, had magically expanded the shop, creating an exact replica of the shop on the back of the house. Virgil anchored the back shop, and of course the attached house in Japan. Then they'd sealed all the doors between the shop in America and the shop in Japan, so that no customers accidentally wandered from one country to another, but they could freely move between the two as they needed. The reason Dante had owned the house and property was that they'd been taking international jobs for years. Coincidentally, the job to Fortuna Island that he'd met Nero on had been the first, but there'd been quite a few since. However, they'd only really been able to take the ones that somehow caught their attention. They'd all known that there were plenty they simply never became aware of. That had changed when Virgil returned from hell, and Lily moved in shortly after. Virgil and Lily had both been delighted to have someone who enjoyed in-depth debates on magic as much as they do, so there had suddenly been a lot of magical improvements to the house, all born from those debates. One of those improvements had started with the two demanding he get into the emergency funds and buy various properties in major or well-placed counties. He'd refused until they explained what they wanted the homes for. Virgil and Lily had worked out a way to anchor two doors to each other no matter where they were in the world. So the houses were needed as both anchors, and so that no one noticed their arrivals or departures, which would get the magicals on their cases, as well as a local safe house and base. In less than 3 months, they'd had 25 doors to various countries set up in their basement, which was of course magically sealed. Once Marzanna had been trapped in that game though, the doorway to Japan wouldn't suffice. Hence the original doorway being disconnected, and the shop existing in both America and Japan at the same time. While to be technical, the front shop only existed in America, and the back shop only existed in Japan. Technically, only the house existed in both places, and was attached to both. Once the house had been anchored, people had begun doing their best to distract themselves. For Dante, Nero, and Virgil, this was by taking on the increasing number of jobs in Japan. Demons were attracted to tragedy, and with 2,000 deaths already and the mounting despair and other negative emotions sweeping the county because of it, the demons were being drawn to Japan like moths to a flame. Lady, Cat, and Trish would be helping with the jobs, but they had their own task. Within a few days of Marzanna getting trapped, it became apparent that Dante wasn't the only one who wanted Kaiba to pay. The whole family had been on a warpath. This had also led the others to finding out that Eva was a seraphim, the most powerful species of angel. And yes, that was species. Unlike what people believe, there were more than 4 seraphim. Although they were extremely rare. Once Eva and everyone else's fury was cursing place to controllable levels, Cat, Lady, and Trish had set out trying to track down Kaiba. It may be against their beliefs to kill humans, as tempting as it was in Kaiba's case. That belief didn't stop them from making sure he paid for his crimes. Though that actually did go against the general view of not even hurting humans. In Kaiba's case, they were all willing to make an exception. Even Kairi, who was normally kind, sweet, and against violence, was bloodthirsty when it came to Kaiba. Kaiba better hope the authorities caught up to him before they did, because they would make him pay heavily for threatening Marzanna's life. Mike was conflicted. When his name first came out of the Goblet of Fire more than a month ago, he'd been startled, but ecstatic. When Hagrid had tipped him off about the dragons, he'd been wary, but confident. Now, after actually facing the Hungarian Horntail, he finally understood just how dangerous this tournament was. He'd also finally realized that whoever put his name in the goblet was trying to kill him. He tried talking to his father to ask if there really was no way to get out of competing in the tournament. But his dad had just looked at him weirdly and asked why he'd want to get out of the chance to increase his fame and glory. Dumbledore wasn't any help either. He'd simply flashed that old grandfatherly smile of his and calmly said that all things happened for a reason. Since it had finally occurred to him that someone was trying to kill him, he was pretty sure Dumbledore was using him as bait. That idea didn't sit well with Mike. Not after having spent his whole life having complete faith in Dumbledore's wisdom and power. He'd eventually gotten desperate enough that he'd asked Hermione Granger, the resident bookworm in Gryffindor. He'd spent the previous 3 years doing his best to avoid the girl after she'd given him and run a 2-hour lecture on doing their homework a mere week after their first year started. When he'd approached her, she'd initially been defensive, thinking he wanted help solving the egg he'd gotten during the first task. After he explained what he wanted to know, she'd gotten a strange look on her face and asked a question similar to his dad. Unlike his father's inquiry, though, it was obvious that Hermione meant it in a manner of why the great Mike Potter wanted to get out of a chance to make himself more famous. Especially since he was, in her words, an attention whore. It had taken him half an hour to explain that he'd finally had his eyes open to what was really happening. It would have taken less time, but Hermione kept interrupting with snide comments. Eventually, once he was done talking, Hermione had stared at him for a moment with a contemplating look on her face. Then finally, after almost a full minute, she'd sighed before informing him that she'd looked up the tournament rules out of curiosity when the tournament was announced. She'd bluntly informed him that the only ways out of the tournament that he had control over were victory or death. The tournament would, of course, end if one of the other champions won. But unless he helped them, it was out of his hands. He'd sat there for a good 15 minutes, taking that in with a solemn expression, before quietly thanking Hermione for her time and getting up to leave. He didn't question Hermione's answer. The girl wouldn't share information with anyone unless she was utterly sure of it. Hermione gave him another strange look before asking him to stay. He'd been startled, but obliged. To be honest, after the way 3/4 of the school were treating him with scorn, and the remainder treated him like he was the second Merlin, Hermione was refreshing. Sure, she didn't like him and treated him with contempt, but at least unlike the rest of the school, she didn't like him for his attitude and the type of person he was, rather than something completely out of his hands. For a few minutes, there was an awkward silence. But then Hermione seemed to gather her thoughts. She quietly commented on him changing, and that she hoped it was for the better, before offering to help with his egg. He'd protested for a minute, not wanting to bother her any more than he had. She gaped at him for a minute, before commenting that he really was changing, and rapidly. He knew exactly why she said it too. A mere 8 days prior, he would have accepted her help. Then once he no longer needed her, ditched her, and claimed he figured it out himself. All without ever once even thinking about how she'd feel about it. Worse yet, even after doing that to her, if he needed help again, he would have gone back again and expected her to help him despite what he'd done. And if he'd managed to convince her to help again, he'd just repeat the whole thing all over. It truly was astonishing how nearly dying, realizing someone was trying to kill him, and that neither his father nor mentor, Dumbledore, really cared could change a person. Chapter and notes. And Mike's finally here. He'll be taking his spot as one of the main characters. Anyway, I put a poll on my profile about who Mike should be paired with, if at all. Personally, I lean towards Hermione, but I included Asuna, Lisbeth, Sugaha, Sinan, Sachi, and even Argo. Yes, minor spoiler, Sachi's gonna survive, and that's only a minor spoiler, because I'm not saying anything about the rest of the Moonlit Black Cats. Or if there are enough votes for it, I'll leave him unpaired. 1. Yes, I am aware that in canon Corito only got the anneal blade up to +6. This is not ignorance. I chose to alter it. Also, for those who haven't read the light novels, the part about someone trying to buy Corito's anneal blade was omitted from the anime. I've never read the manga, so I'm unaware if it was included there. Beaters, chapter notes. And I know when Hannah sent Klein a friend request, she said a player would probably outright disappear from a person's friend list, and that is how it works in canon. However, since I made it so that some of the beta testers' accounts got deleted when they made a new account, I made how the system treats a player on a person's friend list dying work a tad differently. The first floor boss raid meeting had adjourned a few hours previous. Currently, many of those participating in the raid were in the main plaza celebrating that they'd found the boss room and made a rather solid plan to tackle the boss. She can't help but think it's a bit silly to celebrate before they'd even fought the boss, but she isn't about to stop them. It wasn't like they could get hangovers, and low morale could be just as dangerous as shoddy equipment in a fight. If drinking and generally making fools of themselves help keep everyone's morale up about the outcome of tomorrow's fight, then so be it. She was currently sitting and watching the plaza waiting for Corito to return. He'd mumbled something about food before leaving. She was watching Diabell, who was currently talking to Kibu. She hadn't checked her friends' list since the game started. She was admittedly too scared to see if any of her friends were grayed out with a cross next to their name, the manner in which the system marked a player dead. But after the meeting ended, she had. Diabell had indeed still been on there and been alive, meaning he had chosen to use his beta account. A quick check of his location confirmed that the Diabell from the meeting was the one she knew, rather than simply someone with a similar name. Narrowing her eyes at Diabell, she wonders what he's up to. Normally, he wouldn't hang around people like Kibu, but Diabell would when he wants them for something. Diabell is a rather devious person, and he was almost always planning something. She tilts her head as she thinks about that. Someone was trying to weaken Corito by buying his sword. Narrowing her eyes again, she wonders if Diabell had something to do with it. She's broken from her thoughts as someone abruptly speaks. You're thinking rather hard there, Hannah. Is something wrong? Turning to Corito, she sees him looking at her in concern, so she quickly gives him a reassuring smile before responding, no, not precisely. Turning her head to look at Diabell again, she briefly contemplated whether she should tell Corito, since her suspicion was exactly that. A suspicion. She has no proof at all that Diabell was the one trying to sabotage Corito. She discards the idea within seconds, since proof or not, Corito has a right to know. I think it's Diabell. Seeing Corito tilt his head in confusion, she elaborates. The person who bought your sword, I think it's Diabell. Even if it wasn't him specifically, he probably has something to do with it. Corito had begun to pull food from his inventory as she spoke, but furrows his brows and pauses to ask, why? Diabell doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd try something like that. Admittedly, I haven't spoken to him personally, but he trails off for a moment before returning his gaze to her. Did you talk to him while I was gone? Is that why you think it's him? She shakes her head. No, I haven't talked to him since the beta. However, I did know an American beta player by the name Diabell, and while you were gone I confirmed that he is in fact the Diabell I knew in the beta. The thing about Diabell is that he's incredibly devious and he's always up to something. This turning into a death game would probably curb those tendencies, but it wouldn't outright stop them. He'd just be more careful, so as to not inadvertently kill anyone. Corito had handed her the food he got her during her explanation. Then as she finished, he started eating his food with a thoughtful expression, mulling over what she told him. Finally, he swallows the bite he'd been chewing before speaking. I see. Do you have any idea why? I'm pretty sure I never met him in the beta, so it probably isn't a personal grudge, and I can't think of any other reason Diabell would target me. She hums in thought. No idea. I may have known Diabell well enough to tentatively call him a friend, but admittedly, I rarely knew what he was planning unless I managed to get him to tell me. And getting him to talk has never been easy, but I'd be even harder since he's seen me with you. Then again, this is all just my own suspicions. I haven't seen him do anything to actually suggest he has anything to do with buying your sword. He might be completely innocent and not even know anyone is trying to weaken you. He tilts his head and stares at her for a minute before responding, "Do you think it's him?" She nods, so he continues, "If you think it's him, then that's good enough for me. What do you think we should do?" She's startled at Kirito's faith in her opinion. Sure, they'd become rather good friends in the month since this stupid death game started, but she wasn't used to anyone outside of her family trusting her. She felt her cheeks begin to flush. Quickly forcing her oncoming blush down, she clears her throat before answering. "For now, nothing. I'd like to talk to Diabell, but don't mention the sword, okay?" Getting a nod from Kirito, she turns back to the plaza and calls out, "Hey Diabell, could you come here?" Diabell looks over at his name, then starts making his way over at the request. Once he was only a few feet from her, he smiles in a friendly manner before speaking. "You're in the raid tomorrow, aren't you? In Group E taking care of the ruined Kobold Sentinels?" She nods. "Glad to have you with us, but, sorry, I don't think I got your name." She puts on a look of mock hurt. "Why, Diabell, I'm wounded. I know we haven't seen each other since the beta, but I didn't think I was that forgettable." Diabell looks shocked at the fact she knew he was in the beta, then confused before flickering his eyes up towards her green player cursor. Unlike regular MMOs, in VR MMOs the system only showed you a player's name under their cursor if they were on your friends list. She figured Diabell had taken her familiarity with him as them knowing each other well enough for her to be on his list. She can't stop herself from laughing when he clearly sees her name pop up after a couple seconds. Given his eyes go wide, and he returns his gaze to her face, gaping like a fish. A moment later, he snaps out of his shock and starts rambling. "Hana-chan, you're alive. That's great. Well, I mean, I knew you were alive since I saw you on my friends list, but I didn't expect to see you here. Not that it's shocking that you're participating in the boss raid. You were always really good, but it definitely took me by surprise to see you so suddenly. Not that it's really all that. Son, just, I'm rambling arente. Sorry you just surprised me, and I'm still rambling. You know, I'm just going to shut up now before I make an even bigger fool of myself." She starts laughing not even halfway through his tirade. It was rare for Diabell to lose his composure, but she finds it hilarious every time. In the beta, it had gotten to the point that she had actively messed with him, deliberately trying to get him to lose his cool. Shaking her head, she grins at him. "It's nice to see you too, Diabell. Always fun to mess with your head." Looking at Kirito, she sees him smiling at them in bemusement and gestures to him before continuing, "This is Kirito, a friend of mine and my party member." Diabell's eyes narrow just a fraction at Kirito's name, then widen in surprise at the rest of her sentence. His surprise was understandable. She rarely called someone her friend, and she never partied with anyone. However, the more important part was that he'd clearly recognized Kirito's name, making it even more likely that it was him trying to buy Kirito's sword. Ignoring it for the moment, she starts discussing the boss raid tomorrow with Kirito and Diabell. 20 minutes into the discussion, Kirito taps her shoulder. After seeing he has her attention, he gestures down a street to her left while saying, "Isn't that Asuna?" Glancing over, she nods in agreement after a moment to find who he was indicating. Speaking in a manner that makes it clear he was talking to himself more than her, he continues, "I wonder what she's doing all alone." He falls silent for a minute before turning back to her. "Hey, I'm gonna go talk to her. I'll meet you back at the inn later." She nods and watches him walk off. Turning back to Diabell, she sees him staring at Kirito with a strange look on his face, and sighs. "Kirito's a good guy, you know. I don't know why you wanted to weaken him, or what you're up to, Diabell, and frankly, I don't care. Just make sure no one gets hurt, and for fuck's sake, be careful. We may not be overly close, but you're still my friend. I don't want anything to happen to you." Diabell stares at her silently for a moment, then nods. "I know, Hannah. Trust me, I know. I'm being careful, and I'm not going to endanger anyone. More importantly, friend and party member, I can't think of anyone other than myself you've ever introduced as a friend, and you've never partied with anyone, despite my numerous attempts to persuade you to team up with me. He must be something special to have caught your attention." She opens her mouth, but before she can reply, Kibu calls out to Diabell. He turns and gives the group the annoying man was standing with the 1-minute sign, But before he can even fully turn back to her, she shakes her head at him. I don't know why you're hanging out with that guy. He's an arrogant jerk, and he isn't even a tolerable arrogant jerk like you are. Diabell opens his mouth to deny her insult, but she just shakes her head again. Go on, Diabell. Have fun, cause some mischief. Just be careful. I've got a bad feeling that whatever you're up to isn't going to go the way you plan it to. He grows serious at that. He knew that her bad feelings were usually spot on. He starts walking backwards to Kibu and his buddies as he finishes their conversation. Hannah. You be careful too. I don't need to tell you this, but this place is dangerous. I don't want to see you hurt. His piece said, Diabell turns around and rejoins Kibu. With a smile that, while friendly, she knew to be utterly fake, he starts chatting with Kibu's group. The next day, December 3rd, 2022, everyone was double-checking their equipment one last time before the boss fight began, before Diabell walks up to the boss door, then turns around to them. Listen up, everyone. I only have one thing to say to you all. Let's win. Let's go. Turning back to the boss door, Diabell puts his hand on it. Creaking loudly, it opens immediately. As soon as the door finishes opening, people start cautiously entering. At the end of the dark room, she can vaguely see the boss lift its head. Its eyes start glowing red, and it grabs its weapon as it stands up. Immediately, the room lights up brightly, and the boss's name and 4 health bars appeared, proclaiming it to be Ilfong, the Kobold Lord. 3 ruined Kobold Sentinels spawn a moment later. With a loud roar from the boss, it and the Sentinels charge. Undaunted, Diabell lifts his sword above his head and starts shouting, Commence attack. Tanks forward. Group A, get the boss's attention on yourself first. Group B, be ready to switch with them at my command. Group C and D, wait till the tanks have its attention, then start hitting it with all you've got. If it switches its attention to you, fall back and let the tanks get it to refocus on them. Group E, take care of the Sentinels. I don't want them bothering Groups A through D. Groups F and G, you're on standby, but be ready to switch at a moment's notice. She can't help but be impressed. Diabell had never seemed like a leader to her, but he was actually rather good at it. For the next 20 minutes, Hannah and her party dealt with the constantly respawning Sentinels. She listens intently to Diabell shout orders and keeps an eye on the battle. Finally, Ilfang's 4th HP bar depleted to 1/3, and Ilfong jumps away and throws his axe and shield. This was the signal that the boss had lost enough HP and was switching tactics. However, rather than go by the original plan of surrounding Ilfong, Diabell abruptly yells for the other groups to stand back and rushes in while charging a one-hit massive damage sword skill. With a jolt, she realizes what he's doing. He's trying to get the last attack bonus. That idiot's going to get himself killed. Finishing off the last sentinel, she shouts, Diabell, don't. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees Kibu look at her strangely, but ignores it. Diabell had smiled at her, meaning he wasn't going to listen. Already running towards Diabell and Ilfong, she shouts over her shoulder, Kirito, Asuna, come on. Kirito follows her without hesitation, and Asuna catches up a moment later. Abruptly, Kirito inhales sharply. She can see why. Rather than the Talwar it was supposed to have, Ilfong drew a Nodachi. He shouts loudly at Diabell in warning. Diabell? It's no good. Retreat as fast as you can. They were almost to Diabell when Ilfong abruptly jumps and starts bouncing around the room. She tilts her head and shouts to Kirito, Kirito, get a foot in front of me now. He jolts, then gets into a position. She immediately starts charging a heavy sword skill. As soon as Ilfong launches itself at Diabell, she jumps onto Kirito's shoulders, then uses him as a springboard, launching herself to intercept Ilfong. Ilfong looks at her at the last second, only to receive her sword skill right to his face and get violently thrown back. She isn't a heavy hitter though, so it isn't a surprise that the skill doesn't finish off Ilfong. Instead, he bounces twice before slamming into one of the room's many pillars, nearly crushing a sentinel that spawned seconds before. Using the last couple seconds before her skill's cool down kicks in, Hannah twists so she wouldn't land too hard and shouted, Kirito now! While it's stunned, Asuna the Sentinel. Asuna immediately runs ahead of Kirito and engages with the ruined Kobold Sentinel. Kirito doesn't even pause, hitting Ilfong with a heavy sword skill of his own, hurling the boss a few feet into the air. Ilfong seems to freeze in midair for a couple seconds before shattering into thousands of polygons. A split second later, a large congratulations appeared where Ilfong was, and a loud fanfare cut through the heavy silence. The quiet only lasted 5 more seconds before the raid group starts cheering wildly. Her skill cooldown ends, unfreezing her. Glancing at Diabell, she sees him looking rather pale, which was understandable since Ilfang's sword had been less than 5 feet from his face when she slammed into him. Speaking loud enough to be heard over the crowd, she asked, "Diabell, are you all right?" Getting a shaky nod from Diabell, she turns back to Kirito, who had his back to them. He seems to be staring at the congratulations window. She quickly makes her way over to him and gets his attention with a gentle hand on his shoulder. He turns quickly, clearly startled. However, before she can say anything, Kibu angrily yells at the crowd, "Stop cheering." Dead silence falls, as everyone turns to Kibu in shock at how he could be angry when they'd just beaten the boss. Kibu glares at her and Kirito before furiously continuing, "You too. You could have gotten Diabell. No, all of us killed. You both knew the boss wouldn't behave in the manner the guidebook said it would. Yet you didn't say anything at the meeting. You dash." Diabell quickly composes himself and angrily cuts across Kibu. "Enough." The boss was obviously changed since the beta dash. Kibu only seems to grow more enraged. Exactly. Yet they still knew. They still knew even though it was different than the beta. They're even worse than beta testers. They're cheaters. They're beta testers and cheaters. That's the only explanation. And I bet there are more of them here. Come out, you cheaters. Now. She stares in horror. Kibu was causing mistrust to spread through the other players like a plague. If the people who would be making up the boss raid parties don't trust each other, then they'd never get out of here. Something had to be done, and fast, before the mistrust Kibu was planting became rooted in everyone's minds. But what to do? With the accusations Kibu just threw at her, the others weren't likely to listen to her. If anything, they'd probably think her protests proved Kibu right. Before she can figure out what to do, she's taken off guard when Kirito abruptly bursts into dark laughter. Walking past her and stopping a few feet in front of her, he levels Kibu with a condescending smirk and speaks in a dark, dangerous tone. "Cheater? All right, I'll give you that one, but beta tester? Don't make me laugh. Yeah, I was in the beta, but don't associate me with those utter noobs. Those guys were so green, they didn't even know how to level up properly. Even you guys are better than they were." Kibu gapes at him. A minute later, one of Kibu's buddies composes himself. See, he admits it. He's a beta tester and a cheater. He's a beater. She narrows her eyes, then glances at Diabell. He was staring at Kirito in shock, disbelief, and respect. It was strange to see Diabell look at Kirito in respect, considering a mere 2 days ago he was trying to sabotage him. She returns her gaze to Kirito, then, feeling more determination than she had in her entire life, she makes up her mind. Kirito lets a dark grin slowly spread across his face and starts manipulating his menu, then equipping a black trench coat she'd never seen before. With a condescending smirk, he replies, "Beater. Huh, I like it. All right, you can call me that. Just don't confuse me with those newbie beta testers." He turns to her, and she can see the apology hidden in his eyes and immediately understands what he was going to do. He was going to push her away so he wouldn't drag her down with him. Narrowing her eyes in annoyance, she cut across him before he had a chance to say anything. Always gotta waste time playing around with the losers. Honestly, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times, they aren't worth the effort. Kirito's eyes widen in shock, but he doesn't contradict her. It was too late now anyway. She'd cemented it into everyone else's minds that she was with Kirito. So instead, he plasters on a fake pout, then whines. "Must you always ruin my fun? I like fucking with their heads." She glares at him, so he gives a dramatic sigh before continuing, Fine. Let's go." Without even giving the other players another glance, they head to the end of the boss room and start going up the stairs to the next floor. The stairs go up in a spiral, and Hannah barely waits till they were far enough up to be out of sight before grabbing Kirito's arm and yanking him around to face her. "Let me make one thing perfectly clear. The only reason I'm not punching you in the face for your stupidity is because you're incapable of feeling it, making it rather pointless. Kirito opens his mouth to protest, but she shuts him up with a glare, then continues. No, that was pure stupidity. You just made yourself public enemy number one, and you were going to run off on your own, leaving me behind. Kirito's jaw tightens, and when he speaks his voice is tense. Yes, they were already going to make me one of the most hated people in Aincrad. At the very least, I could manipulate the situation so beta testers stop being discriminated against, but I sure as hell wasn't dragging you down with me. So don't you make it sound like I was abandoning you. I was trying to protect you. She loses her temper at that. I don't need protection. I've been hated and discriminated against my entire life. It doesn't matter to me one bit what any of them think. What matters is that one of the few people I actually care about just threw themselves to the proverbial wolves, and even worse, tried to do it alone. She's panting, more out of habit than necessity, by the end of her tirade, and glaring daggers at him. Kirito stares wide-eyed at her in return. When he finally composes himself, he lowers his head before speaking quietly. I understand why you're upset. I do, but I'm not going to apologize. I know we've only known each other for a month, but even if you don't need me to protect you, I care about you. I want to protect you. So I'm not going to say sorry because I wouldn't mean it, and I don't like saying things I don't mean. Lifting his head, he gives her an exasperated grin before continuing. Besides, it's a moot point now. After what you pulled back there, there's no going back. She huffs before sharply snapping back. Good. Someone obviously needs to keep you from getting in over your head. Finally losing the last of her righteous fury, she softens, then jokingly says, Sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not getting rid of me that easily. Kirito grins lightly, then tilts his head with a simple, Oh, that's so. Hannah gives a firm nod before grinning at him and proclaiming, Yup, I'm like a vampire. Once you invite me in, there are no takebacks. You're stuck with me. Kirito's laughter proved to be infectious, as it wasn't long before Hannah had joined him. The boss fight had been going well, up until Diabell decided to abandon the plan and rush Ilfong alone anyway. The second Hannah takes off, he follows. He didn't even need her shout to tell him to join her. He'd already been right behind her. As Ilfong draws his secondary weapon, Kirito feels like his blood has turned to ice. That wasn't a Talwar. That wasn't a Talwar. Before he even realized he was opening his mouth, he hears his own voice desperately yell, Diabell, it's no good. Retreat as fast as you can. For a minute, he lets hope get the better of him. Lets himself give into the wild belief that they'd make it. That hope is crushed when Ilfong starts jumping around, bouncing off of the walls and pillars wildly. He's yanked from his despair when Hannah shouts at him, Kirito, get a foot in front of me now. He jolts in confusion. He doesn't understand why, not when they won't make it. Nonetheless, he does as she asks. Not even a second later, he hears the hum of a sword skill charging up. A couple seconds more, and Ilfong moves to attack Diabell. Immediately, he feels something land on him. He almost stumbles when the same thing disappears with a heavy push. Looking up, he sees Hannah had launched herself to intercept Ilfong. In a rather detached manner, it occurs to him that she'd used him like he was some sort of trampoline. Before that thought could go any further, Hannah rams her sword skill right into Ilfang's face, sending him skidding into a pillar, narrowly missing a sentinel. Not even a second later, Hannah shouted at them, Kirito now! While it's stunned, Asuna the sentinel, neither of them need to be told twice. Asuna rushes past him and takes care of the sentinel. He all but ignores her, though, as he hits Ilfong with a one-hit sword skill, cleaving from Ilfang's left hip to right shoulder. Ilfong is lifted a few feet off the ground, then seems to freeze in midair for a moment before shattering, as all mobs do. He's so shocked at how quickly it seemed to end that he barely notices the congratulating banner, the fanfare, or the cheering. He whirls around when he feels a hand touch his shoulder, though he immediately relaxes when he sees it's a smiling Hannah. She opens her mouth to say something, but before she can, Kibu starts shouting his head off. As Kibu and Diabell briefly argue, Kirito grows furious. Kibu can say whatever he wants about him, fine whatever, but saying those things about Hannah? Kirito has never been a violent person. Sure, when he'd started playing VR MMOs, he'd noticed he was a bit of a berserker, but that was different. He wasn't actually hurting anyone. Now though, now he wants to beat Kibu's face in. Not his avatar, but his real face. He forces himself to take a calming breath. It was clear he wasn't going to talk his way out of this, so he might as well make the best of a bad situation. He refuses to drag the other beta testers or Hannah down with him, especially Hannah. Kirito has always been strangely good at acting, considering how little he interacts with people due to his antisocial tendencies. He does his best bad guy laugh. Not one of those overly dramatic, ridiculous ones, but one that could easily come from a cruel and sadistic person in real life. While laughing, he walks past Hannah and stands in front of her so as to draw negative attention away from her. He gives a big, hate me, I'm the bad guy speech and equips the Code of Midnight. He got his last attack bonus at just the right moment for dramatic effect. Then he turns to Hannah, apology in his eyes, but cruel smirk blaring, determined to make sure her name doesn't get dragged through the mud with his own. He's startled when she damn near glares at him, but before he can say anything, she beats him to it. Always gotta waste time playing around with the losers. Honestly, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times, they aren't worth the effort. He's shocked. Why? He knew she could tell what he was going to do. She had an out from all the hatred that was sure to be directed at them after today. So why? Why'd she throw it away? It was too late to go back now. What's done is done. So after putting the finishing touches on their little act, he starts for the stairs, Hannah following closely. As soon as they were hidden from the other players' views, Hannah roughly yanks him towards her and all but snarls in a low, dangerous tone. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. The only reason I'm not punching you in the face for your stupidity is because you're incapable of feeling it, making it rather pointless. He tries to protest, but she glares harshly before continuing. No, that was pure stupidity. You just made yourself public enemy number one, and you were going to run off on your own, leaving me behind. He clenches his jaw in anger. Couldn't she see he was trying to protect her? Why was she angry about that? Tense with confusion and anger, he replies in rather clipped tones, yes. They were already going to make me one of the most hated people in Aincrad. At the very least, I could manipulate the situation so beta testers stop being discriminated against, but I sure as hell wasn't dragging you down with me. So don't you make it sound like I was abandoning you. I was trying to protect you. She immediately snaps back in righteous fury. I don't need protection. I've been hated and discriminated against my entire life. It doesn't matter to me one bit what any of them think. What matters is that one of the few people I actually care about just threw themselves to the proverbial wolves, and even worse, tried to do it alone. That shuts him up quickly. He'd only known her for a month, but Hannah was precious to him already, and it meant a lot to him that she cared so much about him. What really got him, though, was the second sentence. How can anyone hate Hannah? How dare anyone discriminate against her? He wants to ask about it. As far as he's concerned, it's far more important than what they'd been arguing about. He knows that this meant something to her, though. So lowering his head and reining in his fury, he quietly explains, I understand why you're upset. I do, but I'm not going to apologize. I know we've only known each other for a month, but even if you don't need me to protect you, I care about you. I want to protect you. So, I'm not going to say sorry because I wouldn't mean it, and I don't like saying things I don't mean. Lifting his head up and looking her in the eye, he can't stop the exasperated grin that made its way across his lips before he continues. Besides, it's a moot point now. After what you pulled back there, there's no going back. Apparently determined to get the last word, Hannah snaps back. Good. Someone obviously needs to keep you from getting in over your head. Her anger finally seems to deflate, and she softens, then jokingly says, sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not getting rid of me that easily. He couldn't stop the grin that tugged at his lips even if he wanted to. Oh, that's so. She nods before grinning and proclaiming, yup, I'm like a vampire. Once you invite me in, there are no takebacks. You're stuck with me. It's so ridiculous it startles a laugh out of him. Not that he's complaining when it gets Hannah to start laughing too. Just the sound of her laughter causes any lingering tension from the boss fight and subsequent argument to all but melt away. Kirito doesn't usually get attached to people, much less in just a month, but there was something special about Hannah. Mike's Guilt, chapter notes, and so, SEO started November 6th, 2022 and ended November 7th, 2024, while they really wanted to make it almost exactly 2 years. That's 24 months. Remove another month since the first floor took that long, and you're left with 23 months, or 100 weeks, or roughly 705 days. To get 74 floors done in that amount of time, they had to have been completing a floor at least every 9.5 days, roughly. I'm saying this because I wanted to avoid anyone saying that they're getting through the game too quickly. Of course, some floors will take less time, others more. It'll balance out. The 9 days thing is just a rough guideline for me, though I'm going to have to keep track of how much time each floor takes. Otherwise, I get the strange feeling someone's going to comment, with how you've set up the timing for each floor, they would have had to clear underscore floor in a day. Or something like that, which, don't get me wrong, I'd appreciate it if someone pointed out such an oversight of mine, but I'd rather just avoid it altogether. More Mike than Marzanna this chapter, but that's just how the story decided things would happen. Also, another skip. See the end of the chapter for more notes. December 31 th. 2022 to 55 days since SAO launch. Hannah was waiting with Corrido for the boss raid meeting to begin. Since they'd conquered the first floor, the frontliners had gotten significantly better. No one wanted it to take a month to get through each floor after all. After wasting a month on the first floor, it seemed to put all the frontliners into a frenzy. They completed the second floor in 6 days. When they reached the third floor after rushing through the second, most people were a bit too underleveled for comfort. Technically, they could fight the mobs there, but almost no one had felt comfortable with how much damage the mobs had been doing. So, due to most of the frontliners grinding, it had taken 14 days. Now it was day 8 of floor 4. The boss raid meeting was today, and if all went according to plan, the boss raid itself would be tomorrow. They're both startled out of the light banter they've been exchanging when a familiar voice calls out to them. "Oi, Corrido, Hannah." They turn to look over, finding that it was indeed Klein, who was making his way over, both more than a little shocked that he was here. Klein smiles as he reaches them. "How are you guys doing?" Hannah gives an unsure smile. Fine, but Klein, you probably shouldn't hang around us. Our reputation, that is dash." Klein frowns. "You mean that whole beater thing? I heard. What really happened anyway? I may not have known you guys that long, but I know you guys aren't like that." Corrido sighs. Short version? The boss was changed from the beta. We recognized the weapon it used from other floors and tried to warn the raid leader. After the raid, one of the players decided that we knew because we were beta testers and cheaters, ergo beaters, and decided to loudly voice his opinion. There wasn't really anything we could do about it, so we decided to make the best of a bad situation and at least try to make people stop hating the beta testers. Klein's frown deepens. "That's bull, man. You guys didn't do anything wrong. You were only trying to help." She smiles gently at Klein. "It's nice to know we've got your support. We only really have each other, Argo, and Diabell. Well, I think Agile, one of the frontliners, likes us. He doesn't seem to believe we're so-called beaters at any rate. However, you really shouldn't associate with us. Whatever reputation you may have will go down the drain faster than you can blink if you do." Klein snorts, then turns his head towards a group of people not far behind him. "These are those friends I told you about on the first day. The only people whose opinions matter to me are theirs, yours, and Corrido's. Everyone else can say whatever they want about me. I don't give a damn." Corrido looks startled. "Why would you care about our opinions?" Klein looks a bit sheepish. "Well, I mean, I know we didn't know each other for long before we split up, but I still consider you my friends." She smiles gently at him. "Well, I can't speak for Corrido, but I think of you as a friend too, Klein." Corrido nods in agreement, and Klein grins at them. He opens his mouth to say something, but was cut off by a voice that was also unfortunately familiar to her and Corrido. "What the hell are you filthy beaters doing here?" They all turned to Kibu with different expressions. Klein was pissed. His friends also looked irritated, which warms her heart a bit. That they'd be mad at someone insulting her and Corrido despite not really knowing them. Out of the corner of her eye, she can see Corrido blank his face, pinning Kibu with an expressionless look. She herself was annoyed, but upon noticing Diabell making his way towards Kibu with an angry expression, an idea hit her. She flashes Diabell with a mischievous grin, causing him to pause, then turns to Kibu. "Scusa, ti conosco?" 1. Kibu falters in confusion, then shakes his head. "I know you speak Japanese, lady." "You dash." She tilts her head while cutting him off. "Certo che parlo Japanese. Un idiota come te." che parla a malapena correttamente la propria lingua, indubbiamente però non conosce una parola di italiano, ed è più divertente pasticciare con la testa. 1. Off to the side, she could see Klein and his friends gaping at her in shock. Carito was noticeably trying to keep himself from smiling, while behind Kibu, Diabell had covered his mouth with one of his hands, and his shoulders were shaking with muffled laughter. Kibu, on the other hand, growls angrily. You think you're so funny, don't you? Only a beater would find you funny, just so you know. You dash, again shikatsi mof. Sai, se vuoi provare a fare il furbo, prima devi essere furbo. Altrimenti sei solo un asino. 1. Kibu gives a frustrated shout, then storms off. Diabell walks over to them and grins at her. Really, Hannah? A moron like Kibu can only take so much. It's rather inconsiderate of you to tax his brain like that. Off to her left, Klein gives a startled laugh. She puts on a look of mock thought. I hadn't thought about that. You don't think his brain will short-circuit, do you? Diabell just shakes his head at her. Well, if you guys are all right over here, I should get back to my party. She smiles at him. Yeah. Thanks, by the way. I can handle Kibu, but it's nice to know you have my back. Diabell nods. Of course. See you later, Hannah. One of Klein's friends speaks up while looking at her in interest. You know Italian too? She nods with a smile. Do you know any other languages? Klein said you were American, but that you were fluent in Japanese. So if you're fluent in Italian, that's already 3 languages you know. She hums, fluently. He nods. Well, English, Japanese, and Italian obviously. I'm also fluent in Russian, German, French, Spanish, Arabic, and Portuguese amongst other things. Now they all stare at her, and she shifts awkwardly. What? Carito shakes his head. Nothing really. Most people don't fluently speak 9 languages. It's just startling is all. She looks away. Well, actually I know more than 9, but I didn't feel like naming them all. Not to mention, amongst the ones she hadn't listed were Latin, Ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, and a few other languages that were dead as far as humans were concerned. Her grandparents had been alive when those languages were common, though, so they'd taught her when she'd asked. Most might think it useless to know dead languages, but while technically any language could be used when casting magic, specific ones were best for certain types of spells. Latin was great for general spell casting and quick spells. Ancient Egyptian was amazing for wards, and Sumerian was fantastic for rituals. Technically, it wasn't necessary to know what you were saying to cast a spell, obviously given that most magical schools don't teach the meaning of the words when they teach spells, but it helped a lot. Plus, you needed to know the languages if you wanted to create a new spell, ward, or ritual. Most people made the mistake of using Latin for new wards and rituals since it was what they knew and was the most common language used for magic. But when creating new spells, wards, or rituals, one should have a firm understanding of what they wanted to do and pick the language most suitable for that type of magic. After all, even just the basic idea of Latin for quick spells, Egyptian for wards, and Sumerian for rituals wasn't always correct. It was more of a guideline. She realizes she's spaced off when Carito waves a hand in front of her face. Huh? Oh, sorry, my mind wandered. What did you say? Carito chuckles lightly. I noticed. The meeting's about to start. I asked if you wanted to get closer to Diabell, since he's leading this meeting. She nods, sure. The boss raid meeting had finished a few hours ago. Since then, Hannah and Carito had gotten some lunch, went to some shops to make sure they had everything they needed, and did various other preparations for tomorrow's raid. Now it was 6:38. She glances over at Carito. Do you want to do some grinding? Carito hums in thought. The sun will go down soon. The mobs will be twice as ferocious then. She nods. Yes, but they'll also drop more XP in items. An extra level or 2 is always a good thing. He laughs lightly. Too true. All right then, where do you want to grind? She grins. Let's go to the labyrinth. He jerks in shock. What? The labyrinth? But the mobs there are already twice as strong as regular mobs. Since it's almost nighttime, they'll be more ferocious. She nods. Yes, but the system always boosts drops and XP whenever mobs become stronger, which means we'll get a lot more XP and drops than usual. Seeing him hesitate, she sighs. All right, if you think it's too risky, we'll go somewhere else to grind. It was just an idea. Carito contemplates it for a moment, then sighs. No, we'll go to the labyrinth. The stronger we are, the higher our chances of surviving this twisted game. The higher the gain, the higher the risk. So it'll be worth it, but he gives her a worried glance. Promise me we'll be more careful than usual. We'll heal more often and retreat earlier at the very least. She nods with a smile. Kirito and Hannah had been in the labyrinth for over 5 hours. Currently, they were sitting side by side resting in one of the safe zones. From the outside, all the labyrinths looked like solid stone, but they weren't. Sometimes they had windows or stairs circling the outside. This particular one had safe zones that were large balconies. She glances at her clock when she notices a change in her peripheral. The digits got a subtle red glow and read 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. She nudged her companion. Kirito, look. The clock is counting the seconds until New Year's. He blinks, then glances down and to the right. Yeah, I'd forgotten it was New Year's Eve, to be honest. She nods. They silently watch the clock tick away until there are only 10 seconds left. Then she starts counting down out loud. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year's, Kirito. Kirito smiles at her. Happy New Year's, Hannah. Abruptly, a large boom and a flash of color startles them. Looking out over the rest of the floor, they realize fireworks were going off. She smiled lightly. I guess Kaiba programmed them in to celebrate New Year's. He nods. A ding notify her to a new message, which she's sure Kirito also gets, given a window pops up in front of him at the same time hers does. Sharing a glance, they open them to find a system-generated message. At the top was a large banner. In bold letters it said, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. Below that was a short letter, congratulations for surviving so far. Please select one of the following as a Christmas/New Year's gift. 250,000 call, 30 large health potions, 2 of every type of crystal. She glances at Kirito. Potions or crystals? We may not be rich, but we aren't hurting for money either, so I don't think either of us should go for that. He hums in agreement. 2 of every type of crystal? Then there'll be teleport crystals in there. Those alone make that option amazing. Healing crystals too, but at this point we don't have enough health for a potion to not be able to fully heal us. So the 30 health potions are very tempting. Technically, we could each pick one, then split them. 1 of each crystal each and 15 health potions for each of us. On the other hand, having 4 teleport crystals instead of 2 would be fantastic. She nods. Potions aren't overly expensive, but having 30 large healing potions would be very nice. He nods back, and she sighs, but I agree having 4 teleport crystals would be awesome. Contemplating it for a few minutes, she shakes her head. We can buy potions if we need them. Let's just both pick the crystals. He thinks it over for another moment, then nods. After picking the crystals and confirming the choice, a little message appeared in front of her. One she assumes it a replica of what's on the window that had popped for Kirito. Items received. 2 antidote crystals, 2 healing crystals, 2 teleport crystals, 2 message record crystals, 2 screenshot crystals. Hannah gave the message a strange look. Message record and screenshot crystals? She glances at Kirito, who just gives her an equally perplexed shrug. She shakes her head with an amused grin, then sighs in contentment as she leans her head against Kirito's shoulder. Today's been a good day, hasn't it? We got the next boss planned out. My idea on grinding in the labyrinth works spectacularly, bringing us both up to level 21 too. And we secured ourselves 4 teleport crystals. Kirito was initially mildly startled when she leaned against him, but relaxes and leans his own head against hers while she's talking. Yeah, we should start grinding in the labyrinth at night regularly. For levels each is pretty crazy. She hums in agreement. It's not that crazy. The mobs are a lot more difficult, so we had to retreat from almost a sixth of the fights. No, the results aren't crazy, but other people would probably think we are for trying it. Most people refuse to even go out to regular grinding spots at night. It's pretty much considered taboo to go to the labyrinth. He nods. They'd either think we're completely insane or consider the fact we survived as more evidence that we're beaters. She nods, but can't find it in her to be annoyed at the mention of their beater statuses. Both the outcome of her day and leaning against Kirito made her far too content to care. Mike sighs when he notices Ron hurrying over to him. Next to him, Hermione glances at him in question, then follows his gaze. Upon seeing Ron, she scowls. Hermione and Ron hated each other. It was only made worse by the fact Ron had believed Mike had put his name in the goblet and abandoned him. Ron had come back around after the first task, but Mike wasn't sure he could trust him. After 23 days of working together to solve the egg, he and Hermione had gotten rather close. At first it had been awkward. Then Hermione said something that made Mike realize that she wasn't a no-nonsense prude and actually did have a sense of humor. After that, he'd taken to joking around with her, just a tiny bit, which had made it much less awkward. Then Mike had said something that apparently made Hermione realize that he wasn't stupid and was actually very intelligent, and had stopped trying to dumb down her explanations. Things had become rather relaxed between them after that. Mike had started to enjoy Hermione's company, and she seemed to enjoy his as well. They'd grown close at an astonishing rate after that. When the Yule Ball had come around, he'd even asked Hermione to go with him. She'd accepted, after he'd clarified that he was asking as her friend, and they'd both ended up enjoying the night immensely. So 2 days ago, when Ron finally found him, he didn't seem to even realize Mike had been avoiding him. He'd immediately questioned why he was hanging out with, in his words, a loser like Granger. Mike had immediately hexed him and told him that if he was going to insult his friends, he should just stay away. Ron had gotten angry at that, saying that he was Mike's friend, not some stuck-up know-it-all. Mike hexed him again, then grab-resting placed Hermione and their things and left. Needless to say, Hermione had been surprised and had asked him what was wrong with him and Ron, since it was well known that they were best friends. So he'd explained everything. She'd already intensely disliked Ron, but outright hated him after that. It was truly astonishing. 2 months ago, Ron had been his best friend. Hermione had been that annoying know-it-all, and he'd been an arrogant jerk. Now he couldn't stand Ron's presence. Hermione had become his friend and confidant, and he was completely unsure of who he was. It was terrifying, that uncertainty, but at the same time it kind of excited him. He'd come to realize that the person he'd thought he was, who he'd been before the tournament started, didn't really exist. Most of that person was simply what other people made him be, based on preconceived notions they'd had of him. He'd occasionally noticed it, felt like he was boxed in, trapped, but he'd never realized what it was. He figured it was because, while most of it was forced on him, a little bit of it had been brought about by how James had raised him. On the other hand, he was also terrified of this period of self-discovery. What if he didn't like the type of person he really was? What if Hermione didn't like him? Her opinion of him mattered a lot to him nowadays. He'd told Hermione everything except his fears. She'd been extremely supportive, which he couldn't have been more grateful for. He'd only been zoned out for a few seconds, but was yanked from his musings by Ron reaching them. "Oi, Mike, where you been, huh? I've been looking everywhere for you." He sighs again, already tired of Ron's presence, and casts a quick muffliato, studying the egg. With Hermione, my friend, Ron had continued to be a complete asshole to Hermione, so Mike had taken to making pointed comments about how much he liked Hermione and how she was his friend. Rather than getting the blatant hint, it just seemed to anger Ron every time he said anything. Sure enough, Ron predictably flushes with anger. "Why do you insist on hanging out with her? Not to mention, you took her of all people to the ball? What the hell, man? This isn't like you at all." Hermione bristles. "Maybe you don't know him as well as you think. If you weren't such a self-absorbing place, Dick Dash." Ron cuts her off angrily. "No one asked you for your opinion. No one wants you around. Go away so I can talk to Mike." Mike is immediately furious. "Don't you talk to Hermione that way, Ron. And to correct your poor assumption, I want Hermione around. You need to be respectful to other people. This is the last warning I'm going to give you, Ronald. Are we clear?" Ron gapes at him for a minute, then glances between Hermione and him. Abruptly, his face morphs into something ugly, and he gets a horrible feeling. Then Ron rounds on Hermione angrily. "Really, Granger? That desperate for Mike to pay attention to you? Then again, you were always unnaturally enthusiastic about potions. What the hell are you talking about, Weasley?" Hermione looks livid, like she already knew what Ron was saying, but wanted clarification. Mike has a good idea as well, but surely Ron wasn't saying Dash. "You know damn well what I'm talking about. You spiked Mike with enchantment. You mud-blood whore." Mike didn't even realize what he was doing until Ron was sprawled on the ground and his fist hurt. Ron gapes at him, which was understandable. Most wizards used magic and detested physical violence, so getting punched in the face by someone was practically unheard of. He steps towards Ron, still enraged, but Hermione grabs his arm. Mike, calm down. He isn't worth it. He looks at her incredulously. But he dash. Hermione nods. I know, and I appreciate you standing up for me. But Weasley really isn't worth it. He's not worth getting in trouble over. He stares at her for a few moments, then closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and forces himself to unclench his fists. After a good minute of forcing himself to calm down, he opens his eyes and nods stiffly to her. Still holding his arm, she begins to tug him after her. It was only then that he noticed that while there hadn't been that many people in the hallway, every single one of them was staring and whispering. He mutely lets Hermione drag him along, and is entirely unsurprised to end up in a heavily secluded table in the library. Hermione sets her bag on the table and sits down, still holding his arm. He flops into the seat next to her, slumping down with an old tiredness settling into his bones, and she lets go of his arm. Immediately, she grabs the hand he'd punched Ron with and starts examining his knuckles. He glances at her. They're sore, but I don't think I broke anything. Well, I don't think I caused myself injury. Can't say the same about Weasley. Hermione hums and finally lets go of his hand. She stares at him for a few seconds, then sighs. Mike, it's not that I don't appreciate you defending me. I do. I really, really do, but you'll probably get in trouble. Points docked at the very least, and likely a detention too. You shouldn't let him get to you. He looks away, not wanting to see the disappointment that was undoubtedly in her eyes. I don't regret it. Even if I lose some points and get detention, it'll still have been worth it. Talking to you like that, he deserved a lot more than that. Hermione sighs again, then brushes his bangs away from his eyes. I'm not mad, Mike. I just don't think you should let an asshole like him get you in trouble. He's entirely unworth it. Honestly, you shouldn't even give him the time of day. He nods, mind turning over the old notion and examining it for the first time in a long time. Now under the new light of his recent discoveries, love potion. She tilts her head. What about it? He grows distinctly uncomfortable, but pushes himself to answer. I used to have a twin. James told me she went missing when we were 6. The thing is, Marzanna, my sister, told me a week previous that James was drugging Mom with enchantment, amortentia to be specific. I didn't believe her, but, well, now I know that James isn't the person I thought he was, and now that I think about it, Mom started acting weird shortly after Marzanna went missing, and James was pissed. I try not to think about that time in my life, but roughly 2 months later, Mom left. I haven't seen her since. James said she ran off with a half-breed, but Hermione is quiet for a minute. You think Marzanna was telling the truth? It almost sounds like Marzanna did something to stop James, most likely destroying his stock, and he got rid of her. Marzanna destroying the amortentia would also explain James being angry and your mom acting weird. The potion would have begun to wear off by then. He nods slowly, a pained expression stealing across his face. That's not the only time Marzanna tried to confide in me. We used to be close when we were younger, but James was always saying things about her. She was a liar, she was a thief, she was mentally unstable. The list goes on and on. At first I didn't know what to think. James had never lied to me, but I knew Marzanna. Then when we were 4, I found her at the bottom of the stairs, bruised and bloody. She said James had done it to her, that he hurt her, but I just couldn't believe it. He was my kind, caring dad, wasn't he? So I chose to believe what James had been telling me about her. We weren't close anymore after that. In the 2 years following, before she went missing, I think we spoke less than 30 words to each other, excluding her trying to tell me about the amortentia. If I just listened to her, maybe she wouldn't. Just maybe she... Hermione runs her fingers through his hair in a comforting manner. You talk about her like she's dead. He gives a humorless laugh. Marzanna and I were twins, Hermione. We had the telepathic bond all twins have. Twins can usually sense a lot about each other, their emotions, where they are if they're okay. With practice, magical twins can even speak telepathically to each other. When I woke up the day Marzanna went missing, I couldn't sense her, no matter how hard I tried. Admittedly, our bond was far weaker than most twins for reasons I've never been able to figure out, but I should have been able to sense her. The only time twins can't sense each other is if there's a vast distance between them, or if they're dead. Hermione pauses in her petting. Oh. She's silent for a minute, then resumes carting her fingers through his hair. Well, you said your bond was weaker. I mean, it's possible it makes your range shorter, isn't it? He sighs. Technically, yes, but I just don't think that's the case, Hermione. He falls silent for a bit, then begins whispering so quietly Hermione has to lean close to hear. It's my fault. If I just listened to her, believe her over James, maybe she'd still be alive. Hermione sighs. Mike, don't do that. It's not your fault. He snorts in disbelief. No, I'm serious. You were 6, just a kid. A child is supposed to be able to believe their parents. Plus, James had practically been brainwashing you. And children are very susceptible to suggestion. He starts to protest, but Hermione places her hands on his cheeks and forces him to look at her. Mike, listen to me. Whatever happened to Marzanna, it wasn't your fault. You were a child who was only listening to his parent. If anyone is at fault here, it's James, not you. So don't torture yourself over it. He just shrugs. I wish I could apologize to them. I feel like they deserve that at least. Even if Marzanna's alive, I doubt either one of them ever want to hear from me again. So maybe it's selfish. Maybe I just want to get it off my chest, to tell them that I know I was wrong. I don't know. When he trails off, Hermione stops running her fingers through his hair and wraps her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. He appreciates Hermione trying to make him feel better, but he was pretty sure he would take this guilt to his grave. Severus Snape was making his way to the library. When Lily had run away from James with her soulmate, she'd asked Severus to watch over Mike when he started Hogwarts, and if possible, try to negate as much of Potter's influence as possible. He'd been dutifully doing just that since Mike was 11. He hadn't had much luck undermining Potter's influence, but he reported to Lily every weekend on how her son was. So when he rounded a corner just in time to see Mike punch Weasley, he'd gone after him and Granger. After unfreezing from his shock anyway. Weren't Weasley and him best friends? He supposed it didn't matter, but if he was going to change friends, at least he traded the idiot for someone who actually had a brain between their ears. Even if Granger was an annoying little girl who liked to pretend she knew everything, Lily will approve the higher intelligence at least. When he'd finally caught up, he'd paused behind a bookshelf when he heard Mike muttering about enchantment. His interest piqued. He eavesdropped on the conversation. He felt a bit bad for Mike. He knew what it was like to live with crushing guilt. He'd only realized the prophecy could refer to Lily's child after he'd told Voldemort, as before, that he hadn't known Lily was expecting. Lily was back under the enchantment by then, so he hadn't been able to warn her. So for more than a year after 3, Severus believed he had inadvertently killed Lily. He still tried to find a way to save her, and her children. They may be Potter's children, but they were Lily's too, though even he believed it to be impossible. It was sheer luck that Potter and Lily had been called to an emergency meeting an hour before Voldemort struck, being forced to leave their children with Peter Pettigrew. He knew it wasn't luck that saved the children, subsequently killing Voldemort, but he didn't care. No one knew what happened to Pettigrew. Most assumed that he also died in the blast of magic that happened due to the killing curse rebounding. Shaking himself out of his memories, Severus contemplates whether or not he should help Mike. This tournament is good for something at least. It's changed him for the better from what little I've seen. Lily's missed him horribly. This might be the chance for them to be together again. On one hand, he might not be as different as I think. If that's the case, it would hurt Lily even more than the situation with Marzanna already has. As strong as she is, I don't think she could handle that. On the other hand, it could give them both closure over the whole issue, and may even ease Lily's pain over Marzanna. Just a little. Continuing to contemplate the issue for a few minutes, he eventually shakes his head. Even if she wasn't dealing with Marzanna's mind being trapped, she'd still be furious with me if I let this opportunity slip through her fingers. Decision made. Severus rounds the bookshelf, and as soon as he sees the two, snaps at them. Potter, come with me. Granger starts to protest, since Mike was still clearly being haunted by his thoughts, but he cuts her off. Now, Potter, I will not tell you again. Mike slips out of Granger's hug. It's fine, Mione. She bites her lip, glancing quickly between the two, before squaring her shoulders in determination, and grabs her bag while standing up with Mike. Her intention was clear. She wasn't going to leave Mike alone with him, given the state Mike was in. He doesn't care. He just turns and starts heading for his office. Hermione was worried. If this was about Mike's fight with Weasley, then it would be Professor McGonagall dealing with it. She knew that was the only thing Mike had done recently that could get him in trouble. The only other thing this could be about was the tournament, which either McGonagall or Dumbledore should be the ones handling it. Mike was in no condition, mentally, to be dealing with the stupid tournament. She continues to worry about it, until Mike grabs her hand. When she looks over, he gives her a tired, but reassuring smile, while gently squeezing her hand. She smiles back, but mentally scolds herself. She was here to support Mike. He shouldn't be comforting her. When they finally make it to Professor Snape's office, he immediately locks the door and casts a large number of privacy wards. After finishing that, he walks over to the fireplace. Grabbing some flu powder from a jar on the mantel, he barks a quick, "Wait here," then throws the powder in and leaves. Sharing a confused glance, they impatiently waited for Snape to return. Roughly 10 minutes later, he does. Following him was a beautiful red-haired woman Hermione has never seen in her life, but still looks vaguely familiar. The woman looks Mike over for a minute, smiling in a loving manner. "Hello, Mike. It's good to see you again." She glances at Mike, only to find him stunned silent. She gets her answer on the woman's identity when Mike collects himself enough to speak a moment later. "Mom? How?" "That is, I dash." She's startled by the woman's identity, but can't help but feel slightly amused. Apparently, Mike hadn't recovered enough to speak, or at least not properly. Either that, or he'd spontaneously forgotten how to speak correctly. Lily also looks amused. Then she glances at Professor Snape. "Severus, would you mind getting some tea while I conjure some chairs? I get the feeling explaining everything will take a while, if this is how he reacts at simply seeing me." Professor Snape nods, then leaves out of a side door, temporarily disrupting the privacy spells, but they snap back into place as soon as the door closes behind him. Mike's mom, what was her name? She wasn't sure if Mike had said, glances at her. "And who might you be, dear?" "I'm Mike's friend, Hermione Granger." Pausing to gently push the still shocked Mike into the newly conjured chair, she tries to remember if Mike had mentioned his mother's name. Giving up a moment later, she turns back to Mike's mother. "I'm sorry Mike mentioned you, but I don't think he ever told me your name." The woman smiles gently. "I'm Lily Sparda. It's nice to meet you." It was at this moment that Mike decides to rejoin the conversation. "Sparda? Then you really did run off with some guy." Lily frowns at Mike's wording. "Mike, sweetie, I didn't abandon you. I would have taken you with me if I could, but Potter and Dumbledore had already begun to make you see things their way. I didn't know how you'd take everything. Especially, well, you adored them both, so I didn't know how you'd take finding out they'd been working together to, well, dash." Hermione, seeing her struggle, decides to speed things along. "So it's true? James had you under amortentia? And Dumbledore was involved?" Lily gets a startled look on her face. "You know? How?" Upon getting confirmation, Mike immediately gains a look of both pain and shame. "Marzanna tried to tell me. I didn't believe her. I'm sorry, I should have. Maybe if I had she dash." Lily's expression becomes alarmed at that, and she immediately cuts across Mike. "Mike, what did James tell you happened to Marzanna?" Mike looks away. "All he told me was that she went missing. I don't believe that anymore, but Marzanna's my twin, Mom. Our bond may have been weaker than most, but I was always able to sense her. I haven't sensed her since I woke up the day James said she disappeared." Lily gains a look of understanding. "She isn't dead, Mike." Mike immediately jerks at that, staring at her with wide, hopeful eyes. Lily nods. "It's true. We've been living together since I left. You couldn't sense her because James operated her over to America and left her there after she destroyed all of his amortentia." Mike breathes a sigh of relief. "So she's okay then?" Lily gets a pained expression at that. "Not exactly." She shifts her gaze to Hermione. "Have you heard about the Sword Art Online incident?" She frowns at the seeming unrelated topic shift. "My dad told me about it in his last letter." "What is that? Oh, you mean?" Lily nods with a tight expression. "Oh, I'm so sorry. That's horrible. I dash." Mike interrupts. "Hermione? What are you guys talking about?" She takes a deep breath and begins to explain. It takes a while, since Mike's a pure blood through and doesn't even know what a video game was, but eventually they get the basics of the situation across. It was actually Snape who'd come back at some point, who eventually made Mike understand. Though they all knew his example of being stuck in a pensive memory where you control what happens was very far off from what was actually happening. After finally getting the general idea, Mike sits back to absorb the information. Eventually, he looks at his mother and makes a hesitant request. "Can I visit her?" Lily smiles, "Of course." Glancing at the clock quickly, she sighs. "Not today, though. It's gotten rather late. Tomorrow wouldn't be a good day either, as you'll need someone to take you, and we'll all be busy. After that's Monday, so you'll have class all week, and I don't want to distract you from your studies. Next Saturday, though, I'll take you, okay?" Mike nods, clearly a bit put out that he'd have to wait a week, but more happy to be able to see his sister. He gets a determined expression, and Hermione feels like she knows him well enough to guess why. He was probably promising himself right then and there that if she made it back from that place, he'd do everything he could to make up for not believing her when they were younger. Chapter in notes. If this is wrong, I apologize, but I had to use Google Translate. The translation should be, "Scusa, ti conosco? Sorry, do I know you? Certo che parlo giapponese. Un idiota come te, che parla a malapena correttamente la propria lingua, indubbiamente però non conosce una parola di italiano, ed è più divertente pasticciare con la testa. Of course uno speak Japanese." An idiot like you, who barely speaks his own language correctly, undoubtedly doesn't know a word of Italian though, and it's more fun to mess with your head. Sai, se vuoi provare a fare il furbo, prima devi essere furbo. Altrimenti say solo on Asino. You know, if you're going to try to be a smartass, first you have to be smart. Otherwise, you're just an ass. I looked it up in canon around this time. Corrido was level 17 and Asuna was level 16. So it's not far off. In case anyone's confused, the prophecy was made before Harry was born, and Voldemort attacked when he was 15 months old. That's all canon, which means Voldemort didn't attack for at least 16 months. Reunion. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. January 7th, 2023 to 62 days since SAO launch. Mike can't help but feel a bit anxious. Today, he'd see Marzanna for the first time since they were 6, but she was stuck in that death game. He'd been waiting in Professor Snape's office for half an hour when his mother Flo calls and tells him to come through. Brushing himself off, he looks around and finds himself in some sort of study. His mother smiles and gives him a hug before leading him out. "We'll be going in a car, a muggle form of transportation. Dante and Nero are coming with to visit Marzanna." Mike nodded. His mother had told him everything a week ago, including the fact Marzanna and he didn't share a father. He'd been shocked, but after thinking about it for a week, it made some things make sense. Like why Potter, he refused to think of that man as his father or by his first name, hated Marzanna. It also explained why his and Marzanna's twin bond had been so weak. There were two men in the living room when they got there. They both had strange silverish white hair and wore trench coats, but the taller man's coat was pure red, whereas the shorter man's coat was black on the outside with a red inner lining. The shorter man also seemed to be younger, but not by much. His mother had told him about Marzanna's family, so he was certain the taller man was Dante, and the shorter was Nero. They both look him over momentarily, then Dante shifts his gaze to Lily. "Ready to go then?" His mother nods, then pauses momentarily, glancing at him. "This is Dante, Marzanna's dad, and my husband." His assumption about the one in the red coat being Dante turned out to be correct when he nodded in greeting. His mother continues a moment later. "And this is Nero, Virgil's son and Marzanna's cousin." Nero lifts his hand in a lazy greeting, and his mother gestures to him. "Dante, Nero, this is Mike, Marzanna's brother." Mike was thankful she hadn't felt the need to unnecessarily mention that they were half-siblings, therefore bringing up Potter. Mike nods at them in greeting. "Nice to meet you." Dante gives him a small grin. "Likewise, kiddo. Now that introductions are out of the way, let's get going." On the way there, Mike's head starts to hurt, and it slowly gets worse. By the time they're at the hospital, his head feels like someone is hitting it with continuous blasting curses, but he ignores it. He wasn't going to let a headache stop him from seeing Marzanna, no matter how bad. The pain in his head continues to grow. When they reach Marzanna's hospital room, Dante and Nero go in first. As he stepped through the door, the pain sharply spikes, causing him to lose his balance and grab the door frame while black spots momentarily invade his vision. A moment later, he notices his mother gripping his arm to steady him. Dante and Nero had also noticed, and all three of them were looking at him in concern. His mother gently guides him to a chair in the room, but the movement only seems to worsen his headache. Once he's sitting, his mother bends down to be eye level. "You okay, sweetie?" Mike nods, but immediately regrets it as the black spots come back. Migraine. "I've fine." Nero raises an eyebrow. "A migraine bad enough to make you lose your balance?" Mike shrugs. "It started on our way here, then progressively got worse." Lily frowns for a few minutes. "It almost sounds like Dash," she cuts off as her eyes widen. "Shit." Dante glances at her. "What's wrong?" She shakes her head. "It must have slipped my mind since Mike and Marzanna didn't seem to be negatively affected, but it's the twin bond. I don't know about demonic and angelic twins, but magical twins have a telepathic bond, and their magic is intertwined. Due to their magic being intertwined, separating twins usually causes them great pain. The further the distance, the greater the pain. However, the weakness of their bond must have negated the usual pain from being separated. Now, however, their magic and the telepathic portion of their bond, in other words, their minds, are trying to resynchronize, but they've been separated for 8 years. The strain is undoubtedly immense." Nero glances between Mike and Marzanna in worry. "Is there anything we can do to help? Or should we not interfere? And what about Marzanna, if the pain distracts her while she's fighting in that death game?" Lily shakes her head. "There's nothing we can do. It's completely between them. And all we can do is cross our fingers that Marzanna wasn't busy, as it would do significantly more harm to try to separate them now." Mike! He forces himself to focus on his mother through the pain. Physical contact will undoubtedly make it hurt even more, but it'll also speed up the process. Grab Marzanna's hand. He blinks a few times before his brain manages to process what she'd said. Then nods. Even the small act of shifting closer and reaching for Marzanna makes the pain nearly double, but Mike forces himself to grab her hand. He's barely brushed her hand when darkness closes in, and he loses consciousness. Colors explode around him as scenes flash before his eyes. Some of them stick out. She was 6. Potter had dumped her in some random city in America hours ago, and night was falling. She wandered around until she found an alley, then pulled her mother's enchanted trunk from inside her arm. Opening it to the living compartment, she activated the invisibility enchantment, Climmersting place inside, and closed the lid. The thought crossed her mind that at least she had somewhere safe to sleep. She'd been captured by strange people days ago. Now there was some weirdo wearing a white coat examining her while talking into a small metal device. He was talking about her, in fact. He mentioned someone named Nero, and her Devilbringer, which, unlike the name Nero he attaches to it, is familiar. Apparently, this Nero person has a Devilbringer as well, which was interesting, as no amount of attempts to research had produced information regardless of where she'd looked. The weirdo in a white coat was experimenting on her. "It hurts. It hurts so much." When he finally stopped, he started talking into that metal device again. He talked about her demonic and angelic abilities, but that couldn't be right. She'd read about Nephilim in Potter's library once. They were just myths, weren't they? And even if they had been real, weren't they supposed to be extinct? Plus, her mother was definitely human. Then again, she had always healed incredibly fast, and there was her arm. That line of thought was cut off abruptly. The weirdo had finished talking and was hurting her again. She was moved to a different facility. A day later, that forced her to be part of some sort of ritual. It was even more painful than the experimentation had been. After the ritual, she was taken somewhere strange. She found out it was hell, literally. She also found her supposedly dead uncle and grandparents. They escaped and ran into her father. He took them home after dealing with the hellgate and redoing the seal. The ritual she'd been forced to participate in broke. Her grandpa forged a soul-bound blade for her. Its current forms were Shiraba, a falcata claw combination, Osiris, a large but lightweight scythe, and Arbiter, a large heavy axe. It'd get more forms later. She started her training that very day. She was getting a familiar or familiars. She was carefully combing a large warehouse, looking for her familiar. She didn't find her till she got to the very back. Her poor familiar had a muzzle on its feline mouth and a blindfold on its snake eyes. She introduced herself as Ide. Her dad and Uncle Virgil came back a few minutes later, undoubtedly drawn by the flash of light from the familiar bond. The employee serving them freaked out when he saw Ide, then called her an abomination. Righteous fury coursed through her, and she snapped at the man. The man explained that Ide was a Nundu/basilisk hybrid. She was also apparently a parcel mouth. She left for a few moments to go to the half of the warehouse with the light creatures. Hedwig bonded to her immediately. They met up with Mama. She and Dad talked for a bit. Mama and Dad were soulmates. Mama was going to divorce Potter and move in with them. She'd never been happier. The only way it could be better was if Mike was there too. She'd been living with her dad for 2 months now. She was reading in the living room. Her dad was being a bit loud. She only put up with it for a while. SSH. You hear that? Her dad looked at her, then cocked his head as he listened intently. After a moment of not hearing anything, he shook his head. No. What is it? She gave her dad an annoyed look, the symphony of silence. You're interrupting it. Her dad made an offended noise. Nero snickered from the other couch, and Virgil grinned next to him. She was starting non-magical school. She quickly found out first grade was boring. She was horrified to discover what preppy girls were. She was even more horrified that 2 of the ones in her class adored her for unfathomable reasons. She ran out the door as soon as class was released. Her dad and Nero had come to pick her up. She jumped on her dad's arm and wrapped her arms and legs around it. She didn't even let go when he lifted it to be parallel to the ground, and she slid till she was dangling like a sloth. Her dad gave her a bemused look. What are you doing? Rather than answer, she tilted her head back till she was looking at him and whispered in horror, "Save me." Nero tilted his head. From what, Xana? She was about to reply when she heard the 2 girls yell her name. She yelped and scrambled up till she had a knee on one of her dad's shoulders, a hand on the other, and her other hand on his head. Then looked towards the girls. Them? I swear they're worse than demons. And they wouldn't leave me alone all day. Nero had the audacity to laugh at her. She glared murder at him. He subsided into snickers. The girls ran up to them. Nero and her dad later told her she puffed up and hissed like a cat. Nero stopped snickering within a minute of the girls talking, giving her a pained, sympathetic look. Her dad decided it was time to leave less than a minute later, with a shudder of horror. As they were heading to the car, he shifted her, so she was sitting on her shoulders, then glanced up at her. Kiddo, don't ever become like that. They really are worse than demons. She kicked him as hard as she could for even suggesting such a thing. She was laying with her head in Aunt Lady's lap. Lady liked to tell her about the places she'd been. She liked hearing about those places. They sometimes talked all day long. She was sitting with her grandpa as he was helping train her. They weren't doing combat training right that moment, though. Instead, Sparda was teaching her how to meditate. She frowned in confusion. Why do I have to learn this, Grandpa? I don't see how this'll help me fight better. Sparda just smiled patiently. We devils are notorious for our tempers. You must learn to control your rage and never allow it to control you. Losing yourself to fury in battle is a quick path to death. She sighed. Meditation seemed boring, but if Grandpa said it was necessary, then she'd do it. Uncle Virgil and her mother were the primary ones who taught her magic, though her grandparents did too. Today she was with Virgil as he calmly explained dark spells, and what made them different from light spells, other than being cast with dark magic, which was redundant. Uncle Virgil's calm, smooth voice was soothing. It was a good thing she always found the topics Uncle Virgil picked out fascinating, otherwise she might fall asleep. It was her 7th birthday. After presents and cake, her dad put a case on the table in front of her. She knew what was in it. Her dad had told her multiple times that she wasn't getting her guns till she turned 7. Sure enough, when she opened it, 2 beautiful guns were inside. Engraved on their sides were their names, Symphony and Silence. She shared an amused grin with Nero. She was sitting at the kitchen table while Kyrie cooked lunch. Kyrie would often hum or sing as she cooked. She liked listening to her sing, so she often wandered into the kitchen when Kyrie was cooking. Sometimes Kyrie just talked to her about anything and everything. That was nice too. She was 7, and her dad was showing her some of the demonic weapons he'd collected over the years. She immediately felt a pull to the briefcase that he called Pandora's box. Her dad wouldn't let her have it. She wouldn't take no for an answer. She clung to it with her arms and legs like a deranged monkey. When Dante realized he wasn't going to pry her off of it, he went to Virgil for help. Virgil took one look at her clinging to it and sighed. Pandora's box was created by the last Nephilim Queen Pandora at the end of the Nephilim/Demon War. Pandora had gone insane from so many of her people being slaughtered, so she attempted to create a weapon of mass destruction with 666 souls, 333 demon souls, and 333 angel souls. The box is semi-sentient and calls to both females and Nephilim. Female Nephilim are obviously particularly affected. The box sometimes picks a female Nephilim it finds worthy and creates a bond with them. At that point, it stops calling to other females and Nephilim and focuses all its attention to the one it bonded to. The normal call is just a faint urge to open the box. The bonded call is like a siren's song demanding you possess the box. Dante frowned. I don't like the sound of that. What kind of bond are we talking about? Virgil shrugs. A parasitic bond. At Dante's alarmed look, he quickly explained, it won't hurt her. It'll just constantly drain demonic and angelic energy from her. Nowhere near enough to cause her problems, though. Besides, even if you pry her off of it, she's not going to drop the issue till Pandora belongs to her. Dante looked at Marzanna and thought. She leveled her best puppy dog eyes at him. He hesitated. She made her eyes tear up. He wavered. She pushed her bottom lip out a tiny bit and made it tremble like she was about to cry. She added a sniffle for good measure. He broke. Fine, but only when you turn 10. He gave her a stern look. She scowled. She was cuddling with Aunt Cat, who was carting her fingers through her hair. Aunt Cat liked to do that. She liked it too. It felt nice. She listened as Cat told her stories about the past, mostly about her dad, like she usually did. She was 8, and demons were attacking their house. She felt a pull. She didn't even realize what she was doing till she'd tackled her dad and grabbed resting place Pandora while yelling, "Mine!" Dante gaped at her from his spot on the floor. Nero laughed at him. She and Nero were experimenting with their Devilbringers. They eventually learned how to share abilities from absorbing place objects and how to pull absorbing place objects from each other's arms. It was kind of cool. Only the sharing ability was really useful, though. Some experimenting with Dad and Virgil and Devil Trigger made it clear that the Devilbringer's abilities of absorption and a phantom arm were somehow made from the demonic overload that created the Devilbringer. Dante and Virgil couldn't receive abilities without the Devilbringer, but they could share abilities they had gotten from killing demons. Dante had given her and Nero the Quicksilver ability when they figured that out. Almost immediately, she began abusing the power by using it to read more books without being interrupted. She was 8 when she met Severus Snape. She liked his cynical sarcasm. He liked her intelligence and enthusiasm for potions and his potion experiments. She finds his research fascinating and the potions he's trying to make extremely beneficial. She's saddened when he tells her that he's having issues getting ingredients he needs for them. So she talks to Ite and Hedwig, then informs him that her familiars would be willing to donate some basilisk venom, basilisk blood, Nunda fur, Nunda blood, Strix feathers, and Strix blood, amongst other things for his research. He adores her after that. She even starts going over to his house some weekends, and he lets her help with the safer parts of his experiments. It was her 10th birthday. The minute she woke up, she ran to her parents' resting place room and jumped on her dad, yelling, "Gimme, gimme, gimme." Dante stared at her incredulously. Lily laughed. Dante looked at the clock and scowled. "It's 7 in the morning, kiddo." She pouts, "So? It's my birthday. You said I could have Pandora on my 10th birthday." He makes her leave after promising to give her Pandora later. She retaliates by stroking Pandora and calling it her precious when he finally does. The pinched look he makes has everyone laughing at him. She was 10. She was finally going on her first hunt with her dad. She didn't even care that her dad wouldn't let her go on hunts having to do with great demons just yet. Nor was she disappointed later either, even though she didn't get to do anything. Even if it was just a swarm of minor demons, her dad had a thing for being stylish and dramatic, so he looked completely awesome and badass the whole time he was fighting. She was sitting on the roof with Aunt Trish, who was telling her about all sorts of things. Demons, magic, the past. Aunt Trish was a fountain of information, and when it came to her, she liked to share. Plus, she liked hanging out with her. She liked spending time with everyone in her family. She was 11 and had finally started her magical schooling. She'd been taught by her grandparents, mother, and Virgil for years, but she'd been excited to start actual school. She was disappointed. Studying so diligently had the downside that she already knew everything they were being taught. Not to mention, one of the older students was apparently related to a previous client of her father's and had told everyone about her heritage. Now everyone was either scared of her or hated her. She was listening intently to her mom and Severus discussing potions, only interrupting occasionally to ask questions, which they were always happy to answer. She hadn't inherited her mom's brilliance for the subject, but sometimes they just needed fresh eyes on a potion one of them was working on. So sometimes she ended up asking a question that put them in a frenzy. They'd both taken to keeping notebooks on hand for these discussions, so they could take notes if inspiration struck. She'd been in her magical school for 3 months. Nero had noticed something was wrong. He dragged her up to his and Kyrie's room, and they rocked out and played video games till she wanted to talk. She told him about the fear and hatred she got from the other students. He calmly listened to her vent, offering his opinion or advice occasionally. When she was done, they went back to hanging out. She hung out with Nero all the time, but after hearing about her school troubles, he made a point to spend at least an hour with her every day after school. The only time he didn't was when he was gone on a job. He was more like an older brother to her than a cousin. She was 12, and she was on her 3rd great demon hunt with Nero. It was going horribly. Nero had gotten hit hard, throwing him down a large hallway, and had slammed through multiple pillars on his way, causing the way back into the room to collapse. This left her alone with the demon. It had a ridiculous amount of thin, sharp, tentacle-like things, and kept trying to stab her with them. Eventually, it managed to do just that. She was impaled through the lungs 3 times, the heart once, her femoral artery was torn, and there were at least 10 other places she was stab resting place. It's horribly painful. It only got worse when the demon started to pull them out. She coughed up blood as black began to close in. She shook her head. She couldn't afford to pass out now. Without Nero here, the demon would undoubtedly take the opportunity to kill a descendant of Sparda. Was she dying? That thought terrified her. Demonic energy, similar to her Devilbringer, began to pulse through her, slowly at first, but quickly picking up speed. That was even more painful than her wounds. With a scream of pain and fury, the energy reached its peak and exploded out. She didn't remember much that followed, but she killed the demon. When Nero made it back a few minutes later, she found out that she'd awoken her devil trigger. Her dad was upset about how the hunt went, but wasn't angry at Nero, thankfully, especially given that Nero was angry enough at himself for what happened. Her dad at least knew it wasn't Nero's fault. He was still even more overprotective than usual for the next 3 months. She was 14, and her logout button was missing. She met a couple players and talked to them about it. Their buttons were missing as well. They were teleported to the plaza for a system announcement. Kaiba explained the new rules to his twisted game. Then he gave them all mirrors. She was staring into the one he'd given her in confusion. All she saw was a female avatar staring back. Then a bluish-white light engulfed her. She felt strange for a few seconds, a tingly, fuzzy feeling going through her whole body. A moment later, the light cleared, and she could see the mirror again. Except now Marzanna's face was staring back at her. Alarm and understanding washed through her, and she looked to Klein and Carito. They'd been replaced by people who were both complete strangers, and yet still Klein and Carito. Klein thought she was good-looking. Personally, she thought Carito was kinda cute, but didn't let the thought distract her. She was arguing with Carito about Cooper, who was sitting nervously on the ground near them. He didn't dare try to leave with her sword so close to his throat. She wasn't happy when Carito gave Cooper the little neepent ovule. Her mood lifted a bit when they managed to get their hands on 2 more. She was fondly exasperated when Carito suggested they give the second away. She asked Carito to let her carry it since Carito was almost at his weight limit. Once it was in her inventory, she bluntly told Carito he wasn't getting the second sword back until he needed it. Carito's pout was kinda cute too. She was furious with Kirito for making everyone hate him, and subsequently becoming the first beater. They argued for a bit. She joked around to lighten the mood afterwards. Kirito's laugh made her cheeks heat up. She gave into the urge and laughed with Kirito. She felt a lot better than she had a few minutes previous. Klein and his friends joined the frontliners. Kibu was an asshole. She fucked with Kibu's head a bit. She celebrated New Year's with Kirito. She was content, maybe even happy. The rush of images, no memories, finally stops. Mike sighs in relief. The room he found himself in was as strange as it was massive, which was saying something since, though, he definitely couldn't see the ends of it. He's honestly a bit distracted and in awe by the fact it's even larger than even the World Cup Quidditch pitch had been. Hell, it was larger than Hogwarts from what he can tell. There are enormous multi-story bookshelves all over the place. Near him was a table that almost looks like an altar, in honor of the now familiar forms of Shiraba, Osiris, and Arbiter. On a smaller table in front of them are Symphony and Silence. There are unmanned stalls with all sorts of weird trinkets on display. Along with that were also crystals, vials of what looked like potions, and what looked like either strange bulky clothing or extremely light armor. There was also a metallic monolith in the distance that seems to be bigger than even Hogwarts all on its own. All in all, it looks completely chaotic, but he gets the distinct feeling there was a method to the madness. In the distance to his right, he sees what looks like a badly run-down Quidditch pitch, but even as he watches it begins to slowly mend itself. Looking to his left, he sees an area a bit removed from the things surrounding it. Everything in it looks ghostly and transparent, like it was barely there. Scattered around in an orderly fashion are multiple computers, which he admittedly only knew what they are from Marzanna's memories. Prominently displayed on a tarnished, run-down pedestal was a black coat that was obviously made of cloth, but gave him the impression of being impenetrable and was as much imprisonment as it was freedom. However, most of the area was taken up by an absolutely massive resting place, with an equally large sheer oasis resting place canopy one. Both the resting placing and canopy are black. He's pulled from his examination from a now grown-up, but through the onslaught of memories, if nothing else, is still familiar, voice behind him, Mike. Whirling around, he comes face to face with Marzanna, standing between two bookshelves. She's a few feet from him, but he crosses that distance in an instant and grabs Marzanna in a bone-crushing hug. She doesn't seem bothered at all, instead returning it immediately. He takes a deep, shuddering breath. She really was alive. He hadn't really believed it, even when he'd seen her in her hospital room, but it was true. Dropping his head, he buries his face in her neck. Marzanna, I dash. She cuts him off before he can get further than that. SSH. I know. I forgive you. Not your fault anyway. Never blamed you. I missed you. He gives another shuddering breath. I missed you too. So much. So very much. For a few minutes they just cling to each other. Then Mike forces himself to take a deep breath and slowly pull away. He glances around momentarily. Do you know where we are? I don't. Marzanna smiles lightly. Doesn't it seem familiar? Looking around again, he nods slowly, and her smile gets bigger. It should. This is my mindscape. That definitely surprises him. Oh, well, that explains its familiarity. Even if I've never been in your mind, our bond does link our minds together. Marzanna nods, and he grins at her. So, he knows Marzanna knew what he was asking about, but apparently she wasn't going to make it easy on him, if the sharp way she replied was any indication. He just grins even more. Kirito, huh? That's as far as he gets before she punches him in the shoulder, while all but hissing, shut up. His grin doesn't waver in the slightest, and he rubs where she punched him absently. She glares at him, then smirks and slyly continues. You and that Hermione girl are getting awfully close rather quickly, aren't you? He can't stop himself from flushing at that, and is immediately given a victorious smirk. He glares. Well played, sister mine, well played. She grins. I know. I'm awesome like that. A moment later, she glances away, then sighs. I gotta get back, and you probably should too. Could you tell everyone I love them, I miss them, and that I'm fine? She hesitates a moment. And could you tell Remus and Sirius too? For those two, could you also tell them I'm happy with my family, but I miss them terribly? He sighs. Of course, you silly girl. I'll miss you. The rest of your family already does. So get through that twisted game as quickly as you can, okay? She nods. Of course. I'll miss you too. You better be careful in that stupid tournament, or I'll kick your ass and never forgive you. Oh, and the egg is Mermish. You need to listen to it underwater. It also means the second task probably has something to do with water. I have a book on water-related spells in my Devilbringer. Ask Nero to retrieve it. He'll know what I'm talking about. He snorts in amusement, now well aware how easily she could kick his ass, then nods. Moments later, the world around him rapidly fades to black. She was in the middle of a late breakfast with Corito when her head starts to hurt. At first she brushes it off, but as it progressively gets worse, Corito notices something is wrong. What's the matter? She frowns heavily. Headache. Corito grows alarmed at that. What? But that should be impossible here. She just shrugs in response. He stares at her in worry for a few minutes, then grabs her hand and starts pulling her along. You should lie down. Maybe it'll help. She isn't resisting. She doesn't want to, nor does she want the System City Crime Prevention Code to think Corito is harassing her, but she does comment. If I'm feeling pain, then there's probably something wrong in the real world. If that's the case, I don't think lying down will help. Seeing Corito's jaw tense, she cuts off in realization. He already knows that. He doesn't want to feel useless when he knows I'm in pain. Later she'll blame the headache, impairing her judgment on why she makes the particular joke she does. If you're just trying to get me in a resting place, I'm afraid I consider myself too young for that sort of thing. Corito chokes and almost trips, and she blinks at him a bit quickly in vague surprise. Sorry, I joke when people around me are tense. This headache is impairing my judgment on what's appropriate. That manages to draw a laugh out of him, and he glances at her, his cheeks more than a bit flushed. Yeah, I can see that. They make it back to the inn in silence after that, and her headache continues to get worse the entire way. By the time she was lying on the resting place, with Corito sitting at the table near her, her head felt like someone was using a jackhammer on it. A while later, she can't hold back the groan when the pain abruptly spikes heavily. Corito starts to stand up with a worried look, but she shakes her head at him. He reluctantly sits back down. It's only a minute or two later that it doubles, and she passes out and is immediately assaulted by a plethora of images. He was 6. He woke up and immediately noticed something was wrong. It only took him a minute to place it. He can't sense Marzanna. Throwing his covers off, he ran out of his room and across the hall to Marzanna's. Rushing in without bothering to knock, he found her room empty. Immediately turning around, he ran to his dad's study. Bursting through the door made his already irate dad mad at him. He didn't care. He needed to know where his little sister was. He demanded an answer from his dad. He was told she went missing last night and to get out, as he was already mad and didn't need to deal with him right now. He left in a daze, wandering back to his room. Sitting in his resting place, it suddenly hit him. Marzanna was gone, and he couldn't sense her. The only time twins can't sense one another is if they're a great distance away or dead. She couldn't be, though. There was no way his little sister was dead. She'd been just fine yesterday when she told him Dad was feeding Mom enchantment, and he hadn't believed her. Now she was gone, and it was all his fault. Pulling his knees to his chest and hugging them, he buried his face in his knees and cried. He hadn't seen his mom all day, and it was dinner time. He asked his dad. His dad refused to answer at first, clearly furious, but he persisted. Dad finally told him. He said a half-breed had fed her some enchantment, and she ran away with him under its influence. Dad hadn't been able to track her down. It was his 7th birthday. There were dozens of people, tons of presents, and lots of amazing games. He didn't care. This should have been his sister's 7th birthday too, but now she was gone, and his mother had been forced to run off with some sicko who force-fed her enchantment. He didn't want any of these people here. The only people he wanted to be around right now were his dad, Remus, Sirius, and Dumbledore. He'd told his dad that, but he'd insisted on a big party. He only stuck around for cake and presents, then he slipped away to the kitchen. Remus and Sirius found him a few minutes later. They didn't make him go back like his dad would if he found him. They understood why he wanted to be alone. They loved Marzanna too, after all. They missed her almost as much as he did. He was 8 when he met Ron. He was pretty dumb, but Mike thought he was kind of funny. He hadn't found anything funny since Marzanna disappeared. Ron didn't like people who were a lot smarter than him. Mike pretended to be less intelligent than he was to keep the only person who'd made him laugh in 2 years around. He was 11 and was finally going to Hogwarts to learn magic. He wasn't disappointed. The magic they were leaving wasn't that complicated, but it was interesting. Dean and Seamus were kind of funny too. Neville was shy but nice. The twins, who he hadn't had a chance to meet before since Ron was always staying at his house, were outright hilarious, and they were smart. Even better, they didn't mind that Mike was smarter, so he didn't have to hide his intelligence around them. He thought he might be able to get along with Hermione, since she was smart too, but she turned out to be a no-nonsense prude. The Philosopher's Stone was going to be stolen, and McGonagall didn't believe them. If she wasn't going to do anything, he would. Neville was still awake in the common room when they tried to sneak out. They ended up taking him with them after being forced to explain. There was a harp making Fluffy sleep. Neville immediately recognized the devil's snare when they jumped down the trapdoor. He lit it on fire. He flew on the broom to catch the key. Ron played them across the chessboard, sacrificing himself in the process. He left Neville with Ron. He figured out the riddle and drank the correct potion. He was surprised it was Quirrell instead of Snape. Quirrell made him look into the mirror. He almost broke down crying when he saw his mother and Marzanna standing with his reflection. Marzanna smiled in a secretive manner at him. She held up a red stone, then put it in his reflection's pocket, while putting her finger to her lips. He lied to Quirrell. Quirrell shoved him out of the way, and he tried to leave. A voice told Quirrell he was lying. Quirrell bound him with a spell. Quirrell had Voldemort on the back of his head. Voldemort tried to convince him to join him. He refused. Voldemort tried to kill him. He almost succeeded. Dumbledore arrived. He passed out. He hasn't been receiving his mail for some reason. It's fine. The only people he wanted to write were Neville, Seamus, and Dean. He flizzed them to inform them of the issue. They're relieved he wasn't ignoring their letters. A house elf visits him. He introduces himself as Dobby. He finds out Dobby has been stealing his mail. He demands he give him back his letters. Dobby says he will only give them back if he doesn't go back to Hogwarts. He refuses. Dobby tries to get him in trouble. It doesn't work. His dad doesn't care about those vases. He and Ron flew to the platform as usual. The twins set off some of their pranks. It's hilarious. He's being stalked by a first year named Colin Creevey. He's pretty awesome, so he supposes he can't blame the kid. He and Ron were invited to Nick's death day party. The heedless Hunt shows up and ruins it, humiliating Nick in the process. On the way back to their dorms, he hears a voice. They followed it. They found Mrs. Norris. Some people think he's Slytherin's heir. He breaks his arm during Quidditch when a bludger goes rogue and targets only him. Lockhart vanishes the bone. He officially hates Lockhart. Colin Creevey gets brought into the infirmity petrified that night. He goes to the dueling club and immediately regrets it when he realizes Lockhart's running in. Lockhart gets his ass kicked by Snape. It's the first and probably last time he's ever rooted for Snape. Lockhart makes him duel Malfoy. Malfoy summons a snake. The idiot Lockhart tries to banish the snake, but ends up agitating it instead. The snake tries to attack a student. He instinctively tells it to stop. It does, but the other students are looking at him in fear now. He leaves. Ron tells him he spoke Parseltongue. The meaning is not lost on him. By the next day, almost the entire school believes he's the heir. Someone threw a diary at Moaning Myrtle. It turns out to be a diary belonging to 1T.M. Riddle. Later, it introduces itself as Tom and tells him Hagrid is the heir. He doesn't believe it one bit. It's later stolen. He doesn't care. He has no use for a lying diary. He finds Justin Finch-Fletchley and Nick. He's furious. He likes Nick. Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater get petrified. Not long after, Hagrid gets arrested and Dumbledore is forced to leave the school. As Hagrid is leaving, he tells them to follow the spiders. When they do later, they meet Aragog and Acromantula. He tells them a bit about the chamber being opened 50 years previous. Then he tries to feed them to his children. He almost succeeds, but Firenze, who he has befriended in his many walks through the forest, saves them. Ginny gets kidnapped. They try to tell Lockhart at Ron's suggestion, against his own idea of going to a different, competent teacher. Lockhart is a fraud, just like he thought. There isn't enough time left to go get another teacher. Ginny doesn't have enough time. They go to where he'd figured out where the chamber was. Myrtle's story makes him realize the monster in a basilisk. It makes him nervous, but he won't abandon Ginny. He shoves Lockhart down the opening, then listens for his landing to see if the drop is safe. Upon determining it is, he casts a strong cleaning charm and slides down. They make Lockhart go ahead of them. He faints when he sees the snake's skin, then lunges for Ron's wand when he gets close. He tries to cast an obliviate. It backfires horribly, causing a cave-in and separating him from Ron. After finding out if Ron is okay, he continues. A while later, he reaches a large door with snakes on the front. It opens to a Parseltongue command. He runs to Ginny when he sees her, but stupidly sets his wand down. Tom Riddle takes his wand. Tom turns out to be a preserved version of Voldemort's memories. He summons the basilisk. Fawkes arrives with the sorting hat, then blinds the basilisk. The basilisk chases him for a while. He eventually ends up tripping while trying to get away. As he's crawling backwards, his hand brushes the hat. He glances back at it and sees something metallic materialize, so he grabs it and holds it towards the lunging basilisk. It turns out to be a sword, which the basilisk impales itself on. It shoves a fong through his arm in the process. The fong breaks, and he is dying. Tom gloats. Fawkes saves his life with his tears, then brings him the diary. He stabs it with the fong, and it's the one who dies instead. Malfoy Sr. shows up while he's telling Dumbledore what happened. Dobby apparently belongs to him. He tricks Malfoy into releasing Dobby. Dobby bonds himself to Mike. His third year is relatively quiet, but exciting now that he can visit Hogsmeade. He loves honeydukes and the 3 broomsticks like the other students. Unlike the other students, he also enjoys the Quill, a bookstore in the village. He often sneaks away from Ron to go there. His dad gets tickets for them and the Weasley boys for the World Cup. It's awesome, until Death Eaters attack. Then his dad makes him flee into the woods with Ron. Someone summons the Dark Mark near them, and they almost get attacked by Ministry officials. They retrieve his wand and a house elf. He gets accused of summoning the mark until they realize who it is they're accusing. Then the blame shifts to the house elf. That idea gets thrown out the window too. The house elf gets sacked anyway, just for inadvertently associating her master with dark magic. He feels bad for her. She was only trying to not get trampled in the attack. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's 14 and starting his 4th year. He's angry when Dumbledore announces that Quidditch is canceled for the year, but his anger is quickly forgotten when Dumbledore explains about the Triwizard tournament. He's disappointed when the age limit is announced, but still looks forward to watching the tournament. The other schools arrive in showy ways. Then the Goblet of Fire is brought out. The next day, on Halloween, the champions are announced. He's surprised when his name comes out, but excited at the opportunity. He's questioned about entering his name. In the end, it's decided he had to compete no matter what, since the magical contract will strip him of his magic if he doesn't. Later that night, Ron confronts him. He tells Ron he didn't enter his name. Ron doesn't believe him. His betrayal hurts more than he ever thought it would. Hagrid tips him off about the dragons. He figures the other champions know, even though they're not supposed to, and tells Cedric so it's fair. He wants to win, but he's not going to do it unfairly. He draws the Hungarian horntail with a 4 around its neck from the bag. While he's waiting for his turn, he fingers his wand nervously. His confidence had dropped significantly since Hagrid showed him the dragons. When he's finally called, he takes a calming breath and goes out to face the horntail. He goes through with the plan he came up with and summons his broom. As he's trying to lure the dragon up high enough so he can dive for the egg, the chain restricting her snaps. A wild chase follows. He almost gets eaten twice, burned to a crisp 6 times, and nearly falls off the roof of Hogwarts after being forced to temporarily crash land. Circling back to the arena, he swoops in and grabs the egg, as he's unsure if failing to complete a task will strip him of his magic. When the dragon catches up seconds later, the dragon tamers subdue her. He's studying the egg with Hermione when he makes a joke about the egg sounding like Ron singing. Not having expected her to laugh, It startles him when she does. He thinks her laugh is beautiful. He asks Hermione to the Yule Ball. She hesitates, and the rejection hurts. He tells her he wants to go as friends. She happily accepts. When the ball comes around, they have a blast together. He almost forgets that he asked to go as friends. Almost. Ron, Hermione, and he were arguing again. He didn't really care until Ron said Hermione enchantment him and called her a mudblood whore. In fury, he punched Ron as hard as he could. He thought he felt something break. It wasn't his hand. Hermione made him calm down, then took him to the library. He ended up telling her about Marzanna and his mother. Her fingers running through his hair are soothing. Then Snape came along and took them to his office. He was incredibly shocked to see his mother. The longer she explained, the more astonished he became. 2 days after punching Ron, he was cornered by the twins. They were mad he'd punched their little brother, though that anger faded after he told them why he punched Ron and proved he was telling the truth by swearing a magical oath. Normally, if Ron did something they didn't like, they just pranked him. But Ron calling someone a mudblood whore was serious to the Weasleys, who were Muggle and Muggle-born supporters. So they told their mother. She didn't send a howler, like she usually did when she was displeased with her children. She and Mr. Weasley's came to the school to deal with it personally. The Weasleys made Ron apologize to both him and Hermione, then apologize themselves. Of course, Mike got in trouble for punching Ron, but it was nowhere near as bad as Ron's punishment. The twins later told him that their mother said that Ron was grounded for the entire summer when school ended. Ron has been avoiding him since. He's completely fine with this development. Marzanna blinks as the memories fade, and she finds herself in her mindscape. She stares at her feet for a few minutes. Though almost all of that is important, she can't help but focus on one thing. That crushing guilt and endless sorrow Mike felt for her. She shakes herself from thinking about it a few moments later. When she does, she realizes she can sense someone in her mind. Making her way to the intruder, she's surprised at who it is. Mike? He whirls around to face her and gapes for a moment. Then suddenly he's hugging her, incredibly tightly for a human. She happily returns the hug. Mike takes a shuddering breath, then a moment later buries his face in her neck. Marzanna, I dash. She remembers that crushing guilt and knows he's trying to apologize. She'd never blamed him, though, so she doesn't want to hear it. SSH. I know. I forgive you. Not your fault anyway. Never blamed you. I missed you. He lets out another shuddering breath. I missed you too. So much. So very much. They cling to each other for a few minutes. Then Mike takes a deep breath and slowly pulls back. He glances around for a moment, then looks back at her. Do you know where we are? I don't. She smiles at him. Doesn't it seem familiar? Looking around again, he nods slowly, and her smile gets bigger. It should. This is my mindscape. He jerks in obvious shock. Oh, well, that explains its familiarity. Even if I've never been in your mind, our bond does link our minds together. She nods. Then he grins at her. So, considering what Marzanna just saw, she's certain he saw something similar about her. So Marzanna knows exactly what he wanted to know, but she wasn't going to tell him anything if she could help it. As such, it's no surprise her tone comes out sharp. So, Mike continues to grin like a cat that got the canary. Corrido, huh? She punches him in the shoulder while hissing at him to shut up. Even as he rubs his arm, his grin doesn't budge. She glares before remembering a certain brunette, then smirks at him while slyly asking, You and that Hermione girl are getting awfully close rather quickly, aren't you? Her efforts were rewarded with a blush, and she immediately flashes a victorious smirk. He glares at her. Well played, sister mine, well played. She grins, I know. I'm awesome like that. She glances away, then sighs. I gotta get back, and you probably should too. Could you tell everyone I love them, I miss them, and that I'm fine? She hesitates as the memory of Remus and Sirius, both depressed over her death, goes through her mind. And could you tell Remus and Sirius too? For those two, could you also tell them I'm happy with my family, but I miss them terribly? Mike sighs. Of course, you silly girl. I'll miss you. The rest of your family already does, so get through that twisted game as quickly as you can, okay? She nods. Of course. I'll miss you too. You better be careful in that stupid tournament, or I'll kick your ass and never forgive you. She pauses, then adds, Oh, and the egg is Mermish. You need to listen to it underwater. It also means the second task probably has something to do with water. I have a book on water-related spells in my Devilbringer. Ask Nero to retrieve it. He'll know what I'm talking about. He gives an amused snort, then nods. A moment later, he fades away, nodding to herself. She leaves her mindscape as well. Corito was probably worried, depending on how much time had passed after. All. Chapter in notes. Normally, I don't call things by their name unless I think the character whose POV I'm writing in would know the name, but I wasn't sure how to describe this, so I just called it by its name. If you don't know what it is, just Google it. Though the canopy would be hung much farther up than the pictures there show. I looked it up, and in canon around this time, Corito was level 17 and Asuna was level 16. So it's not far off. The catacombs. Mike blinks rapidly as he wakes up. He's still sitting in a chair by Marzanna's resting place, but he'd slumped over at some point. While he was busy catching up with Marzanna, both their bond catching up and them doing so, a new man had appeared in the room with them. The man tilts his head at him, and when he speaks, it's in accented English. Are you all right? He nods hesitantly. What happened? He glances at his tense mother. Who's he? And why's he here? Lily's tone is clipped, didn't say. All he told us is that he's a government official. The man flashes a placating smile. I also said I didn't want to repeat myself. Now that the young man is awake, I'll explain. My name is Kikuka Sijuru, or rather by your customs, Sijuru Kikuka. My current job is with the SAO task force, which keeps tabs on all those people trapped. We're also trying to find a way to shut down Sword Art Online and release the players. For this conversation, you should also know I'm a squib, so you don't need to worry about the statute of secrecy. There are 23 players who are magicals. Due to that whole business of magic and technology not mixing very well, we keep a closer eye on them. So when the magic detecting runes placed in this room started going off, I came to find out what was going on. He pauses to let them absorb that, then focuses on Mike. So, I'll ask again what happened. Lily eyes Kikuka in suspicion for a minute, then nods. Marzanna and Mike are twins. They haven't seen each other in 8 years, so their magic and bond were resynchronizing. Kikuka looks incredulous. 8 years? But if they're twins, Lily cuts him off. They don't share the same father. It's complicated and none of your business. The only thing you need to know for the purpose of this conversation is that a spell allowed me to become expecting with Mike while I was less than a month expecting with Marzanna. Like regular magical twins, their magic entwined together, and the twin bond was created. Since they don't have the same father, though, their bond is much weaker than most. This proved to be a boon, since it allowed them to be separated without consequences. She gives him a moment to think about that, then continues. Now, there's something I want to know before you question my son. Since some of your little task force is aware of magic, and you guys are in charge of the SAO players, what precautions are you taking for the magical players? After all, you people surely realize that while they'd normally be too old to have bursts of accidental magic, the extreme circumstances could cause discharges of magic. Kikuka hums. Yes, we did realize that. Do you see that purple drip? The nurses attending magicals have been told it's for a medical condition, and to never let it run out. It's actually a potion that inhibits magic. We're hoping that it'll be enough to stop or curb any pulses of magic from messing with the nerve gear and potentially causing it to kill them. In case it isn't enough, our next priority is to minimize casualties. So the rooms with magical players are laced with magic-absorbing runes, so that none escapes the room and possibly kills other players as well. He turns back to Mike. If your minds are trying to match back up, then surely you know something. The SAO task force may have nearly all the information available on SAO's players, but we know practically nothing about the game itself. We don't even know the rules and conditions of the game. When Kaiba released the instructions not to attempt to remove the player's nerve gear, he only told us that whether or not the players returned was up to them. We don't even know how they'll come back. So anything you know would help. Mike blinks, then sorts through the information he got from his sister's mind. The rules are simple, but brutal. Your health bar is your life. If your HP drops to 0, in other words, if you die in the game, the nerve gear kills the player in real life. To get stronger and increase their chances of survival, players have to level up. The cities are safe zones. Unless you accept a challenge to fight another player, which is called a duel, it's impossible for a player's health to drop in a city. He pauses to think for a moment, noticing Kikuka writing everything down, though his phone also seemed to be recording the conversation. Much like the computers in her mindscape, he only knows that it's a phone and what a phone is from Marzanna's memories. I might be forgetting some of the more complex stuff, but those are the most basic rules. The conditions are simple in concept, but difficult in practice. There are 100 floors in SAO. Players start on the bottom floor in the town of beginnings. To advance to the next floor, players must first make their way to the labyrinth of that floor, as while there's a teleport gate network, at least one player has to have been to the town to unlock the option for people to teleport there. A labyrinth is a massive tower connecting one floor to the next, making them all 100 meters tall, and the only way to reach unexplored floors. He frowns. To even enter the labyrinth, players must first defeat a field boss blocking the entrance. Once they enter, they need to navigate the labyrinth, since it's not exactly called a labyrinth to have a pretty or fantasy-sounding name. All labyrinths have 20 floors each, and as their name indicates, the labyrinths are mazes filled to the brim with winding paths, traps, monsters, hidden rooms, and dead ends. After finding their way to the 20th level of a labyrinth, players must then fight the floor boss to access the next floor. The main goal is to make it to the 100th floor and beat the final boss. If even a single player can do that, every player will be released. Those are the rules and conditions made by Kaiba Akihiko. What else do you want to know? If I have the answer, I'll tell you. Everyone is silent for a few minutes. Then Dante makes an agitated growl. Fucking hell. They have to beat that entire twisted game in one life? I mean, I've heard of one life runs, but most people can't do that in regular video games where you push a button and your character completes the action for you. In this game, they have to actually do everything themselves. Kikuka nods wearily, then sighs. Do you know the general mental health of the players? How many floors have they cleared? And how many players are actively trying to clear the game? He sighs. Given the circumstances, it's not surprising that depression, fear, and anxiety run rampant through the majority of the players. For the first month of the game, almost all of the players were either too scared to leave the town of beginnings, or too focused on grinding to level up to actively make attempts to clear the game. Only a measly 40-ish players were mapping the labyrinth looking for the boss room. He pauses and glances at Marzanna. Marzanna and her party member Kirito were, and still are, in that group that's focused on clearing the game. Anyway, because there were so few players mapping the labyrinth, they didn't find and defeat the boss until almost a month later. Since the first boss was beaten, though, the number of players dedicated to clearing the game has risen, but it's still a tiny 200-ish people. They're currently on the 5th floor and averaging, he thinks for a moment, 8.5 days per floor. Nero curses for a minute in a brutal-sounding language. A moment later, he realizes that while he can't understand him, he recognizes it as the devil dialect of the demonic language. A moment later, Dante says something in the same language. Nero angrily snaps back, and they argue for a few moments. Then Nero explodes in English. Don't tell me to calm down. Think about what Mike just said for a minute, Dante. Even if they keep that 8.5 average, it'll still take them almost 25 months to complete the other 95 floors. Almost 2.5 years, Dante. And that's only if they keep their current pace. As the game gets harder, they'll probably take longer. Deafening silence follows Nero's outburst, and he finally loses his anger, slumping in defeat. Kikuka shifts. I know you probably don't want to hear this, but an 8-day average to beat a mini-boss, navigate a massive 20-floor maze to find a boss, and grind until they're strong enough to safely beat the boss is actually a pretty good time. They're moving rather quickly. Nero glares at him, all but hissing. I know that. That just makes it worse, though, because it means they probably won't be able to cut that time down. There was silence for a few minutes, then Mike remembers, oh yeah, I talked to Marzanna. Nero, Dante, and Lily snap their gazes back to him. Nero speaks in a hurried manner. What did she say? He tilts his head. She said to tell you guys that she's fine, and she loves and misses you. Turning to Nero, he continues. Also, she told me she had a book on water-related magic in her Devilbringer, and wanted you to retrieve it for me. The second task of that stupid tournament, I'm being forced to compete and will probably have something to do with water by her reconning, given the clue we got. So she said I could borrow it. Nero nods, then moves over to Marzanna and grabs her left hand. He closes his eyes in concentration, and a moment later a blue glow passes from Marzanna's hand to his. He pulls his hand away, and with another flash of blue, he was holding an incredibly thick and very old book. In thick, bold black letters on the front was its title, Waiter Wixdom 1. Mike took it carefully. He was a bit annoyed with his sister. She hadn't told him the book was old. He didn't care how old the information was as long as it helped him. But what if he damaged the book? A book this old wasn't easily replaced. It would be just his luck that after 8 years apart, the first thing he does is destroy an irreplaceable belonging of his sister's. Mike walks into the library. He had gotten back from visiting his sister half an hour ago. The first thing he did was go to his dorm to grab the egg, a change of clothes, and a towel. He put those and his sister's book in his school bag, after emptying it, of course. Then he went to find Hermione. The library was always a good place to start. Sure enough, he finds her in the third out-of-the-way table he checks. He hadn't even known those tables were there until Hermione showed them to him. They were so out of the way they were practically hidden. She looks up when he sits in the chair next to her. He was a bit happy when she uses her finger to hold her place and closes the book she'd been reading to give him her full attention. Hermione doesn't do that for just anyone. She looks him over for a minute. You look happy. I take it your sister's doing well? Mike grins. It seemed like she was more than fine to me. She gives him a baffled look, so he elaborates. Since we're twins and we've been separated for so long, our bond immediately tried to repair itself as soon as I got close enough to the hospital. Due to that, when we got to her room, I ended up seeing some of her memories and talking to her. She's definitely got a crush on her party member, though she's completely in denial. Hermione's lips twitched in amusement. Then he grew serious. Anyway, I know she saw some of my memories too, because she knew about the tournament and the egg without me telling her. Hermione immediately leans towards him in interest. Did she have anything to say about the egg? He glances around and casts a quick muffliato. Apparently, the screeching is Murmish. So she figures the second task has something to do with water. She told me I'll understand the egg if I listen to it underwater. Hermione nods. She thinks it's a water-based task then? Understandable. And I agree that it's likely. Even muggles know mermaids are aquatic creatures. Have you listened to the egg yet? He shakes his head. No, not yet. I just got back a little bit ago. I stopped by my dorm, then came straight here to talk to you. My sister let me borrow this for the second task. I don't think I need to tell you this, but I'll say it anyway. This is very old and belongs to my sister, so be careful with it. He pins her with a serious, heavy look for a moment, then pulls the book out and gently hands it to Hermione, who takes it with equal care. She's wide-eyed as she looks the book over, then glances at the first few pages. This is in Old English. At his confused look, she exclaims in exasperation. It means it has to be at least 900 years old. 2. She runs her fingers over the page it was open to in near reverence. Where'd your sister even get this? He shrugs. No clue, but if the fact her mindscape was half enormous library was any indication, I think you guys would get along like a house on fire. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure it's not the only stupidly old book on magic she owns. I know for a fact she has a scroll on ancient Egyptian magic purification rituals from ancient Egypt. He grins at her. Anyway, since you would have demanded to read it anyway, I figured I'd drop it off with you, then ask McGonagall if I can use the prefect's bathroom, since the regular dorms don't have tubs, and I need to listen to this egg. Just remember to be careful with the book. It's not like Marzanna can replace it easily if it gets ruined. Hermione snorts. You don't need to tell me that. I'm well aware how fragile the book is and the impossibility of replacing it. Now go. McGonagall should be in her office this time of day. February 24th, 2023 to 110 days since SAO launch. The second task was starting soon. Apparently, he was supposed to retrieve something he'd sorely miss, according to the egg anyway. Marzanna's book had been a godsend. It didn't just have spells, it also had mentioned plants and enchanted objects. Hermione read the entire book in 2 days and promptly told him about gillyweed. He asked Snape where he could buy some, but the professor just gave him enough to last 2 hours, then taught him a spell to change back into a human before the gillyweed wore off. His only explanation was that gillyweed was difficult to obtain. It was impossible to breathe out of water under gillyweed's influence, and that Marzanna and Lily would kill him if he let anything happen to him. Now he was anxiously waiting for the task to start. He wants the tournament over and done with. When Ludo Bagman starts the countdown, he puts the gillyweed on his mouth. After swallowing it, he started to grow flippers and gills. Bagman announces the beginning of the second task before the transformation is complete, but he jumps into the water immediately anyway, as he already couldn't breathe because of the gills. As soon as the transformation finishes, he casts one of the many spells he learned from Marzanna's book. It detected human-shaped beings within 5 miles of the caster. He'd learned it to be able to find the mermaids, but it also showed him where the other champions were. To his shock, the spell also revealed 4 humans in the Mare village. Swimming in that direction, he keeps the spell active and an eye on the other champions' progress. When he's about halfway to the village, his spell shows Fleur Delacour thrash for a few moments, then shoot towards the surface. He figures she must have been attacked by something and forced to forfeit this portion of the tournament. He hadn't even known he was allowed to forfeit until the previous day. Needless to say, he'd been rather annoyed no one had told him before, given the disaster that had occurred with the dragon breaking free in the first task. The only reason he was even trying to complete the second task is because he wants to know who the hell was trying to kill him, and he suspects that the only way he'll find out is if he wins the stupid tournament. He just hopes he doesn't end up getting himself killed. Upon reaching the hostages, he immediately sees Hermione and starts swimming towards her. When he gets close, he sees that they were in some sort of sleep, and a fine stream of bubbles was coming from each of them. Cutting Hermione free with a spell, he glances at the other hostages and freezes. The hostage to Hermione's right is a little girl who looks almost exactly like Fleur, enough so that he can only assume they're sisters. The girl looks to be about 8 years old. The problem is that unlike the other 3, she's wide awake. She was also staring at him with pleading, terror-filled eyes. Why is she scared? Surely they'd explain what they were doing to the 4 before tying them to the bottom of the lake. Why was she even awake, though? A moment later, it hits him like a bludgeoning curse. At the wand weighing Fleur had said the Vila hair was from her grandmother, which meant Fleur and her sister were part Vila. Righteous fury immediately burns through him. It was common knowledge that water magic never takes correctly to Vila, due to them being fire elementals, and they stupidly tied one to the bottom of a lake. You're Fleur's sister, aren't you? He doesn't like the way the water garbles his speech, but the little girl apparently understands anyway, because she nods. Then you're Vila. She nods again. Hold on. I'll free you. However, when he moves to cut her rope, one of the mermaids near the hostages points their spear at him. Only one? No more. Not yours. He shakes his head. She's part Vila. She won't survive down here, and her sister was already forced to retreat. The mermaid hisses. Vila? In our waters? No one said anything about Vila. At least he thought it was female. Shouts for a bit more, drawing a crowd, then subsides into angry muttering. A few moments later, the crowd parts for another mermaid. It looks between the muttering mermaid and him for a moment before focusing on him. What's going on here? He glances at the other mermaid before hesitantly explaining, this little girl is part Vila. Her sister was supposed to rescue her, but got attacked and had to forfeit. I'm assuming any unclaimed hostages will be returned once all champions have left the lake, but she won't survive that long. From how slowly my spell is showing me Cedric moving, she'll drown long before he arrives. So I was trying to take her with me. It's not her fault. She doesn't want to be here. The newly arrived mayor hisses. How dare they put a little Vila in our lake? There is agitated murmuring from the crowd for a few moments. Then the one who had spoken visibly forces itself to calm down. Very well. You may take the Vila. Now go. Nodding his thanks, he cuts her rope with a spell, grabs her and Hermione, then swims to the surface. As soon as he breaks the surface, Hermione wakes up, and the little girl coughs up water, then flings her arms around his neck, clutching him tightly. Hermione shakes her head to get rid of her disorientation. She gives him a questioning look when she sees Fleur's sister. So he explains before she can ask, she's Fleur's sister. They're both quarter vila at least. Fleur was forced to forfeit. Hermione's eyes widen in understanding. In that case, let's hurry and get her out of the water. Her family's probably worried sick about her anyway. It's more than a bit difficult to swim with Fleur's sister clinging to him, but she won't let go and was terrified, which he can absolutely understand, so he makes it work. As soon as they were close enough, the commotion from the docks resolves into Fleur screaming and shouting hysterically in French. She keeps shouting the name Gabrielle, so he shifts the girl clinging to him until he can see her face. Is your name Gabrielle? She nods. You should call out to your sister. She hasn't seen you, and she's scared for you. Gabriel nods slowly, then twists a bit in his arms and starts yelling in French as well. Fleur immediately whips around to look at them, then yells Gabrielle's name in sobbing relief. As soon as they reach the platform, Fleur yanks out of a confused Madame Maxime's arms and pulls Gabrielle up out of the water and into her arms. The swim had not made him forget his fury. So as soon as he was on the platform and certain Gabrielle was safe, he rounds on the judges who the fuck thought it was a good idea to put a Merlin-damned villa on the bottom of the lake. Maxime's eyes widen as her expression twists with horror. So she had either forgotten the Delacour heritage or hadn't known in the first place, which is unlikely since that would have required her to miss Fleur's mention of it during the wand weighing. As much as he didn't like the man, Karkaroff clearly hadn't known either, and had turned almost as white as a ghost. Bagman looked nervous, and Dumbledore gave him a disapproving look. Fuck him. He could be as disapproving as he wanted. This was not okay, and he wasn't dropping the issue anytime soon. Dumbledore was certainly going to attempt to get him to, though. Now, Mike, there's no reason dash. That just makes him angrier, though. No reason for what? You people almost killed an 8-year-old girl. Or are you seriously trying to tell me you don't know that supplemental water spells don't work on Vila? Maxime bows her head, apparently willing to take his well-deserved fury. Karkaroff glares at Bagman and Dumbledore, while Bagman was nearly cowering behind Dumbledore, who was now looking at him sharply. Be that as it may, this is not the place, dash. Mike growls, what's wrong? Don't want to admit you made a mistake? Well, you fucking did. Or is it that you don't want people to know that the great Dumbledore messed up badly, almost killing a little girl? Too fucking bad. You dash. To his surprise, it's Potter who cuts him off. He hadn't even known the man had come to see the tasks. That is enough, Mike. You are way out of line. I doubt Dumbledore knew she was part. Vila, you're blowing this way out of proportion. Hermione explodes before he can. Out of proportion? A little girl almost died. This reaction is entirely justified. And even if they didn't know, that's still a horrendous mistake to make. They should have made sure it was safe to put her down there first. Potter glares at her, but before he can respond, Fleur beats him to it, as she moves so she's standing next to Mike. You idiot stupidity nearly killed my sister. An 8-year-old girl. And not just that, but one that has nothing to do with this. You should be ashamed of yourselves. She glares at the judges for a few more seconds, then turns to him and gives him a smile full of gratitude, swooping in to press a firm gesture on each cheek, then pulls him into a hug. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done if my sister died because of me. You didn't have to save her, but you did. So I'll be grateful for the rest of my life. The Delacour family owes you a life debt. He flushes and looks away. He doesn't dare try and say they didn't owe him the debt, though. It was a grave insult, as it implies you don't believe the person worth saving. So instead, he simply says, I only did what any half-decent person would. Anyway, will she be okay? Fleur shakes her head. You'd be surprised at what knowing the person you're looking at isn't completely human does to people. Gabrielle is with your school's healer, Pomfrey. I think that's her name anyway. He nods, it is. With a final dark look at the judges and Potter, he grabs Hermione's hand and Fleur's arm, then leads them away. Come on, let's go get some pepper-up potion. I don't want to catch a cold, and I don't want you girls to either. Hannah was staring at the entrance to a sub-dungeon on the 10th floor, the current front line. Argo had gotten info that there was a sub-dungeon called the Catacombs of the Damned that the beta testers hadn't discovered. The beta testers had only been on the 10th floor for 2 days before the beta ended, so it wasn't surprising. What was surprising was the fact no one had made it past the first room since it had been discovered, Most didn't even make it through the hallway leading up to the room. The only players on the 10th floor were the clearers, whose current average level was 31. The fact they couldn't get too far was telling about how difficult the dungeon was. However, with their new routine of grinding in the labyrinth at night, Hannah was currently sitting at level 39, and Corrido had just reached level 43. They hadn't hidden their grinding strategy, but no one had started doing it despite the results. It had the side effect of changing people's opinions of them. People hated them less, instead thinking them insane, which meant the term beater had changed a bit. Instead of just meaning someone who's a beta tester and cheater, it had changed to someone who's a beta tester, cheater, and is also utterly insane, which was nice. An unwanted and unintended side effect of making themselves out to be bad guys and subsequently coining the term beater was that other people started being labeled beaters. The addition of insanity being a requirement of beaters had all but put a stop to that, which was great as far as Hannah was concerned. Corrido had started the beater thing to stop discrimination against beta testers. So they had begun hearing of other people being labeled beaters. He blamed himself. The things it had done to him. Hannah doesn't like to think about it. She was grateful it was mostly over. Anyway, due to their levels, they decided to take a shot at the catacombs. The decision may have also been partially made because they actually were a little crazy. Not that either of them would ever admit it. Right at the moment, though, Corrido was eyeing the entrance to the catacombs. Think it's cooler in there? She snorts. The 10th floor, as it turned out, is a desert, which had led to Hannah discovering that Corrido hated the heat. He got moody, irritable, and was generally a complete grouch. She can't help hoping there wasn't another desert floor later. But since there was a limited number of biomes and 100 floors, she wasn't counting on it. Thankfully, different types of forests were the most common floor theme, so she wasn't expecting to come across very many of them. She may not know if there were any more, or how many there were, but she definitely knew one thing. They were not participating in clearing any more deserts. Corrido's grouchiness was ridiculous. He told her that he loved the cold, so she was really hoping the next floor was a tundra or something, if just to get Corrido to stop being moody. She tilts her head. Probably, but it's equally likely that it'll smell horrible in there. I hope you're not scared of ghosts. The mobs in there are undoubtedly types of undead. He snorts and pushes the dungeon's door open. So? Come on, I want to get out of this damn heat. She rolls her eyes at Corrido's rude tone and follows him inside. She finds herself in a hallway that was bare for the first 20 feet. After that, there were upright coffins that were inside alcoves in the walls. Going down the hall connected to the door, it rapidly cooled. She sighs in relief as Corrido, who was walking a bit in front of her, slowly relaxes. The peace is broken by an inhuman shriek as one of the coffins bursts open. Out of it stepped a mummy-looking creature. It was thinly wrapped, patches of decayed gray skin could be seen, and it was dragging a large axe. A red cursor appeared over its health bar and name, which was Revenant Executioner. They both immediately draw their weapons and ready themselves. With another piercing shriek, it begins to lumber towards them. It was slow, but if the large axe was any indication, it probably traded speed for damage, and she'd be willing to bet it also had a large amount of health as well. If this was just the first mob, she could see why others failed. The hallway was very narrow, so once the Revenant swung its weapon, the only way to dodge would be backwards, which would quickly become an issue for parties of 4 or more. It would hamper her, and Corrido too, especially since the hallways were so narrow that switching would be nearly impossible, but they'd manage. Still short-tempered and irritable from the heat, Corrido quickly loses patience and rushes the Revenant. Her first instinct was to get closer so they can switch quicker, but she knows it would just limit Corrido even more than the narrow hallway does, so she stays back. As soon as Corrido gets within range, the Revenant begins shifting its weight and pulling the axe into position to swing. Corrido gets 5 quick slashes, then jumps back as the Revenant swings its axe. Even though Corrido was level 40, he barely took a little less than an eighth of its health. As soon as the Revenant was done with its swing, Corrido jumps back in to continue his attack. The process repeats until the Revenant was down to a quarter of its health. Then Corrido risks a sword skill that finishes the Revenant off. After that, they meeting 16 more Revenants. She lets Corrido deal with most of them, since fighting seems to be a stress reliever for him. but she kills 5 of them that came up behind them while he was fighting. It was clearly meant to be a trap that encloses players attempting the dungeon and could easily be deadly, especially if the revenants get close enough to each other, as that would limit the already tiny space further. Players leaving before they even reach the first room made a lot more sense after that. The hallway ends after that, opening up into a room full of coffins, about 100 of them. They were neatly lined up in rows of 10, and they were all full of revenants. Thankfully, they didn't all come out at the same time, but a quarter of them came out to start, and every time they defeated one another would awaken. She decides it's a tricky dungeon. The hallway had been designed to give bigger parties trouble, while the first room was made to be difficult for smaller parties. She glances at Corrido after finishing her last revenant off. He was waiting for her, having already finished. Thankfully, he wasn't being impatient anymore, having calmed down after a good fight in the cool room. Though it was cooler in here, she'd been right about the smell. It smelled of stale air and decay, which was not pleasant, even less so when combined. She rolls her shoulders, then sheathes her falcata as she moves over to him. So do you want to just keep going or see if we can find anything hidden in here? He tilts his head in thought for a minute. Let's look around. That last hallway probably forced most people to come back with smaller parties. So, the most likely reason no one made it past this room was because they couldn't clear it out before retreating. There probably were a few parties who cleared it, then retreated. But even if they searched the room, they might not have found everything, if there's anything to find to begin with. She nods, and they separate to search the room. After 20 minutes with no success, Corrido huffs, then starts towards the door to the next area. I guess there's nothing here. Let's just go. She makes no move to follow, which Corrido notices quickly. He walks back to her. Hannah? What's wrong? She shakes her head. Nothing, just with the coffins, how dim it is, and the fact they just fought undead in here. This room would creep most people out. Enough that they'd leave as soon as they were done fighting. Which makes it the perfect place to hide something, because only the players brave enough to stick around will find it. It just doesn't seem right for it to be empty. Corrido narrows his eyes. Creepy. Bravery. Don't tell me. She gives him a questioning look. Did you look in the coffins? I didn't. Her eyes widen, and she slowly shakes her head. She looks away from him, back towards the coffins. There was silence for a moment. Then she shifts, up for some grave robbing. Kirito snores. Grave robbing? They're just places the mobs were hiding. They're not actual graves. No, I'm actually more concerned about how stupid I'll look if I'm wrong. She laughs lightly at his admission. Don't want to embarrass yourself in front of a girl, Corrido? Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. He grins at her briefly, then turns back to the coffins. So, you start on this end going left to right, and I'll start from the other end going right to left? She nods, and they split up. There turns out to be nothing in the coffins, so they go through the door to the next hallway, which was just as narrow as the first. It also has upright coffins like the previous, but none of them open as they walk along. However, after 2 minutes of walking, an ominous breeze starts up. She glances at Corrido. There shouldn't be any wind in here, but it is a video game. So, the question is why? He shrugs and lifts his sword just in case. A few tense moments pass. Then the wind kicks up harshly, blowing all the torches out, plunging the corridor into darkness. She hears Corrido shift. I've never seen any his items, but I don't suppose you have a touch. She starts to shake her head, then remembers he can't see her. No. Pauses as something occurs to her, then activates a sword skill with her claw. It immediately starts to glow green, and she's careful not to begin the motion that will actually start the skill. All I've got is this. It's not very bright, but at least we can see. Corrido sighs. Be careful where you step. This will be the perfect spot to put traps. She nods, and they start to move. However, they had barely taken 20 steps before something came out of a coffin. But it isn't a revenant. It's a ghost of some sort, though it wasn't like what most media depicted ghosts as though, nor what actual ghosts are like. Instead of being a luminescent pearly white, it was darker than night, covered by a ragged cloak of some sort. The only things visible were its clawed hands, its red glowing eyes, and its mouth full of needle-sharp teeth, the inside of which was emitting a glow similar to its eyes. Its name and health bar appeared a moment later. revealing that it's called a vengeful wraith. Two more join the first almost immediately. The wraiths quickly proved to be the opposite of the revenants. They move extremely fast but did little damage and had a small amount of health. Hannah takes point for these, as she's faster than Corrido. She was limited to her falcata though, as while their eyes and mouths glowed, she didn't want to fight them in the dark. The first one falls quickly. As she turns to the next one though, she quickly finds it slashing at her with its claws. The other was coming up behind her, and with the narrowness of the hallway as well as its closeness and speed, there was only one way to dodge. Down! So she instinctively cartwheels out of the way, using the down bend before the kickoff to duck the blow and let it go sailing over her from the height it likes to hover at, but flipping out of range in case it's fast enough to recover from just a duck. The mobs nearly crash into each other, and the first attack hits the one that had been coming up behind her. She narrows her eyes. The second one's health dropped a little. Mobs could hurt each other? She hadn't thought that was possible, but the proof in the second rate's health bar was right in front of her. Interesting. At that point, the second one charges her, but 7 lightning-fast slashes shatters it into polygons, and the third falls quickly after. Corrido walks up to her, and she quickly looks at him. Did you see that? After I cartwheel, he gives her a confused look. No, I didn't see anything in particular. Why? What happened? She narrows her eyes. The one that was attacking me actually hurt the one that was at my back. I saw its health drop from the attack. His eyes widen for a split second, then narrow in thought as he slowly speaks. Well, players have to be careful not to hit each other, and while this game is many things, it's also surprisingly fair for a death game. If we can accidentally hurt each other, it makes sense the mobs can as well. Still, that's something we need to tell Argo. While I doubt it'll be a huge help to anyone, it might. So, we should get her to add it into the latest guidebook. She nods. As they make their way down the hallway, there are in fact a few traps. Even with the low light from her claw, they manage to see most of them. But they accidentally activate a few they don't notice. One of them almost goes through Corrido's neck, and while decapitation won't happen unless you were low on health, being a neck shot it would have taken a huge chunk of his health points. Soon after, they find out that the wraiths had a special ability. They could make a banshee-like scream, and if you were too close when they did, you became momentarily paralyzed. While a bit of a bother, it wasn't a huge issue until they reached the second room, which was pretty much exactly like the first, only with 50 more coffins. However, a sixth of the coffins contained wraiths. Their screams were very troublesome then, as the paralysis gave the revenants time to hit you. Thankfully, only 3 wraiths emerged at a time. Even so, by the time they cleared that room, both of their health bars were in the yellow. Corrido glances at her. You want to check the coffins while I check the rest of the room? She shrugs, sure. She starts near the hallway they came from and slowly makes her way towards the door they'd be leaving through. On her 13th row of coffins, she hits the jackpot. Hey, I found a button. Corrido looks over. Well, push it then. She does exactly that. Immediately, there's a click followed by the sound of stones heavily grinding against each other, and the coffin slides to the side to reveal a chest Emreisting placed it into the ground. Corrido walks up. Do you want to open it or should I? She shrugs, so he leans down and opens it. The inside was empty, but all chests were. Instead, a window pops up in front of Corrido. It was solid gray to her, since he hasn't made it viewable to other players, but he immediately changes that. She reads the widow over at his side. Chest found. Items received. 50,000. 3 teleport crystals. Cloak of the Void. She tilts her head. Cloak of the Void? Corrido glances at her, then gets rid of the chest menu. As he stands up, he quickly makes his way to the cloak, then makes his menu visible to her. She leans over to read over his shoulder again. At the top is the item's name, followed by its stats, which were rather high. Below that was the item description. Created from the cloaks of 100 wraiths, the Cloak of the Void makes its wearer nearly invisible and boosts damage dealt from the shadows, making it the perfect cloak for an assassin. Plus 20% to hiding, plus 20% to tracking, 2x damage done while undetected, 2x damage dealt with daggers and claws. Corrido hums, nice. She nods, and he glances at her, then starts manipulating the widow. Well, I've got my coat already, so you can have the cloak. She tilts her head. You sure? I mean, I know you use the coat so people can identify you as the beater Corrido and are kind of attached to it, but that cloak's stronger. He nods, yeah. Besides, my Coat of Midnight has a hiding buff too. Admittedly, it's only a 5% boost, but it still has it. Plus, it boosts claw damage, so it's better suited for you anyway. She nods, then clicks accept when a trade menu pops in front of her, without adding anything, if you're sure. Opening her menu, she quickly equips her new cloak. With loot like that in here, I doubt there's anything else hidden, but let's check anyway. She ends up being right, as there's nothing else in any of the other coffins or anywhere else. So they move on. The next hallway is thankfully lit, as well as wide enough for two people to fight together comfortably. But the trade-off, they soon learn, is that there are both revenants and wraiths, and they always attack at the same time. Without speaking, it's decided that she would deal with the wraiths while Corrido took the revenants. After half an hour, they reach a massive golden door. It was definitely the dungeon's boss room. Sharing a quick glance with Corrido, she pushes her hand against the door, but it doesn't budge. She scowls. Are you kidding me? It's locked. What? Beating the rest of your stupid dungeon wasn't enough for you? Corrido sighs. Calm down, Hannah. I know this dungeon is frustrating, but losing your temper won't solve anything. Let's just look for a way to open it here, then make our way back to see if we miss something important. She huffs angrily, then at Corrido's pointed look forces herself to take a calming breath. Okay, let's just look for the stupid thing. I'm completely done with this dungeon. I'll take the left side. 5 minutes later, Corrido calls out to her, found something. Looking over, she sees Corrido crouched on the floor, staring at the wall. Walking up to him, she sees he's looking at a circular hole in the wall. Crouching next to him, she leans over to look in, but sees nothing in its completely dark depths. Activating a skill with her claw and holding it up only reveals a few inches inside. What little she can see is bare. They both stare for a minute. Then she lets her skill fizzle out and lowers her claw. Watch, I want to bet you got to stick your arm in there. Corrido snorts. Not a single kernel. He pauses. It is my arm going in, isn't it? His tone is a bit defeated, and it's definitely a statement rather than a question. Hannah nods without hesitation. Yup. Don't worry. I doubt anything will happen. At his deadpan look, she rolls her eyes. I'm serious. Think about it. The revenants, the coffin switch, the dark hallway with wraiths and traps, the wraiths themselves. This entire dungeon is designed to scare people. It's less of a test of strength and more of a test of nerves. So even if something does happen, I doubt it'll be that dangerous. It'll probably be more scary than anything. The worst it can do is cut your hand off, which a healing potion can grow back in a few hours. Besides, in case you've forgotten, you can't feel pain. So even if it does take your arm off, it's not like it'll hurt. Corrido sighs, then nods. Just as he was about to put his hand in, he pauses. Okay, I'll admit everything you said is true, but what if it doesn't just take my hand off? What if it also poisons me or something? The combination of a poison and lost limb status effects could kill me rather quickly, depending on the poison's level. She pauses as she realizes he's right, then quickly opens and manipulates her menu. Pulling out a healing crystal, she holds onto it. Then I'll just use this. It'll regrow the limb instantly, which will buy us enough time to deal with any other debuffs. Corrido nods, then reaches into the hole. A moment later, there's a click, and the boss door begins to open. Corrido freezes. Hannah? Yes. Something just grab resting place my arm. I can't pull it out. She frowns. Did it grab you as soon as you pushed the button? Or was there a small delay? Immediately, her frown deepens. I swear, this better not be a trap designed to make parties leave someone behind while they fight the boss. If it is, I can guarantee you it won't let go until the boss is defeated. He purses his lips. I think it might be. After all, if something was going to happen, it would have done so already. Right? She shakes her head. Not necessarily. There could be a wait so that the player either has time to panic, or so they're tensely waiting for something to dash. There was a large click from the wall. Then a loud metallic grinding noise started. Happen. Corrido shifts as best he can. Saw about to cut off my arm? Or loud noise only meant to scare me? She glances at him. 50/50ths. Figured as much. They wait in silence, as the grinding noise slowly gets closer, and Kirito begins to instinctively tense up. It lasts about a minute, then the noise abruptly stops. A moment later, there's a loud click, and Kirito quickly pulls his completely intact arm back. He frowns as he rubs his wrist. Hannah. She hums as she pockets the health crystal. She's already pulled it out, so she figures she'd keep it out in case they need it for the boss fight. Kirito shifts. This dungeon sucks. She snorts in amusement. Come on, we got a beat down to give to a boss. He grins lightly, then stands up and follows her. They pause in the doorway as they get a look at the room. It's enormous, with intricate carvings on the walls and equally intricate pillars neatly lined up in 2 rows, 1 row each on either side of the room, 10 feet from the walls. Other than that, it was almost completely bare, as the only thing in the room was a massive stone on a raised platform at the end of the room. Kirito tilts his head. Let me guess, the stone is really a massive coffin, and when we get close, the boss will burst out. She shakes her head. Nah, they did the bursting coffin thing for the revenants. It'll try to jump scare us by popping up out of nowhere as we make our way to the stone coffin thing. Kirito tilts his head, then nods in agreement. They share a look, then ready their weapons. 20 feet in, the door closes behind them, but they only spare it a glance. Halfway to the maybe coffin, the ground cracks open 5 feet in front of them, and a massive claw of bone tries to crush them. As they jump back to avoid the attack, the ground begins to break apart, and a large dragon pulls itself out. It was almost entirely bone. What little skin there was covered its neck, then followed the spikes jutting up from its spine to its tail, and was between the bones of its wings, but there were many holes torn into it. Its claws were razor sharp, and its tail ended in a needle-like point. Its large head had a spike protruding from between its eyes, which were glowing blue 5. It had 2 health bars, and its name was above them, Levaden the Dracolic. Kirito glances at her, then takes point, darting and he slashes at its head 4 times, then is forced to jump back to avoid a lightning-fast bite. She darts in as he darts away, then starts manually going through the motions of a 6-hit falcata skill. After the 5th one, though, she abruptly shifts to a different skill. When the boss froze as its algorithms try to figure the attack out, she charges an actual skill, a 10-hit medium damage falcata skill called Ember Song. She unfreezes from the skill use, then jumps back when Kirito calls for a switch. He rushes by her with a skill ready, then hits the boss with it. She recognizes it as the heavy damage for hit skill vertical square. At that point, the boss unfreezes and swipes at Kirito. When he jumps back, it uses the momentum from its attack to stab its tail at him, like a spear. Kirito blocks, but her jaw drops when it takes an 1/8 of his health anyway. This is a mini-boss on the 10th floor, and Kirito is level 40. It shouldn't be able to do that much damage when Kirito blocks. Shaking the thought off and refocusing on the dangerous as all-hell boss, she darts forward when Kirito calls to switch again. Left slash with her falcata, right slash with her claw, diagonally up then down back the same path. Back to her sword for 3 rapid back and 4 slashes while she charges a skill with her claw. Release the claw skill, Lion's Fury, which causes a stun debuff for 10 seconds. With that, she buys Kirito the time to use a potion, then switches with him once more. He immediately hits the boss with 5 rapid slashes, then seems to shift his balance before following it up with 3 more hits. The boss freezes again, and with a jolt she realizes he'd used her tactic of manually starting a sword skill, then switching to another partway through. Chancing a glance at the Dracolica's health, she's relieved to see it only has half of its second bar left. With how overpowered it seems, she'd been starting to worry it had a ridiculous amount of health too. She supposes it kinda does. Being a level 10 boss, which she was beginning to doubt, it should already be dead due to the level difference between it and them. She's beginning to think this dungeon was one you were supposed to come back to later. She wasn't going to complain, though. It was almost dead, and if she was right, they'd get some amazing gear incredibly early. Actually, this being a dungeon you were supposed to return to later would explain the Cloak of the Void. While she'd been looking at its health, she charged up Ember Song again, then switches with Kirito so he can charge a heavy skill. Switching one more time, so Kirito can hit it with his skill just as it unfreezes and end the fight. To their horror, though, the boss isn't finished off, and immediately lunges for Kirito just as the glow from his sword starts to die down. She's too far away to interfere in time. Just as she steps forward to try and reach him anyway, Kirito's fist begins to glow blue. Thrown by the panic, it takes an embarrassingly long second for her to comprehend why. The martial arts skill they'd gotten together, but he shouldn't be able to use it at all, and he'd freeze in a second from using the previous skill anyway. That second proves to be all he needs to activate the skill and punch the boss in the face full on. It freezes, then a moment later shatters into millions of blue polygons. Hannah stares at Kirito's back. Game or not, he just killed a dragon by punching it in the face. Punched a dragon. To death. In the face. An undead dragon to boot. She'd known he was kind and sweet, that he was playful, if a bit of a sleepyhead, and he was highly intelligent too. Apparently being all those things wasn't enough for him though, he's got to be a badass too. She flushes, hoping desperately he won't turn around right at the moment, at least not until she can get a hold on the heat in her face. Damn her family's weakness for stylish badassery. She'd almost managed to convince herself she didn't have a crush on him, as she thought the death game situation made it entirely inappropriate. There went that down the drain. She'd never be able to deny it now. Kirito turns to her as he unfreezes from the skill. Though thankfully, he either doesn't notice the heat that makes her feel like her face is trying its hardest to compete with a tomato, or the torchlight is poor enough that he just can't see it. She does her best to shake herself out of her thoughts and drag herself back on track. What was that? He shrugs. I don't know actually. I guess if you charge and release it before the skill cooldown kicks in, you can chain skills together. I want to do some experimenting with it later. She nods, grateful that the conversation allows her to distance herself enough from the onslaught of feelings to force the heat in her face to subside. Sure. If you need any help, just ask. He smiles gently. I know. Now, how about we stop ignoring these windows and see what our troubles got us? Hannah nods with a grin, then looks down at the window. The usual large congratulations banner was at the top. Under that it said, congratulations on beating Leviathan the Dracolic. Please select your reward. Cursed Claw Blade of Decay, Tainted Scythe Bloodbound Axe, Scourge of the Damned, Star-Crossed Whip of Misfortune. The scythe and axe were mildly tempting, but the time it took to re-equip made them unworth it. She glances at Kirito. I've got Blade of the Damned and Cursed Claw over here. He nods, saying, you take the claw, I'll take the sword, and if it's a falcata, it's yours. She nods, clicks the claw, then confirms her choice. Opening her menu, she quickly goes into her equipment to check out the new weapon. Clicking the weapon to look at its stats, she stares. Then she laughs, maniacally. Kirito gives her a strange look that's a weird cross between concerned and wary. She stops, then coughs awkwardly while looking away from him. A glance at her menu has her grinning insanely, though. Kirito shifts away a little. Should I be worried? She pushes the button to make her menu readable to other players, then pushes the menu towards him. Read it out loud. I want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. He gives her one last wary glance, then turns his attention to the menu. Cursed Claw. He frowned briefly as he looked the stats over. This thing is weaker than the claws in the Town of Beginnings. Hannah makes an impatient go-on gesture, and he sighs. This cursed weapon absorbs the souls of its victims. With every mob or player the wielder slays with it, this claw's strength grows. The stronger the slain, the bigger the growth. This claw's potential is nearly limitless. Claw level, 1 XP, 0% 6. Kirito gapes at the menu for a minute, then starts laughing incredulously. Hannah grins at him. I know, right? He shakes his head. That's dash, cuts off for a minute, then huffs another small laugh. Damn. You really are a goddess of luck. Old English. It means water witchcraft. I looked it up. Old English is dated to have been used from 450-1150. This level gap won't grow that quickly anymore, but it will pretty much stay there since it's because of how they grind, and no one else is willing to do the same thing. I totally forgot to include it at the time, but the Revenants are based on Zelda Twilight Princess Re-Dead Knights, though I switched their claymores for AXS. I looked up Wraiths. This description is based off this image, which does not belong to me, I claim. No ownership of it. Looked up Undead Dragons. Image the Dracolic is based off of this image, which does not belong to me. I claim no ownership of it. Idea gotten from Rouge Hunter 11's fanfic on ff.net. The beaters and used with their permission. Hannah with Cloak of the Void, kinda not meant to be a top that shows her stomach, but it was the best the creator I used had. The Moonlit Black Cats. Chapter notes. I read through these myself to try and find errors, but then I'll go back and read them again when I'm writing a new chapter and still find places where my phone auto-corrected errors in. I really need to get a beta tester. Reader. Poor joke is poor, but also legitimate. I think about this story so much to figure out where I wanted to go next that I seriously typed beta tester into my phone before I realized my mistake. Silly me. March 3rd, 2023 to 118 days since SAO launch. Hannah grins as Argo walks in. She and Corrido have been sitting in the dining area of an inn waiting for her for 20 minutes. Waving her over, she happily greets the other girl when she gets close. Hey Argo, how's it going? They both ignore Corrido's at this point customary shudder as he was reminded of their friendship. Argo smiles brightly as she sat next to Hannah in the booth. Great. What about you? How'd the sub-dungeon go? Her grin widens. Corrido punched an undead dragon to death. In the face. Across from her, Corrido flushes in embarrassment. Argo blinks rapidly in shock for a moment, then snorts, I believe it. Kibu's crazy like that. You as well, actually. So what did you guys get? She chuckles, then drapes her arm over Argo's shoulders. Argo, dear, I'm not stupid enough to tell you that. Thanks for watching. Join Patreon to access all parts instantly, or you can wait for the next parts. Spam yellow hearts if you want the next part.